The Chronomancer and the Crimson Invasion, Destiny of the Void Triangle 2. Written by Jason Harrington, narrated by Mason Hamilton.
Chapter 1. Time was an anomaly for the Book of Worms as it sat inside the exposed hull of the Wave's Gift. Its only attendants now were the obedient reanimated worms of its namesake. The Devourers, the Blood Drinkers, all were exterminated in the burst of white-hot light and spirit. Now they were more trapped than when they were in the dirt. They were stuck in a derelict ship that was stabbed into a decimated city. The barrier that surrounded everything seemed to laugh at them and mock them. Perhaps it did too, they mused. The souls of the Magi were fused together in the imprisoning energy. 2,000 years, a perfect unification, and they still made an overestimation like the one that cost them the world. They knew, as they did then, that their power was far too overwhelming for any group of sorcerers to stand against them. Just as back then, those who were not students of the Children of Nothing held an answer against the power. Then, it was the boy Magus King and his giant crystal sword. Now, they discovered a way to unite in sacrifice to stop them. Self-sacrifice to put a vengeful end to everything, and self-sacrifice to stop their progress. The book took consolation in the destruction they caused. They felt the wreckage of the city around them. There were great piles of corpses and seafaring debris washed against the shattered harbor. It was all trapped within the confines of the spirit barrier. The spirits of the book were grateful they held no mortal senses, because the stench of sulfuric hellfire and rotting-soaked flesh was also trapped in the barrier. If summer heat could penetrate the barrier, it would be worse. Mounds of broken stone and spikes of charred wood stretched to the top of the rise at the city's edge. The ruins were a satisfying testament. Most of the world that passed around the book in the last 2,000 years did so with the belief that the Order of the Void Triangle was a myth. The fear remained in the people, and that was pleasing. But other than that, it was as if their near-total conquest of the world didn't exist. A leveled city was a token comparison of what they achieved millennia ago, but now Stratia would remember the Void Triangle. Seagulls and fish died as they attempted to pass through the barrier. The barrier was not made of solid material. It was an abundant form of shimmering spirit energy. Anything living would be overwhelmed by the infusion of so much raw force. The imprisonment was no defeat. They waited in the earth for 2 millennia. The book was made of hundreds of void disciples that escaped capture by offering their bodies and souls to create the book. It commandeered various slaves and gained control of a ship to travel thousands of miles. At the end of it all, the book destroyed an entire city. The Book of Worms had come a long way to achieve their goal. Only a little patience was needed now. As bleak as things seemed, the book was still smug and certain. Everything that transpired was part of an era of prophecy. Fate was on their side now. Nothing in their way could change that. As if in answer, there was now a presence inside the barrier. How much time passed before this intrusion? It could not know for sure. Time outside of decades and centuries was irrelevant. The book narrowed its focus on the individual. It was a dark, moonless night, appropriate for the encounter the book was waiting for. The book waited as the Createn approached, the chosen one, the champion of the void. The Book of Worms had risen for this purpose. Creation's End approached the interior of the Wave's Gift, bold and fearless while walking among the writhing worm slaves. He was a shadowy presence, radiating darkness and waves, like a contradiction to the sun. Even in their state of mindless servitude, the worms felt something of Createn, and they parted before him. He walked down the stairs in the narrow hallway. The Book of Worms flared with the cold blue light of the fragmented souls of the disciples. The room filled with the light and a low, clinging layer of mist.
At last, we may begin.
The temporal projection behaved in a way Ryland did not expect. Ryland had pushed into the past hundreds of times. He was accustomed to an emerald cast that gave way to a cold blue pressure as he pressed deeper into history. The temporal current always attempted to correct oddities in its stream, but not this time. The layers of time parted easily for Ryland. History seemed to pull him further and further back. He watched dust and decay fade, revealing rooms and buildings while they were new. He watched a reverse progression of Catan as a new city, just before its blocks and timbers peeled away from their foundations. He watched the elderly become young adults, then children. All the while, there was no emerald or blue hue to this world. Time only invited Ryland to go deep into the past. Years, decades, and centuries moved backwards into a blurring parade of events. When the blur began to slow and steady itself, Ryland gaped in amazement. The world around him was darker than night. The skies boiled with oily black clouds that burst with wicked arcs of lightning. The ground was gouged with smoking bloody trenches and craters. Sickening bits of flesh and mangled limbs littered the soaked landscape of carnage, fused into streaming patches of glassy black sand. There was a foul twin reek, one like rotten eggs, the other a sharp acrid smell of burned meat. The intensity stung in Ryland's nostrils and throat, compelling him to vomit. Ryland looked to the east on top of the rise. The copied personality of Yakram, the younger student who would one day become the last leader of the mage clans, shrieked in delighted recognition. Ryland shielded his eyes. Every wall, parapet, and tower radiated a brilliant white light. The wall was giant, 3 times the width of the Zenith Citadel. Inside the wall, there were 3 buildings circled by 6 spires that pierced the dark skies. The combined light of these structures pushed against the besieging dark storm. The 2 forces embodied the clash of light and darkness. Then, the blood-soaked rise erupted into chaos. Ryland fought the impulse to cringe down and cover his head. He reminded himself that he was just a witness to this event. He had no actual presence in this time. No one would see him. From the direction of the compound of light, several hundred white-robed men and women charged into the dark. They held ivory-polished staffs that gleamed like pearls and radiated white light. Their faces showed no fury, only a calm resolve. When Ryland looked to the east, he wished his eyes did not turn from the light. There was a mixed horde of thousands of people at the front. Robed figures, farmers, merchants, kings, soldiers, men, women, children. There appeared to be nothing in common. Only upon closer inspection did Ryland realize what similarity brought them together in an unruly mass. Throats were torn. Torsos were open wide with most of the innards gone. Their eyes were white and expressionless. Their only sounds were tortured moans and animal hisses. All of them were dead, and somehow brought back in this condition to fight. Behind these walking corpses, the scene was far more horrifying. There were hundreds of creatures covered in slime, scales, or molted leathery skin. Glowing eyes of green, red, and blue filled their ranks with unleashed hatred and bloodlust. Some of them stood 2 stories tall and wide enough to fill a city street. Others were smaller, naked, with barely feminine shapes and leathery wings where their arms should be. There were some with long, curved, pointed horns, while some were covered with sharp studs and spikes. Among all of them were disembodied shadows that slithered along the ground, as smooth as liquid, pausing long enough to rise and glare with baleful red eyes. Behind these monsters, Ryland saw over 1,000 of the unmistakable architects of this nightmare siege. They floated, their black-booted feet pointed down, a full body length off the ground. They were clothed in such blackness that they did not blend into the blackness at their backs. They were men and women in shape, wearing loose pants, long-sleeved tunics, and gloves. Their long, billowing cloaks were deep hooded, making them seem faceless in shadows. They all held semi-transparent black staffs. Everything about the wraith-like figures was so telltale that Rylan had no trouble identifying them. All at once, the familiarity of the attack on Catan, the dream from so long ago, all of it came together. These dark figures, the void hands, were behind all of it. Rylan thought they were a myth. He knew everyone thought they were. But even with the strangely uneasy temporal projection, Rylan knew he was not dreaming. Rylan forced himself to watch as several hundred white-robed magi bravely charged into the battle against the greatest force of nightmares ever. He had to honor their courage by bearing unwavering witness. The magi halted, the endless current creating a roaring wave of fury. They hurled white spheres of light into the advancing dark army. The spheres blossomed into grand explosions of white fire and energy, disintegrating anything caught within. The series of explosions pushed the darkness back further, drowning out the howls and shrieks of the oncoming nightmares. The lightning from the storms was forcefully redirected at the winged demons in the skies. Electric assaults illuminated them briefly before dropping their ashes to the ground. The void hands retorted with bands of rainbow fire as wide and tall as several men combined. The flames were so hot that they created wide, deep trenches of red-hot molten glass in their passing. That was the last certainty Rylan needed. These trenches were the same as the gouges cut through Catan. Rylan was about to turn away, to return to his waiting body in the present, when Yekrim's presence in his mind insisted he stay a moment more. It was more than 2 years since she last insisted on anything. The structure of light was her home, fashioned by the hands of her predecessors. It was the temple of the Supreme Radiance. The Supreme Radiance were the leaders of the mage clans. Rylan was taken aback when one woman strode forward from the Supreme Radiance alone. She was tall, with her long brown blonde hair tied behind her neck. She was wiry, almost lanky, and her blue eyes surveyed the coming onslaught with calm detachment and hard resolve. Her clothes and staff were no different from her clansmen, but she radiated such command that the army of evil hesitated before her. The sheer force of the endless current flowing to her was far beyond anything Rylan felt from any other magus. With a wave of her hand, blinding white energy enveloped hundreds of corpses and demons. When those lights vanished, nothing remained. She pointed her staff at the coming bands of fire. White light and crystalline water met and dissolved the flames. The Yekrim in Rylan's mind watched with fascination. He knew he was watching Yekrim as an adult and the last Supreme Magus. Now, Rylan knew why she was the last. This was the catastrophic war that wiped out the 4 remaining mage clans. So this was the day Yekrim died. No matter how well they appeared to defend themselves, their fates would not change. The Void Hands would win. A sad pang of sympathy struck Rylan. Everything she struggled and studied for would die that day. She would die. Her brother and sister clansmen would die. Her home would be ground into dust. Only books would remain. There were no graves or monuments for any of them. Worse still, history had forgotten the sacrifice they made. This battle never happened. Rylan returned to the present, despite Yekrim's protest. Watching the end of everything she knew would be cruel and horrifying. Rylan stood up from the golden circle, the image of outside the citadel still fresh in his mind. It was all he needed to shape such a short fold step. In an instant, he stood on the grassy slopes that led down to the ruins of Catan. Further investigation into the attack on Catan was breaking a promise. He justified this with the knowledge that he was looking into something far more ancient. It was late, several hours past midnight. The winter air was bitter cold, seeping through Rylan's gray robe and clothes. He shivered, rubbing his arms before hiding them deep in his sleeves. The darkness was also an issue for Rylan. The entire ocean side was obscured by total moonless night. Rylan fought with the cold a moment more before holding out his hand, palm up, and conjuring a torch sphere. It was not easy for him to create at first. While elements were becoming easier, his first attempt to creatively infuse and combine were clumsy and exhausting. Had it not been for the efforts of a well-known pyromancer from northern Malkinor and her patient lessons, he might not have learned it. It was several months of practice in temporal projections before he gained a greater proficiency. The torch sphere hovered in the air where he knelt. In Malkinor, at this time of year, he would need to push aside the frostbiting snow first, but he extracted a rusty, neglected knife and slashed furrows into the hard soil. When the dirt was loosened to his satisfaction, he scooped up a handful. He stood up, sheathing the crude blade, and opened himself to the endless current. His hand weaved circles over the handful of dirt. His mumbled words were lost in the roar of the ocean waves and the winter winds as he spoke in the ancient language of the fabricators. An engras, natal mahen, thami, sred, miorachad, iomadachad. I seek my reflection multiplied in the grace of the earth. Rylan hurled the dirt forward, and the particles split and danced in the air. The dust gained momentum and force, pulling up soil and dry grass to join them. In moments, several clouds of swirling dust and debris danced side by side. They began to take definitive shape, changing into contained arms and legs. The dust swirled faster, accelerating into a blur. The swirling clouds began to form flesh and close. The process ignored blood and bones, allowing for incompletion. In seconds more, they began to appear the same as Rylan. They were dust mimics. They were a lesser imitation in fabrication. A perfect copy would be excessive, a lengthy process to create so many, and it would tax Rylan more than he wanted. He only needed eyes, mind, and magic spread all over the rise. Rylan and the mimics nodded, and dispersed in a simultaneous fold step. Their magic spread out, searching deep into the earth as they looked at their landscape. Each one was assisted by their conjured torch sphere. They would scour every inch before dawn. Rylan walked a steady pace, his hands open, facing forward at his sides. His magic reached into the earth with incorporeal waves. Soil and wet grasses pushed against the skin of his palms. The cold, grainy moisture of the dirt sifted between his fingers. The vibrations of the endless current hummed. It was an amplified sensation in his searching magic. Rylan and his dust mimics scoured the east face of the rise. If any one of the mimics found what Rylan was looking for, their torch sphere would glow noticeably brighter, and the other mimics would vanish as the remaining mimic stood still. When one mimic did find something, it was far to the south after 3/4 of an hour of searching. The other torch spheres winked out into the dark. Their wielders returned to the current and the earth. Rylan fold-stepped. The mimic stood in what looked like an old, dried-up riverbed. The mimic vanished as Rylan approached, his magic already fixated on the object he was looking for. He pushed into the ground with raw, invisible force, like the one he used to strike at a Morlick so long ago. His magic grasped a head-sized chunk of transparent dark stone. It was buried more than 30 feet in the ground. The location came as no surprise. Time would have buried it. The riverbed was not evidence enough. The only thing that ran through this ground was an incinerated blast of fire. But if this were enough evidence, history would already tell everyone more. Chunks of the frozen ground split, overturning grass as soft earth pushed upward. A 3-foot mound looked like it was boiling as the stone crested the surface. Rylan's magic pulled it upward until the stone rolled down the mound toward him. Inside the stone was a single claw attached to a long, scaly finger. Its tip was sharp, and the scales were blackened with slick patches that told of melting. The fire was not enough to reduce this to ashes. It did not belong to any creature in the world. The burns were more likely caused by lightning. Rylan would have been horrified or revolted if he hadn't known what to expect. It was a single piece of evidence that was not scoured away millennia ago. It would have been impossible to remove every piece of evidence of a battle that massive. Rylan held up the fossilized demon claw, looking at it, scrutinizing it. A soulless geomancer would be able to feel the energies of the ancient glass. If there were an Ard Soulless, they would be able to detail a history from those energies. Not that it was needed. One perceived demon claw would reveal a great deal of lost events. Rylan appraised the stone a moment more, his eyes lost in the dark transparency. His mother's words filled his mind then. Their truth was before his gaze. The earth remembers when everyone forgets, Rylan recited quietly. Chapter 2. Ishel stood several feet away from a particularly sheer drop. The cliff descended almost 100 feet to churning, crushing waves of the maelstrom sea below. The rain poured down in thick sheets from gray-dark clouds, drenching the grass around her. Even with the hood of her gray robe pulled up, her long, coarse, dark blonde hair clung to her face in a wet frame. Her calloused hands were raised in the cold, late autumn air. Her magic extended far and strong all around her. 10 feet above, in a 20-foot circle all around her, dozens of very gray, jagged rocks swirled and floated in a threatening vortex. Unformed energies danced around her fingertips, an invisible force that waited for her command to take shape and strike. Meanwhile, she maintained an upward force of air, cautiously keeping back a measure of the rain. "Are we done yet?" the comically sharp-nosed Borvis Len complained. He sat in the lee of a rocky outcropping, beneath the canopy of a leafless birch tree. It was not enough to keep his lanky shape from being thoroughly drenched. Borvis's thick, thin arms strained under the constant pressure while his hands were raised in front of him. The swirling stones were his magic. His role was to strike Ishel at random and gather more stones to keep her guessing. "I am a Polymancer, not a Geomancer," Borvis reminded in a grumpy whine. "Quit your belly aching. It's minor geokinesis. It's not like I'm forcing you to move a mountain." It was a harsh dismissal. Stepping away from a light's expertise might be required at times, but that made it no less difficult. But she enjoyed pushing hard work onto light Borvis. His complaining made for interesting banter, and she looked forward to it. "Of all days, you had to choose a cold, wet day, at the end of winter, at the edge of a cliff. You couldn't choose to train indoors." "Adversity creates the greatest blades," Ishel quoted her father. "Anyway, it wouldn't take much longer for you to transmute the stone from raw current. And if you took the stone from the citadel, it would be an ugly mess." Borvis grumbled under his breath and sent 3 of the stones flying at her in irritation. The shift in circling rock was evident long before they moved. The energies at her fingertips coalesced in 3 violet-colored, jagged lances of electricity. The lightning shattered the stones into tiny pieces after only an inch out of their orbit. "Fates, that is aggravating! Couldn't you at least let me think that I can hit you?" Even annoyed, his irritation made her smile with amusement. It was much more entertaining than Rylan's unquestioning compliance to help in whatever way he could. The only moments he rewarded her with conflict was when he felt the need to defend any one of his explosive choices. It was one of those catastrophic choices that was so aggravating now. Rylan couldn't take her advice, even for that once, and leave the Catan matter alone. He found another way to scratch one of his absurd itches in his fool's brain. In doing so, he uprooted history, gave every scribe and lore-keeper 10 times more work, and put the entire Zenith Citadel in an uproar. Training from teacher to student had come to a halt, leaving Lights to train alone, as she did. Borvis raised an eyebrow, and Ishel knew the beak-faced torch was up to mischief. He always seemed to know how to tune into her thoughts. "The emissary to Parol Sen returned yesterday." Borvis sent 5 more stones from random trajectories at her. Ishel was not as distracted as he hoped. Her violet lightning struck down the stones in a swift instant. Borvis snapped his fingers in frustration. After Rylan gathered evidence of who really attacked Catan, Several solas were dispatched to inform the kings of the discovery. The rulers would be advised to cease investigating the Kassaran Empire. So far, half of Malkinor complied. Terrell and Vodus agreed with the suggestion, even if they didn't believe the council. Catan Shah, Paral Sen, and even various lords of Narenmore chose to ignore the accusation. And? Ishel asked, as annoyance thinned the flow of current. Lysendric believes our council is too inexperienced to give him facts without delusions born of grief. Ishel ground her teeth, and was struck by a stone to the left side of her hip for it. It stung more than she wanted to admit, and she glared at Borvis for it. Truly, of all places to strike in my distraction, you choose there? Borvis smiled impishly. You ordered me to make sure it hurt enough to remember. I doubt you'll forget the added shame. Ishel shrugged. When Borvis wasn't complaining or being over-pragmatic to the point of pessimistic, he could be a little lecherous. He was not afraid to show her subtle attentions, at least when the time was right. Someday, she might even humor him a little. She would see if she could enjoy it, as much as he thought he did. She fantasized at sharing an intimate moment with a Polymancer. It was enough to make her blush for imagining it. Regardless, he has decided to increase the presence of informants in the Empire. He also wants to get closer to the Crimson Throne. There went her entire concentration. She didn't so much as flinch when the stones assaulted her arms and legs all at once. Fates, girl! Did I even hurt you? You're made of iron! Ishel ignored his exclaimed observation. They'll be found out. He will start a war for certain. Did that bludgeoning horse even look at the claw? Borvis shook his head. We told him Void Hands did it, like Ishel. We told him a children's ghost story destroyed our harbor city. Fates! I can't even believe it, and I saw the stone. Void Hands are real. The same that we scare grown men and children with around a night fire. How can we expect anyone to believe something that sounds so ludicrous, especially with the state our order is in? Ishel observed how adamant and vehement Borvis was about it. He was this way on a tirade he felt so strongly that he was right about. It took her back to the days of listening to her father complain as he hammered away at the forge. Ishel relaxed and turned to look at Borvis. The exercise was pretty much done anyway. What do you think this council will do if this becomes a war with the Empire? Ishel asked. They are fairly new in their role. There are maybe 3 odd solas in all. There is no battle experience to be found among them. I think they will try to avoid conflict. They will declare that Paral Sen were the ones to begin this. They can be the ones to end it. A wave of endless current, accompanied by a metallic bloody smell, intruded on their conversation. Ishel ground her teeth in anger. In front of Ishel, a Meldwalk produced 2 torches she least wanted anything to do with. The yellow-blonde and the dark-haired twin girls were commonly nicknamed the Bloodskaith Twins. They reveled in their name as much as their gruesome reputation. They stood slightly shorter than Ishel, with far less muscle on their wiry frames. They were a few years older than her. The more curvaceous of the two allowed her blonde hair to fall in tangled snarls that coupled well with her bloodshot, steel-blue eyes. Her face reflected a hint of barely contained madness. Her gray robe was tattered and cut, as well as stained with her own blood. She was Larienne, and she favored a grisly, nearly forbidden form of magic called sanguinmancy, blood manipulation. She could often be found experimenting on herself, only to quickly mend her wounds. The other, Cassian, was the rigid iron fist of the two, which was appropriate, as she favored a form of polymancy that favored using the iron content of blood. Her steel-blue eyes were less bloodshot, but shone with cold contempt. Her hair was far less tangled, tied behind the nape of her neck. With a little more physical exertion, she would have been an equal to Ishel. It was rumored that she had a hidden, sadistic side. It was also said she had a fondness for poisons, and studied them frequently. This chilled Ishel, as it reminded her of the rumors of Macelyn Morinroke, Queen of Malkinor.
Sitting on our hands during wartime would be a tragic waste of our talents. Don't you agree, Light Ishel?
Larian cooed playfully.
If you want your talents to go to war, simply join the Empire's Havoc Guilds,
Ishel suggested, her smile dripping with sarcasm. Larian hissed, putting a hand to her chest.
Oh, you wound me, Light Ishel. I merely wish to defend the good people of Stratia.
Ishel wanted to say more, but Borvis cut in.
Is there something we can help you with? We felt a lot of current this way. We thought we would investigate,
Cassian explained.
Imagine anything but the demon claw holding your attention,
Ishel quipped in a murmur. Both the twins snapped a glare at Ishel, and she feigned a wan smile. It was commonly known they hated Ryland for his discovery. It was a bone, so close to the Citadel, and they never felt it. The bigger insult was that they were with the Order for 5 years before the arrival of those discoveries during the Malkinor inquiry.
For a boy who is so quiet, he seemed to shake the world with a breath. Don't you find it annoying, Light Ishel?
It was a jab as sensitive as the comment she gave them. It was why frustration brought Ishel to this cliff. Those who live in glass palaces, she supposed.
Are you going to continue to pretend I am not here, shivering in the rain?
Borvis interjected.
Quiet, Weasel Nose,
Cassian snapped. Borvis gathered a trickle of endless current, shaping it at Cassian. He smiled a wide, toothy grin when her nose lengthened. She looked at the long protrusion on her face, with cross eyes before she glared at him.
Truly?
Cassian's voice whined around her awkward nose. Cassian corrected the alteration, more annoyed at being forced to use common transmutation than the actual prank. She sighed.
I guess I should expect such childishness from boys who will never become men.
Borvis held his wide smile. Any change I wish, my dearest heart. Any change I wish.
We don't have time to toy with a man-child. We came here to inform you of what you already suspect.
The smile Cassian gave Ishel was cold and mocking.
The Council has declared inaction for the inevitable outcome with the Kassaran Empire.
Chapter 3. Kara slouched back in her armchair and sighed with exhaustion. The light blue velvet chair was one of the few guilty pleasures the soulless evoker allowed herself. Right now, she could not be more grateful for its presence in her reading den. Not only was the chair a great comfort, but it was also a marked difference between her office and Ard Solis Matesia's. The roof was only several feet taller than herself. The room was modestly small and square. Shelves were lined full of books, or decorated with glowing steel throwing daggers, and vials filled with fire and contained lightning. At the four corners of the room, there were tall bronze candlestands. These held white candles that burned 3 times brighter than normal. Beneath it all was a Kassarian maroon rug embroidered with silver swirls. A window to the north overlooked a rolling decline that gradually descended to the waves of the Maelstrom Sea. The tall window was open to allow the late winter ocean breeze to waft in. Kara allowed her head to fall back against the soft velvet. Her long, white blonde hair draped the chair while her sleepy brown eyes stared upward at the ceiling. The loss of Light Matesia was a very deep wound, but she was never allowed the time to fully grieve for her. The Ard Solis Evoker was an icon. Kara spent much of her time, even while she was a child in northern Vodus, admiring Matesia's legendary exploits. When Aeromancers and the Order's only Pyromancers were sizing up her future, Kara craved the versatility of an evoker like Matesia. Matesia was so grand, powerful, and fearless, standing with abrupt elemental fury to halt the quaking of the earth or the blasting of volcanoes. The grand illumination always fell back on her wisdom. She was Kara's role model and mentor. After 2 years, her death was as unreal as it was unthinkable. Kara still remembered looking out the windows in the halls facing east, when the thick blackness swallowed Catan. No matter what the soulless presence said, Kara sided with Light Rylan. In the darkness, there was a great battle. No one felt anything from an opposing force, but the huge bursts of endless current and the massive explosions that followed were from the Ard Solas. It was a clear sign of an intense struggle. A long flash of blinding white light followed an enormous surge of endless current at the end of the struggle. After that, the power of all the beloved Ard Solas disappeared into the air. That was an overwhelming blow, but she had to take it head on. Her student Ishel needed to gather her own strength from watching a Solus square her shoulders to the hard times ahead. A moment of gratitude washed over Kara. Maticia discovered the promising young evoker. Of any light Kara ever encountered, Ishel's intuitive and reflexive ability were by far the most fluid. She achieved her elemental potency in a matter of a few months. Her elemental affinity was far stronger than any Kara had ever heard of. She was already able to feel the formation of raw elements from over 1.5 miles away, even when they were shaped with the expert hands of an elementalist. If anyone could ever reach beyond elemental potency and into the final and lethal skill level, Ishel might be the one to do it. No evoker or elementalist ever survived the tier of elemental incarnation. Becoming the element while maintaining the light's personal sentience was a test that killed all who attempted it. Becoming fire meant you could die out as your flame waned. Becoming earth meant you could be forever turned to stone. But there were times that Kara trained her student, and certain oddities appeared and widened her eyes. Ishel would channel fire into a furnace, only to have her right arm change into pure orange flame and back into flesh in the blink of an eye. Beyond that, Ishel was not just direct to the point of bullheaded, as so many evokers and a few elementalists tended to be. There was a practical level of forethought to the girl as well. Kara admitted that she could be a bit of a hothead herself from time to time. It was enough for her opponents to exploit. Light Elysian knew this about Kara. Not only was it the reason she was never tested for the level of Ard Solis, but it was why she was left behind to guard the Citadel. She could not fault his decision. He was right, and it was too much of a danger to bring her to such a battlefield. Kara sighed, frustrated, as she thought on the future battles that the Order might be absent for. After 2 years, Malaric's wisdom during the ceremony was regarded only to a degree. The other kings did not start a war with the Kissaran Empire outright, but Lysindric Darren, king of Paral Sen, was not so easily swayed by conventional wisdom. The king of the Ivory Nation sent a growing number of informants and spies into the Crimson Empire, and Paral Sen was not a nation known for military or espionage greatness. So far, Lysindric failed to gain any evidence of Kissaran's involvement with the attack on Catan. If he had found anything, he might have convinced Delkit Mazenith, king of Catan Shah, to unite and strike the Juggernaut Empire. Kelman Forzan, king of Vodus, was too much of an opium addict to go against Lysindric's manipulations. The Enlightened Sun, meanwhile, procrastinated on selecting new leadership for more than a year, when they finally chose Ard Solis Geomancer, Martenin Dalek, to assume the mantle. So far, that was one of the worst choices made. Martenin was too slow, preferring to debate for hours before action was taken on anything. There was a standstill on recruiting, training, and testing that was threatening to stagnate the Order. He had a dozen equally bureaucratic Council Solas, with only 3 Ard Solas to put any progress for the Order into a bog. So far, the Council showed no signs of rushing to Stratia's aid if war broke out between the Kissaran Empire and the Six Nations. They were allowing Lysindric to blunder and antagonize the Kissaran Empire. The military and nobility of the Kissaran Empire could be violent and volatile. Their peace and commerce with Stratia could be tenuous at best. The Empire knew it held military superiority. Their Havoc Guilds, a branch of Magus Guilds that specialized in war and conquest, numbered thousands of the most sadistic men and women. They were destructive, cruel, and preferred torturing and killing, and discovering new ways to inflict agony on their enemies. The Empire of the Crimson Throne made it clear centuries ago Stratia would remain unharmed while there were no unwelcome intrusions. If Lysindric's blunders were discovered, motives would become irrelevant, and war would become inevitable. What would Stratia do to defend itself against several thousand homicidal magi and tens of thousands of armed brutal soldiers? Kara believed Stratia would be overwhelmed, or worse. If these unpleasantries were not enough, Light Rylan uncovered a piece of evidence that would require every history tome to be rewritten. That boy was full of one earth-shattering surprise after another. To this day, Kara did not recover from his surprise revelation of increasing his power and skill by levels that were beyond imagination. She felt firsthand his skill as a Chronomancer from the beginning, but he had a glaring weakness in elemental spell shaping for the first 2 years of his training. After his display just after his mentor's death, that was no longer the case. He could now fuse different forms of sorcery together on a level that bordered masterful. Ryland's growth, even without a teacher, was terrifying. When he was first discovered, his power was already frightening enough. Almost overnight during the Malkinor inquiry, it became slightly subdued, as though it was cut down. Kara could not account for and explain the loss of magnitude in Ryland any more than she could explain several of his more recent leaps in overall ability. Ryland was a colossal enigma. He was not even aware that his raw power caused so great a fear in the Solas. None of them wanted to train him, and some of the new council thought he should be exiled from the Order. Kara believed that decision would be a grave mistake. So Kara stood before this new council earlier in the day, arguing on Ryland's behalf. She had to redirect their attention away from his level of raw power to look at the training he was completing on his own. Ryland took an alarming initiative in moving forward without a spark, showing the entire Order that Elysian left him with enough to finish what he started. More importantly, Ryland was not just studying spell shape after spell shape. Kara admitted that she would have done that if she were given such freedom when she was his age. He studied risks, dangers, philosophy, spell structure, all before he ever tried to cast them for the first time. Everyone wanted to know how Light Ryland's power was growing so quickly. Until now, Kara knew little about the Chronomancers, only footnotes placed randomly in the open histories. She knew they were powerful and versatile, but that was the extent of it. She asked Ryland if she could borrow some of his study tomes. He politely obliged. He could be very pleasant that way. So, in her lap, Kara held a book of basic chronomancy, while a book of their history sat on the floor beside her chair. Kara read the temporal projection meditation for the 10th time in a week. She attempted to perform it a month after Ryland's shocking display, but it left her curled up in a ball on the floor with the worst headache she'd ever experienced. The new council wanted her to attempt it again, soon. Kara preferred the safety of studying and scrutinizing it. Either way, between the histories and the Book of Magic, she could not understand how Chronomancers became so strong with that skill alone. It was a simple test of endurance. Shouldn't every wielder of elemental sorcery grow stronger by resisting an opposing element? Kara read the last passage of the meditation before closing the book. She shaped a gust of wind that snuffed out the 4 candles, and she sat, relaxing in the tranquility of the night. She inhaled the ocean wind at length, savoring its fresh, cool scent. The world she had always known was changing. The brittle facade of certainty in the world crumbled away. History was more terrifying than she imagined. The Order was led by what could become failures. War was likely. After 2 years, Stratia needed to recover, to heal. Martenin turned his attention away from dozens of impoverished merchants and farmers every week. Hydromancer healers were no longer scouring the 6 nations for those who needed them. Advisors did not return to the rulers and nobles to help keep counsel. Waste heaps were growing without the presence of domestic polymancers, leading to an increase in disease and packs of feral vermin. There were hard times at play. Kara wondered if the Order would simply sleep as everything shattered around it. Chapter 4. Tilzen was a commerce town set at the borders of Terrell, Khatan Shah, and Paral Sen. It was large, spreading 35 miles in each direction from the conjoining border center. Each direction seemed a reflection of each nation. From the center, into the northeast, ivory white-polished stone shone brightly in the noon sun. The residents were engaged in poetry and contemplation, while painters created wondrous scenescapes on canvas and easels. Pale pastel colors were favored for the clothing here. Often, residents could be found wearing cool, almost gauzy robes that caught the wind in fluttering drapes. Southeast Tilzen was made of dark gray stone, donning colors as bright and lively as the clothes of its residents. Here there could be found various shops, cafes, and inns. It was a perfect reflection for the lost jewel city of Catan, though talk of the enlightened sun and the effect of their lost harbor was common here. People still hurried about, and coins still exchanged frequently. The industry of Catan Shah's Till Zen would thrive for a while yet. To the west, owning much of the central hub city, were the many plain brown homes belonging to the farmers of Terrell. Their orchards, vineyards, pastures, and fields stretched far into the western horizon. Tool sheds and carts lined the flat dirt streets. It wasn't that the farmers of Terrell could not afford the paved streets of its neighbors. They never felt it practical to have them. Till Zen was close enough to the eastern shore and the warmer south that they enjoyed green seasons year-round. Snows were a rarity. A winter rain passed some days before, and the sun left the streets only pleasantly cool. A few wispy white clouds passed, slow and lazy, further adding to the relaxing contentment for the people of Till Zen. So it came as a startling surprise when a strange sorcerer, not of the enlightened sun, appeared from a melblock in the middle of the Peral Sen circle. He was a tall, imposingly muscled figure, his height placing his vision far over the heads of his residents. His dark skin was covered with swirling, sharp black tattoos. The top of his bald head was marked with 3 scars that ran from his forehead to the back of his neck. They were deep enough to proclaim that the cause passed beyond his skull. His brown eyes glared with unveiled contempt for the people who now parted around him. He wore a long, sleeveless burgundy vest coat, open to reveal his bulging muscles. He wore baggy black trousers. His thick forearms were covered with black leather bracers covered in sharp brass spikes. He wore shining black boots that came up to the middle of his shins. A short, balding, paint-splattered artisan made the mistake of closing within arm's reach of the imposing sorcerer. With unbelievable speed, the sorcerer whipped one hand all the way around the painter's throat. He struggled for air, as well as freedom, in a grip that wouldn't budge. The sorcerer narrowed his eyes with murderous hatred as tendrils of crimson lightning snaked around his arm, concentrating into his fingertips and invading his victim's body. The artist thrashed and convulsed, his mouth foaming while his eyes rolled back, smoked, and then melted out of their sockets. The artisans of the Peral Sen part of Till Zen screamed and fled as the sorcerer flung aside the corpse like an empty water skin. The sorceress, a dark-skinned and only slightly less intimidating as the sorcerer, appeared. She unleashed a wide, horizontal wave of blood-red fire that ignited dozens of residents. They ran, screaming and burning, trying to flee from the flames that devoured them. In seconds, dozens more of the red-garbed mages appeared, unleashing killing magic on the citizens of Till Zen. Hundreds of people died, screaming in minutes. Homes and shops burned, the air filled with choking clouds of black smoke. In a little over an hour, all Till Zen burned. There were some who fled into hiding in cellars, and they were trapped and burned alive. Every building was devoured by infernos determined to consume them to the foundations. Women and children fled into the fields beyond the city, thinking to find cover in the orchards. All of them were found. Their heads were cleaved by arcs of thin red energy. Not even the trees could hide them well enough. The attackers appeared to possess a sixth sense about their presence. In the end, all the corpses were hauled back into the burning city center to be burned in unceremonious heaps. In half a day, the city was quiet, except for the crackle of the burning buildings and the roar of the endless inferno. By nightfall, the flames died down to embers. The charred skeletons of the foundation of homes waited to fall and rest in heaps of ashes. It was only when the last ember died in the cold midnight that the Burgundy mages meldwalked out of the city. It was their custom to leave a raised city only when the last sign of life was extinguished. After all, the mages were members of the Crimson Throne's Havoc Guild. The Emperor of the Crimson Empire sent them ahead as an advance wave for a force that would exterminate all Stratians. Wherever the Havoc Guilds were called on to invade and destroy, their tradition was to obliterate every farmstead, village, and city, leaving nothing alive in their wake. Chapter 5. Do not allow your concentration to waver, or you will burn like Terranin. Terranin was a tall woman, with long, coarse brown hair tied behind her neck. Her dark brown eyes locked with intensity on her down-turned hands, and the waist-high flames that crackled beneath them. The sleeves of her gray robe were rolled up, revealing thin, pale arms marked with frostburn scars. Her mentor, Solus Braun, was a short, round pyromaster, much more agile than he appeared. His gray, ash-stained robe was open, unable to completely wrap around his weighted body. Polymancers had offered to alter the size of his robe many times. He turned them down with glowering disgust. He also wore a shirt underneath that appeared to cling uncomfortable and tight. Terranin and the Solus were an odd pair in the Zenith Citadel. The Solus present during his boyhood believed he should be a domestic polymancer. He let them know, with much profanity, that he despised their shallow view of his potential. It was Ard Solistera and Ard Solus Maticia who first read deeper into the boy's retaliation and temper. They advocated that he should study the ways of pyromancers. Braun liked the sound of it, without understanding what they meant at the time. Terranin was a few years more than middle-aged. The council believed that she would make an ideal healer or hydromancer. Much of the required nurturing side for a healer was absent in Terranin, though. She lost them on the day she lost her husband and son 11 years ago. They were foraging in the woods north of Malkanor's northernmost barony. The snows were thick. They could barely make out details 20 feet ahead. Her son, Caden, was only 11 years old, and the push through the waist-deep snows taxed his already hunger-stricken stamina. When frostbite and fever claimed him, Terranin and her husband, Boric, had no will left to press on. They were already lost, and even if they knew the way, what was the point? Terranin assumed at the time that she would die first. That was all right with her. She didn't want to carry on without the two loves of her life. The fates would not be so kind to her. A burly wagon driver from Western Terrell chanced upon her on a journey to southern Vodus. By then, the snow had already claimed her husband, freezing away his life and then burying him deep. The wagon driver only found Terranin by a lock of her brown hair laying on the surface of a snowdrift. She was at the edge of death. To her dismay, the kind old bear nursed her back to health. For the next year after, Terranin was catatonic. She spent her days sitting alone in the empty hut that belonged to her family. Glimpses of the world passed in flashes around her. There was evidence that her neighbors were feeding and cleaning her. She wished they would let her join Boric and Caden in the grave. Winter came again. When it did, Terranin was forced to rejoin the world around her. A powerful white blizzard swept through much of Malkanor. The merciless snows crushed many of the weaker homes, forcing the families to unite and survive. When the snow came to Terranin's home, tiny flakes drifted through the open window to land on her face and arms. They brought with them the cruel memories of that day. The day she wished she died. The pain and the cold slammed into her awareness with ruthless disregard. Terranin blinked several times. She filled the quiet winter storm with a scream of heartache and rage that echoed for a mile. It was then that something changed within her. She hated the cold. It wasn't the simple dislike people often feel that makes them seek blankets and a warm fire. Terranin hated it in a personal way that is reserved for a mortal enemy. In that moment, Terranin stood and walked out of the hut in northern Malkanor for the last time. She walked south into the killing snow. Her head was numb and feverish. The world shifted lethargically with each step. Warmth seeped into her legs as she walked. Raw fire burned in her throat and chest as her breathing labored. Yet, these pains were welcome to her now. These pains were heat, they were fire, and they burned the cold that took everything from her. When Terranin first heard the wind through the open window, she heard a mocking taunt to the sound. The cold laughed at her loss, tormented her for not being strong enough to face it. In her aimless walk, the wind groaned and howled with agony. Terranin reveled in it, burning her enemy. Each wailing gust filled her with hot ecstasy and growling determination. In fiery hate, Terranin's mind returned. She was no longer the nurturing mother or the loving wife. Terranin was reborn as a vengeful fire. Then, Terranin came upon a village several days later. She was hungry and tired from walking day and night. She was thirsty. Her throat was dry and scratchy. The light of crude torch posts and tiny hovel hearths reached out to her from a cloudless, cold night. More than any other need, Taryn was drawn to that wonderful orange glow of fire. Her mind fell into a lulling trance as blood pumped laboriously in her veins. Everything in her mind fell away like autumn leaves, and she was drawn along. A single torch post blazed at the end of the road leading into the village. Its light flooded Taryn's awareness from over 100 yards away. Its radiance was like perfection. Its warmth, even so far away, was as soothing as the embrace of Boric. The crackle of flames was a perfect melody, a siren song calling to her, enticing her with promise of endless heat. All these attributes of the fire permeated deep into her spirit. Within arm's reach of the torch, the true surprise of her new nature was revealed. Tiny sparks and bits of fire, as big as the tip of a candle, abandoned the wood and pitch. The flames floated in a swirling rhythmic dance, approaching and surrounding her. In response, the blood in her veins rushed hot. A vivid joy coursed through her and made her lightheaded. Fire continued to come and dance around her. It started to float from further sources, from torches, hearth fires, and candles from all over the village. A swirling, playing whirlwind of heat and orange light surrounded her. She closed her eyes, raising her arms high, and laughed, reveling as the flames melted a wide circle in the snow around her. The night was alive as the villagers left their homes to investigate the commotion. She was reborn with a renewed sense of purpose she missed for more than a year. "I said concentrate, wench Taryn," shouted Baron, breaking her reminiscence. Taryn cupped her right hand and scooped flame as easily as a handful of rice. She hurled a crackling wad of fire at her mentor's face. "Call me wench again, Sparkball. See where that goes." Braun caught the fireball and threw it upward behind his back in an artful flourish. Truthfully, Taryn was consistently caught off guard by her mentor's graceful displays. He juggled the fire and whistled a tune that he must have heard in one rowdy tavern or another. Baron was the only solace looked at with revulsion by his peers. Not only did he remain in an overweight shape his fellows disdained, but the pyromasters from Terrell favored two things that made him an oddity. He loved tavern brawls and rum so hot it would burn away everyone's sense of taste. Many nights he would return to the Citadel drunk and bruised, with no sense of shame. "I apologize. I cannot take threats seriously when they come from silly old biddies," Baron grinned. "I didn't think a little king's jester could take anything seriously," Taryn countered. Baron gripped his chest and gasped with sarcasm. "Careful! Such wit is fatal in one's dotage." Ishel walked the halls in the Citadel basement when she was stopped by a gathering of torches and candles outside of the furnace room. The gray and brown-robed boys and girls listened in nervous explosions. Clouds of smoke escaped from under the door. Some of the torches snickered and whispered to each other. Ishel rolled her eyes and sighed in exasperation. "Yes, lights, the Flame Witch of Dunnel and Soulless Baron are having it out again," Ishel shouted for the eavesdroppers to hear. A young red-haired candle turned to her. "This makes the second hour today. They're pyromancers like Helen. They're supposed to be insane." Ishel's observation drew a mutual laugh from the torches before everyone walked away. Taryn resisted the impulse to smile with impish delight after the exchange of fists, fire, and verbal insults with her mentor. It was all in agreement with Baron's unorthodox training, of course. When Baron discovered Taryn in the remote northern village of Dunnel, he loudly made his obvious claim on her as a teacher. He threatened to punch any light in the face that tried to take her from him. He had watched her hold a ball of fire in her hand that rainy inquiry night. She walked about Dunnel, lighting hooded torches along the road. Since that day, Taryn's training was both simple and complicated. On the one hand, she spent no time reading spells or gathering endless current. On the other hand, her training as a pyromancer held one thing in common with every other elementalist. She had to embody her favorite element to exclusion and on a personal level. Her relationship with fire had become almost intimate under Baron's instructions. Furnace fire steamed into her palm from 5 feet away. Her other hand braced against her aching back. The fire soaked into her skin and created an orange glow in her body as it traveled into her. She gasped with relief as the fire soothed and healed torn muscles. "Ha!" Baron laughed. massaging his jaw and spitting out blood and a loose tooth. You have a pretty good hook for an old crone.
Watch the age quips, or you'll be gumming your next meal, Taranin threatened.
Baron was about to start another brawl when a rush of endless current filled the furnace room. Soulless Kara finished her meld walk, standing between the teacher and the student. The little evoker gave Baron a look of disgust, then gave Taranin a measured scan before rolling her eyes.
This is why there are few pyromancers in our order.
Baron gave a bloody and wide grin. You can't have too much of a good thing, can ya, light Kara? Kara closed her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose.
Mend yourselves before you make faces, light Baron, Kara groaned. You'll frighten small children.
Baron continued to smile without gathering endless current or fire. Kara sighed and rolled her eyes again.
Then I'll get to the point. All sodas are to gather in the council chamber at once.
Baron's grin ceased and his brow furrowed. Any idea what they're about? New council or old? You know I ever trusted only two of them.
If I knew, I would tell you and save them the displeasure of your company.
Before Baron could retort, there was a sudden gigantic burst of strange current that sucked the air out of his lungs. Fates! That is anything but subtle! Baron exclaimed as he struggled to catch his breath. Chapter 6. Ryland's foldstep ended in the center of the gold circle in the floor of his temporal study. He held a leather knapsack in hand. Its contents rustled as he moved to a wall to the right. He traced a series of runes into the white marble with his right index finger. When he was finished, the traced runes flared with yellow light. A section of wall dissolved, revealing another room beyond. The room was well lit by 6 current spheres, each one bolstered with simulacrum runes that would constantly recast the sphere before they faded. There were several red oak tables with bottles, vials, and tubes. Colorful liquids passed through the tubes to mingle and mix in the bottles and vials. The concoctions bubbled loudly. There was a bookshelf to the left that held several ceramic vases and glass jars. These held herbs and flowers, each whole or ground down into powder. Before Ryland discovered the Demon Claw, he created this additional room to study alchemical medicine. He knew Aimrine Takare, his lover, would already have many means of following her dream of healing the people of Malkanor. He wanted to help her any way he could. Aimrine was the only child of Malkanor's noble house of Takare. She was also involuntarily betrothed to King Malaric's violent tyrant son, Amorlik. She was unlike any noble girl in Malkanor. She was strong, intelligent, caring, fair-minded, and she was also the most beautiful girl Ryland had ever met. Thinking about Aimrine made Ryland want to see her soon. Not yet, Ryland thought to himself. The gift is not ready yet. I need to finish it before my next foldstep into Malkanor. Ryland set the knapsack down on one of the tables. He took off a long, concealing travel cloak he favored on his larger foldsteps. He smoothed his long, raven-black hair out of his luminescent, deep blue eyes before he began to extract the contents. Some of these were herbs Ryland already had, but their potency was greater. He took some risk in procuring these from merchants in the Kassaran Empire and its outlying protectorates. He sat in temporal projection long enough before each foldstep, searching for burgundy-clad soldiers while he kept his presence concealed from the Havoc Guild. For the moment, Ryland's task was easy. Neither soldier or guardsman patrolled the markets and streets. He would have thought about their absence on most other occasions, but he was grateful for the opportunity to conduct his sought-after trades. Desert frankincense, island irises, all difficult to find in Stratia, especially with Catan in ruins. Then, Ryland extracted the one item he searched months for. It was a glittering emerald, its edges raw and rough, covered in dust and marked with particles of smooth obsidian. He wandered the world in temporal projection when he found its secret home on an island far east of the Kassaran Empire. The island was a tropical place, formed from volcanic undersea bursts only 17,000 years ago. A series of barely noticeable quakes gradually shifted the volcanic masses upwards over millennia. They were so new that they were not yet mapped by explorers. Coming from such a raw, untamed land, the gem held a potency that would be excellent for many of his purposes. It made a home in a cavern filled with glittering crystals that caught and refracted a rainbow of faint illumination. It was a place where earth energies and endless current created a powerful mix, shaping a wondrous place of natural beauty. Rylan was about to set himself to working on his gift for Aimreen when he felt a series of pulses in the endless current. His skin tingled, and the hairs on his arms lifted. His temporal study was outside of the world, created from a future that didn't exist anymore. The endless current shouldn't have been felt with such ease from where he stood. He was told his fellow lights could feel his work clearly, but he never understood how that could happen when he never felt their training. This would have to be strong in a colossal way. Rylan returned to the white granite corridors of the Zenith Citadel. He would investigate. A dozen other lights were present to the left and right of Rylan. Most of them wore the brown robes of the flames and candles, but they all stood as still as stone. The air hummed and shivered with the waves of endless current and shaping power. The distant bursts hummed against his bones like the outer edges of ripples, waning and growing stronger in turns. The other lights felt it as well. As they stood still, their eyes shifted about, searching for the source of their confusion.
What is that?
Asked a boy half Rylan's age. He thought the young flame might be from Western Votus.
It's nothing we're permitted to know about,
a short, dark-haired candle girl answered.
It's Council and Solus business.
Rylan already ran into hard times where the Solus kept secrets. He had no desire to see how much more pain their silence could cause. That may be enough for you, but not for me. Rylan walked a determined stride down the hallway. The younger lights followed him. Until now, they were ready to abandon hope of getting answers. Rylan's conviction changed that. The council chamber of the Ard Solus was at the top of the 5 floors. It was a circular room that allowed different entries from various points. It was situated in the center of the level. The hallways that held various offices and studies all converged to the entries of the chamber. Most of these offices were empty. Each waited for a new Ard Solus to rise and be worthy of claiming it. With only 3 Ard Solas remaining, these floors were often filled with crushing silence. Rylan brazenly shoved one of the council doors open and entered, ignoring the customary current-charged knock. The Solas of the new council stood together in a circle at the center of the room. The room was filled with large rings of wooden chairs facing the round open center. The high-ceiling chamber was illuminated by a large white current sphere, hovering high above the gathered council. The Solas were dressed in silver robes, while the silver robes of the Ard Solas were marked by coordinated colors of their craft. The lead Ard Solus, his color brown in favor of geomancy, was a towering man who turned to face Rylan. His name was Martenin Delic. He was the longtime leading geomancer of Terrell, overseeing the progress and harmony of all the farmlands. He held a reputation to be as slow-acting and cautious as the stone he was attuned to.
Have you forgotten your manners in your solitary training, Light Rylan?
Martenin's deep voice asked, chastening.
You were not called for this gathering.
I will trust that none of you were too locked away to sense those waves of endless current. Have you had enough time to debate and conclude that it was not so different from the Battle of Catan? Rylan's snide questioning came out in a hostile spit. Know your place, Torch! A yellow and silver-dressed Ard Solus Aeromancer snapped. You come here when you are not permitted, and you bear your anger at us with an obvious lack of decorum? The last time we felt such power in use, people died. Our leadership died. Rylan reminded them with stern and level reclamation. This time, it feels as though it's northwest, someplace where our order is not present. If people die now, it is not our teachers and fellows giving their lives for those who cannot fight. Unarmed and helpless people may be dying. Allowing it once, we were caught off guard. Do you need me to speak aloud what it is to ignore our cause more than once? Martenin and the Aeromancer were about to assault Rylan with another reprimand when a younger Hydromancer intervened. We are not ignoring this, Light Rylan. It is a matter of severe importance, and we will act upon it. His tone was calm and even. What do you plan to do about it? Rylan failed to feign calm as he ground his teeth. That is a matter for the Solas, Light Rylan, the Hydromancer denied sternly. You must resign yourself with the trust that we will decide in a manner that is best for everyone. Rylan nodded without a word and turned to leave the council chamber. The stares of the candles and flames tracked him before they followed. They thought the confrontation would be more severe. Maybe they even believed he lost his nerve, that he was so easy to placate. But this matter was far from concluded. The council was given a chance to give him an honest and direct answer, and they failed. The council would soon learn that if Rylan wanted to find the truth, not so much as void hands could stop him. Chapter 7. King Delkic Mazeneth, ruler of Catan Shah, crouched low in a cutting thicket of thorny bushes. There were more than 300 of his best archers hidden in the dense, towering forests that bordered southeastern Peral Sen. They watched the rolling grassland to the south under a gray, overcast sky that promised rain. His thick, smooth hands retrieved a brass spyglass from beneath his forest-green surcoat and held it up to his steel-blue eyes. His bushy brown eyebrows furrowed. There were none of the usual signs that a Kassaran warlord was ever present, and no sign of an approaching army. Yet, Tilzen, the hub of 3 Stratian nations, was reduced to ash with no survivors. An army was out there somewhere. He would make them answer for this second attack on his people. It was not that he believed his allies in the Enlightened Sun were delusional, as Lysindric did. There just wasn't enough evidence to connect Void Hands to the attack on the harbor city of Catan. There was enough motive for the Kassaran Empire to wipe out his smaller navy, destroy the harbor city, and raise Tilzen. The only detail that was out of place was the time in between the harbor and Tilzen, more than 2 years. Lysindric claimed that their confrontation with the Enlightened Sun must have left them wounded, forcing the Emperor to recover. Delkit was not so certain of that. After a dozen battles with Kassaran warlords and pirates, Delkit understood his enemy a little. They were as proud as they were brutal. The Havoc Guilds in particular embodied both traits. They spent years grinding down their fears and weakness until defeat would only come with death. If there were survivors from a Kassaran attack, they would press forward. Delkit stroked his dark brown mustache in thought. He also knew all of this was known to his Radiance, fates favor his soul. Elysian fought against the warlords 6 times. There were Havoc Guildsmen present during 3 of those encounters. Their reliance on evocation proved detrimental against the Grand Master Chronomancer. His versatility was far superior to theirs. He had no trouble analyzing them and taking apart their defense, as he always did. So the detail that nagged Delkit the most: why did Elysian give up his body and spirit to an enemy he repelled with repeated ease? Delkit shifted slightly in his concealment. He kept his painted chainmail quiet. He looked down at his long bow and quiver, reassured as much by his weapon as he was by the archers behind him. If there really was a contingent of Kassaran soldiers to the south, as Lysindric told him, they should be within sight soon. Peral Sen reports also didn't make much sense to Delkit. Tilzen was many miles northwest of these woods. Why would the Empire make a broad circle that would lead them back this way? For that matter, why were so many garrisons and villages spared along the way? It looked like Tilzen was wiped out only by the Havoc Guild. Everything about it bore their signature stamp of destruction. But the Magi of the Havoc Guilds tended to only rely on evocation. Raw, elemental fury. The Magi Delkit battled with never current read or meld-walked, as Elysian called it. Why was this so different? Horsehooves rustled the thick foliage behind them. Delkit stood up and readied an arrow in one smooth motion. More than 50 of his archers did the same. But Delkit gave a deep sigh of frustration.
Faithless Lysindric, you're supposed to be watching the coast for ships.
Delkit breathed in irritation. Lysindric did not understand the concept behind an ambush. He wore a white surcoat over gleaming gold-plated bracers, greaves, and silver chainmail. He had the sense to tuck his long blonde hair into a gold-crowned skullcap. But with the shining raiment, he was riding around on his white horse. The steed creaked with the oiled leather saddle and the gold fastenings. Delkit was sure the Kassaran Empire could find Lysindric's location from the other side of the Maelstrom Sea. I arrived to make sure all is well here, as it is there, Lysindric explained in his measured way, arching one eyebrow. Delkit lowered his bow much later than his men eased their own weapons. The king of Catan Shah might be Lysindric's ally. He might have agreed with the plans that brought them to this point. But while the young, silver-tongued king might have persuaded most of them, he had a tendency of blundering his plans like a fates-condemned fool. It was often enough to make Delkit want to put an arrow into Lysindric's head. In the last 2 years, Lysindric increased the number of spies in the Kissaran Empire and placed them closer to the Crimson Throne. He seemed more feverish to mark the Kissaran Empire for the attack of Catan when the Order discovered the Demon Claw. The result was inevitable. The spies were found, and the Empire declared war. Depending on how serious he was about his retribution, would determine the size of the force he sent to Stratia.
You are supposed to be several days' ride northeast of here, watching the coast,
Delkit hissed in an annoyed whisper.
Their ships could make landfall. I want eyes on them and watching my backside.
My cavalry is still there, Lysindric shrugged. The lancers will run down any crimson boots that touch our shores. We have nothing to fear there. Delkit pinched the bridge of his nose after laying down his weapon. Lysindric was possessed of the certainty that their enemies would stand still and allow a sword to run through them without protest. If these were real Kissaran armies, they would prepare a successful landfall first. Only their inexperienced warlords would allow drunken thugs to stagger blindly onto Stratian shores. What Delkit would give to have Ulyssean standing at his side to meet this threat. The Grand Illumination was one of the greatest reasons why the Empire hesitated to invade. He incinerated ships that were still miles out at sea, using only the intensified light of the sun. He crushed entire fleets with giant conjured waves. On land, hundreds of pirates were pulled beneath the sand up to their necks. Ulyssean made it brutally clear that he would decide who would live and die in an attack against his homeland. Now Delkit only had this idiot for an ally. The same idiot who instigated this war to begin with. Because of that, this new Council of Solas claimed a stance of inaction. Delkit never believed, until now, that the enlightened sun would be anywhere but by his side to defend Stratia. Now the Kissaran Empire was sending a message that they could strike anywhere, anytime, and Delkit had no sorcery to stop them. This would be his most difficult defense yet.
You can task your men with courier errands,
Delkit groaned.
It is beyond senseless for a king, in obvious regalia, to ride alone on the countryside. If I were them, an arrow would have already found your head.
Lysindric looked like he was about to say something in his defense, but an agonized cry cut his protest short. One of Delkit's archers had fallen from attack. Fates! How did anything slip behind them in the forest? Delkit kicked up his bow into his hand and readied an arrow. He pointed his weapon at the direction of the scream and lowered into a crouch.
Down, you fool!
Delkit hissed at Lysindric as he yanked on his gleaming surcoat. All Delkit's archers stayed low, concealing themselves in the silence and the forest. Their eyes searched about for crimson and gold, waiting to unleash a lethal volley. A gust of wind fell on Delkit and his men. It was the prelude of an archer falling from high above, as though he dropped from the trees. His arms and legs were bent at backwards angles. Some of his clothing was burned black, and his armor was melted into his flesh. His eye sockets were black, empty pits. The panic was as chaotic as it was predictable. Some of his well-trained archers let their arrows slip wildly. Others of his men were struck in the head and throat from the wild attack. In the ensuing pandemonium, vines sprouted from the tree trunks. They gathered and entwined about the legs of the closest archers, tossing them high above the trees. Their screams filled the air. Now Delkit knew what they were up against. He knew why the other villages and garrisons were unharmed while Tilzen was destroyed. He knew why he never saw them coming. The unusual magic style was not the regular Havoc Guild. These were the elite Havoc Guilds. The Emperor's personal army of sorcerers. Oh, Delkit finally knew how deep the Emperor's wrath was this time. The Emperor was going to exterminate every Stratian man, woman, and child. Delkit pushed Lysindric forward to his horse, all but throwing him back on.
We will hold them. Ride to the Zenith Citadel as swiftly as you can. Tell them Stratia is under Imperial obliteration.
Lysindric looked around dumbly, eyes wide with terror. He started this war, but the young king clearly did not expect a retort of this magnitude. Delkit grabbed onto Lysindric's saddle and jumped up. He slapped his cheek hard.
Go, Lysindric, now! The Order of the Enlightened Sun must stand with us, or we will all die. Now go!
Delkit shouted before he slapped the horse's rump. The horse needed no other signal to gallop into a full sprint into the grasslands. Delkit turned in time to witness a rain of fiery pellets of crimson flame fall from above the trees. The branches and foliage caught fire instantly, filling the air with heat and thick clouds of choking smoke. To his horror, he watched the pellets sear holes through armor and flesh with ease. His men died, thrashing as it burned through chainmail, hoods, and their skulls straight into their brains. Dozens of his archers were dead in seconds. Delkit tried to dodge the fiery rain as nimbly as he could. Several times the rain glanced off his arms and legs, creating searing waves of pain. He ignored his wounds as best he could. 2/3 of his archers were dead. He needed to buy Lysindric enough time to get away from their sight. He needed to be far away and closer to the Zenith Citadel. Fates, though. These Imperial elites were not even in sight, and they already massacred most of his fighting force. Delkit picked up the body of one of his archers and hoisted it over him, using the corpse as cover as he left the burning woods. The ambush was already reversed. It was time to see if he could draw the sorcerers out into the open. The rain fell from every downward angle, still glancing and searing his exposed arms and legs. The flames burned through the corpse again and again, creating cauterized holes. The heat and smoke threatened to bring him down, robbing his air and his sense of direction. The roar of the forest inferno coupled with the screams of burning and panicked men. Delkit staggered through the tree line with clumsy lurching steps. His grip on his weapons and the dead archer were an overwhelming heavy press. The fire had already pushed into the grasslands, but the recent heavy rains and damp soil slowed its advance. Delkit dropped the body and drew his bow, readying an arrow. His vision was blurred by tears and a struggle to breathe. He crouched low and rotated his arms, scanning for the hidden sorcerers. A pair of black tattoo-covered arms, thick with muscle, appeared to his left and gripped the arrow. The arrow was broken as the hand squeezed. Delkit's eyes widened. Now he knew for certain that these were the elite Havoc Guilds. The sudden meldwalk was one confirmation, but the giant arms, the black bracers covered in gold spikes, the wicked black tribal tattoos, these were all well known to Delkit. He felt any belief that he might survive this day vanish to nothing. This man was the supreme patriarch of the Havoc Guilds, the master sorcerer, named the First of the Emperor. His name was Xenonrol, and he was the scourge known to hundreds of islands now under Imperial rule. The Emperor sent this titanic man, rumored to be invulnerable, to an overly noticeable opposition to end any defiance. Delkit twisted out of the iron grip. He dropped his bow and drew a short cutlass and a dagger. Delkit measured Xenonrol and knew he was at a disadvantage. The bald dark man stood 8 feet tall and covered with bulky tight muscles. His broad shoulders were draped with a burgundy vest coat that fell to his knees and was open at the front. He wore loose black pants. The scowl on his wide, hard face spoke of endless rage and contempt. This was further conveyed by the 3 gruesome long scars that ran the length at the top of his head. Immediately, 24 more Havoc Guild elite finished their meldwalk in a wide circle around Delkit and the towering sorcerer. They stood in silence, their feet apart, and their hands clasped behind their backs. Delkit ignored the ring of magi. He knew they were here to impose a ring for a duel. The sounds of burning and dying archers' screams faded, one voice at a time.
King Ironwall, all alone. You brought so few men, and none of the order.
Xenonrol taunted, his voice low and deep, speaking with a nuanced Kassaran dialect. Delkit grinned as he prepared to retort in perfect Kassaran.
We all agreed I could take you on, with a fraction of my fighting force.
It was a lie, a bluff. Delkit's bravado was a mask, and Xenonrol smiled knowingly. Delkit wasn't fooling anyone. Delkit rushed Xenonrol, howling. He held his dagger low, guarding in front of him, while his cutlass was pointed before him from overhead. The sorcerer only smiled, inviting him. He didn't change his casual stance, and didn't move until Delkit struck. The sorcerer's arm began to shine with a metallic gloss. He slammed the dagger down and away, forcing the cutlass to change its trajectory into his abdomen. Delkit thought the sorcerer foolishly forced the weapon to his belly, but the towering man caught the weapon painlessly in his free hand. He twisted the point of the sword away, then smashed the blade with his other forearm, breaking it in two. Xenon caught the broken sword tip and threw it into Delkin's forehead in one swift motion. King Delkit Mazeneth, ruler of Catan Shah, the man who stood before a dozen warlord sieges, was dead before he fell. He had been named Ironwall because no pirate or warlord had ever attacked further than the shores of Catan Shah under his reign. Chapter 8. Crescent hated being called on for large tasks. He didn't know what forced the council to recall him to the Zenith Citadel, but his instinct warned him of coming displeasure. The line of solas was long, stretching far into the hallway. There was not many of them left after the Battle of Catan, and not so many raised to their silver staff, but it seemed all of them were present. His fellow lights talked in hushed and impatiently edged murmurs. Crescent was a Solus now as well. He was raised a year after the Malkinor Inquiry. Now, he not only owned a red oak staff, but he leaned against it often, reassured that he had something to support his weight. So now he leaned, appearing far more casual and disinterested than the other waiting Solus. He yawned with sleepy boredom, his hands and arms wrapped around his staff. They were supposed to be spells that torches were tested on to be raised to the silver staff, but this formality was skipped with Crescent. One of these spells was to keep refreshed and alert, even without the endless current. There were other spells left out. He wasn't required to demonstrate adequate wielding of the elements or current reading. He wasn't required to demonstrate fast meld walking, and he didn't have to demonstrate a moderate knowledge of history, alchemy, or the intricacies of creating spell shapes. In the end, this was because Crescent was relongated to the role of Lesser Solus. He was sent to travel between various providences in Western Vodus. His specialty was domestic polymancy. This frequently meant that he would transmute waste into materials that were needed, or revert it to its energy form in the endless current. Other than that, he would often find himself repairing damaged items. It wasn't glamorous work for a sorcerer, but Crescent didn't mind it. Larger roles in the Order often meant more dangerous work. He was content to be lazy, take his time, and pace himself. So, he had to seek out reeking heaps of refuse to alter. It was better than risking his life in fool battles between fool rulers. Those sleepy days came to an end after the Battle of Catan. Every Solus and Wandering Torch was summoned back to the Zenith Citadel. Not even Crescent's lack of skill and power kept him from being recalled. There were things that Crescent couldn't understand about all of it. All Solas were here to train every initiate as swiftly as possible. While the more obvious point was that no Solas were really training anyone, there was also the matter of his lack of skill. He wasn't powerful or well-versed enough to guide the next generation of Solas. So what was he doing here? "Do your thoughts ever stop whining?" inquired a male voice from behind Crescent. "I can't think of a day you didn't try to hide and take a nap, Light Crescent. If you don't like my thoughts, don't current read me, Light Merol." Crescent turned, feigned a scowl, then laughed as he gripped the tall Parali's forearm in greeting. Merol smiled, his ivory complexion glowing in the expression. "I am surprised they were able to pull you away from your desk in the basement works. It's a very busy schedule they give me down there," Crescent defended in a mock offense. Merol laughed. "Oh, I'm sure. Watch dust until you fall asleep, then fetch a cup of peach tea. At least your transmutation isn't neglected." "I would deplete Terrell's orchards without it." Merol's blue eyes searched past the short Vodesian, scanning the lines of Solas. "What do you suppose this is about?" Crescent shrugged. "Council matters." "Thank you for your educated observation, Light Crescent. I can only imagine the faculties you deployed for it." Merol drawled with dripping sarcasm. "The Council does as the Council wills. It isn't our place to comprehend them." "That might have been true when we were torches. But these are different times. That isn't the same Council that tested us for our staffs. Do you realize how long most of us have been clustered in the Citadel?" Merol laid all of this in a cautious whisper. Crescent shrugged. He didn't really mind enough to keep track of time. "It's been 2 years, Light Crescent. The Order is still wounded and grieving. We have a few Ard Solas and no grand illumination. That's not all we don't have. There are no trials to elevate the initiates. There have been none for more than a year. There are no talks of who will become Grand Illumination, or who will be raised to the Council of Ard Solas. There have been no mastery skill tests to see who can be raised to the level of Ard Solas. Fates, Crescent! I am the historian of the Order, and the Illumination's personal histories are still closed to me! Those histories were always closed to the historians, Light Moral, Crescent reminded. No one ever even knew they were there until Light Elysian died without a successor. No one thought to pay it any mind until the Great Discovery. The Demon Claw is precisely why I must see these histories. We all suspect Light Rylan is correct to draw a connection between Catan and his discovery. The Endless Current was used to battle something in that city that day. Crescent looked at Moral, baffed. I fail to see how that has anything to do with the closed histories. They marched to the harbor in battle regalia, Light Crescent. Light Elysian knew they would be battling something that day. I do not know who else knew, but Light Elysian seemed certain of something that no one in the Citadel knew. I think he might have known the truth of history. I think the vaults of the Grand Illumination may contain so many hidden truths. And how does any of this have anything to do with the present state of the Order? Crescent pressed. Because we all have so much work to do, so much calling our attention, and we have done nothing for 2 years. Little solid training, no trials, and only a torch has done anything to further our goals in the Order. His discovery has left the libraries in turmoil all over Stratia, and we say and do nothing else. Catan has left Stratia on the brink of economic collapse, and we do nothing! It's not like we can do anything for Catan, Crescent argued. That barrier won't let anything through, even if we could get through. Light Baron reported that those burned remains will cause sickness to anything that attempts to reside there. He said it would remain that way for another century. Then we need to rebuild Catan on new land, Moral suggested. We build a harbor, we take in requests from Catan's destitute citizens, and we provide as the Order has always done. We build it twice as large, to double the speed of economic recovery. We have always done this. We forgot to do this for Narenmore, and look what happened to it. We cannot fail the people again in that way. Crescent nodded. Even though he was lethargic and unmotivated, he knew Moral was right. Whenever the Order was called to violence, there was ruin in their wake. It was impossible to wield such catastrophic power and not hold an obligation to the well-being of the people. The Order's ability to repair and improve was nothing short of miraculous. Now, the Order was failing in those duties. Crescent sighed with weary resignation. I guess there is much more or less a Polymancer can do. Moral patted Crescent on the back. You wouldn't be a lesser Polymancer if an Aeromancer is aiding your efforts. Crescent gave Moral a sideways stare and was ready to say more, but the line of Solas began to file into the Ard Council chamber. The council of seats filled quickly, leaving a few of the Solas standing close to the walls. Murmurs filled the rooms with incoherent chatter, adding to the sense of anticipation. Ard Solas and head Geomancer, Marten and Delic, entered from a double door followed by a dozen of the new Council of Solas. Their silver and colored robes were an ostentatious contrast to the humble trappings of the old council. The bright light from the hall spilled in behind the council, casting long shadows in the room. The doors closed with a thunderous boom. The council gathered in a wave of endless current without warning. Before anyone could comment on the absence of manners, rods of white light, 1 foot in length, burst to life in front of every Solas in the room.
All of you will grasp the rods and swear absolute loyalty to the will of this council of Ard Solas,
Martenin ordered, his mountainous shape standing with expectation. Begging the pardon of the council, apologized Kara, but this is forward beyond formality and decorum. What if we refuse?
Any Solas is free to reject the oath. If you do, we demand that you leave this chamber, abandon your robe and staff, and leave the Zenith Citadel forever, Martenin answered. A series of chagrined whispers resounded in the chamber. Nothing like this had ever been demanded in the history of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. Every light was encouraged to possess their own mind on matters and follow their own will to do what was right.
It was acknowledged that any ruling solitary figure would be flawed, never possessing perfect wisdom. The short round figure of the Pyromancer Baron was the first to stand in defiance. "If I only did as the council wishes, I would never have found my true calling in the flames." Crescent was amazed, not at Baron's rejection, but that he would say it so politely. "That is, of course, your decision, Light Baron." An older Aeromancer accepted. "I would like to add that I already know what this is about, Lieutenant Delic, and it's shameful to say the least." Baron abandoned the use of the order formality, insulting him by using his noble family name.
"It is nothing more than our order moving forward through troubled times,"
Lieutenant defended expressionless. "You forget, Geomancer. I commune with the flames with the ease that I speak to you. Ashes and smoke are like whispered secrets for me." "Worry not." Baron waved a dismissive hand. "I won't influence the choices of my fellows. If they cannot follow their conscience on their own, then walking away is not the right choice for them. They should already feel how wrong all of this is."
"As I said, you are free to leave if you wish,"
Lieutenant declared, but waited until Baron turned his back before continuing.
"Those students who remain without sparks will be given instruction in whatever way the council sees fit."
Baron halted in his steps, clenching his fist. "Impossible, Lieutenant. Address your fellows with respect," a leathery Hydromancer ordered. "When it is earned, I will. Don't interrupt, Light Nicole." Baron shifted his anger back to Lieutenant. "It is impossible to train my student to be anything other than a Pyromancer. Light Terranin has walked too much of her chosen path already."
"Then we shall have to start her anew, with a clean beginning,"
Lieutenant deflected calmly. Crescent was baffled, but even more confused when Baron's eyes widened with outrage. "You can't do that, you mudroller!" hissed Baron, spit flying free. "Current scouring is forbidden. It has been since the 3 radiances before your spark Celtesius." Crescent leaned to Moral, who was gaping with shock. "What is current scouring?" Moral blinked, dumbfounded, before leaning in to whisper. "It is a method used to clear away any memories considered detrimental. Often, a person can lose so many years of experience that it can break their minds and leave them crippled. That is why it's forbidden. It certainly shouldn't be used as flippantly as Light Martenin is implying. He wants to use it just to clear away the knowledge of a path a Light has chosen, so that they can be placed on a path of the Council's choosing. It's tyrannical and barbaric."
"It's up to you, Light Baron. Stay, obey, help us restore the order in haste, or leave. In your failure, we will set Light Terranin on a course to avoid your blunders, as the best Hydromancer she can be."
Baron clenched his fists, flexing white knuckles. Crescent felt the air become hot as tiny balls of fire formed around the Pyromancer's hand. It flew across the room and struck Lieutenant on the right side of his face, impacting with the sound of force and an open-handed slap. Most of the Solas, all of whom had students like Baron did likewise. Moral stood up and turned to leave. "What are you doing?" Crescent whispered. Moral held no reservation about being heard. "I may not know what this is about, as Light Baron seems to, but I do know this is cowardice strong-arming is in fact an act fit for the mage clans before their fall. It isn't a reflection of the order that I cherish, that instructed me." Moral turned to face the council and the Solas who gripped the rods. "I respect the honor of my fellow Solas, that they would do so much to protect the next generation of our order. You are brave, and I will always think of you fondly." Moral leveled a stern gaze of reprimand on the council before he continued. "All is known in the light! The light exiles the shadows!" With that, Crescent watched as Moral, knowledgeable historian and stronger former Solus, departed from the council chamber and the Order of the Enlightened Sun. Crescent was not as brave as Moral. The Order granted him an easy life to date. He didn't want to turn away from the comfort it afforded him. He gripped the Rod of Light in both hands. Over 24 other Solas held no obligations to students, and 24 of them departed the council chamber. Everyone else swore an oath of obedience to the council. With no need to worry about further resistance, Martenin returned to his point.
Your first directives from the council are as follows. You will not participate in unsanctioned conflict outside the citadel walls.
Now Crescent understood what this was about. Even as unmotivated and lazy as he was, a queasy sense of guilt settled over him like a shroud. Twice, there was this disturbingly aggressive burst of endless current to the north and west. There were obvious signs of sorcery being used to commit violence. All lights of the Order were present in the Citadel, so that ruled the Order out as either attacker or defender. The people of Stratia were under attack by magic, and with no lights there to defend them, these one-sided events would be massacres. So the Order of the Enlightened Sun would sit in the Citadel and do nothing for the people of Stratia.
Second, you will not pass any knowledge of these conflicts to our initiates in training.
Martenin paused, looking over his oath-sworn Solus.
You have all made the correct choice. The Order is in no state to rush into battle, especially when it is joined by kings who do not heed our wisdom.
So that was what this was all about. Martenin was allowing Stratian citizens to die because the kings wouldn't do what he told them to. All at once, Crescent understood Baron's anger and Moral's dismay. Kassarin's Havoc Guild's attack, and you are going to allow thousands of people to die as a child's way of telling the Sindric, "I told you so!" Baron demanded, shouting.
The Kassarins will kill for a little while, to remind us to leave them alone, and then they will leave. The king will never forget their wrath, or that their loss for battle cost them any assistance from us. They will listen to us next time.
There won't be a next time, Lauren, the youngest Aeromancer Solus, shouted. I helped 3 other Hydromancers tend to Lysindric after he rode without food, water, or sleep for almost a week. He nearly died, riding so hard. We heard his delirious murmurs very clearly, Light Martenin. Lauren paused, his gaze passing over all his fellow Solus. Delkit Mazenith fell in battle. All of Stratia is under Imperial obliteration. Chapter 9. General Matreus Fullen, commander of 2/3 of Peralsen's Lancer armies and leader of the Pearl Griffin Squadron, watched the coastline to the east. He sat on a tall white mare. He watched from the top of a rolling, grassy bluff that tempered down to the shores and sandy beaches before the Maelstrom Sea. The day was wet and cold with drizzling rain. The wind whipped the white and gold standards of the Lancer uniforms. It was a miserable day. It had been a lousy and uneventful week. Every day since His Majesty departed to report to the King of Khatan Shah, the Lancer armies met on the same bluff in disciplined ranks. There were 5,000 Lancers, and they all wanted to engage an enemy landing that never arrived. It became nothing more than a pointless exercise that took up multiple hours of every day. Worse still, the provisions were not supplied to last this long. His Majesty failed to establish any supply caravans to and from the capital. Food and drinking water were running low. Matreus sighed. Beyond that, his men were restless and tired of pointlessly waiting. Several brawls were breaking out every night. Morale was dreadfully low. There were few escapes from the tedious waiting. Both Matreus and his men would lose themselves polishing their steel armor until it shone. They sharpened their lances and longswords and maintained their straps and surfaces on their shield. War times were not something his men were accustomed to. While Peralsen's army was large and cavalry was effective, the white and gold equipment made them appear too flashy for militant action. They were more familiar with royal parades and honor guard work. About halfway through the cold afternoon, a thick fog bank stalked in from the east. It rolled undisturbed over the crashing waves and grassy bluffs, swallowing everything in thick gray mist. It moved with such unnatural speed that the cavalry was lost in the gloom before they could turn away. Atreus' horse pranced in place with nervous tension. Unable to see even a few feet away, he felt alone and exposed. The hairs on his arms stood up. While he could see nothing, he felt as though he was being closely watched. Murmurs from his men reached him, fearful and tense, but he couldn't make out their words. Matreus couldn't lead a lancing charge in the fog. The lances would be just as dangerous to his own people. He dropped his lance and unsheathed his longsword. The metallic ring of the blade leaving its scabbard was a welcome sound in the thickening silence. His men followed suit, creating a ringing song that filled the air. Then, Mateus heard crushing metal. bones breaking and ripping flesh. Somewhere, he heard a body fall from its horse, impacting against the grassy earth. Before he could process the meaning of the sound, he heard the fall of another body to the earth. The deaths were so quick that the victims didn't have time to cry out. One of the lancers trotted out of this mist, slumped to the side on his horse. Half the length of a lance was impaled through his sternum. The horses stopped, and the rider fell to the ground. Matreus' horse began to stamp with heightened fear, as he was lost in the fog, surrounded by the gut-wrenching sound of lancers impaled on their own weapons. He gripped his long sword with white knuckles. He did this for the reassurance of the weapon in his hand, and not in any certainty that he might be using it soon. The archers of Khatan Shah had only ever included him in battle once in his entire career. It was the only battle he ever fought. It was only against several ships of Kassaran pirates that proved both motley and unorganized. The battle was over in minutes. This Kassaran sorcery was unlike anything the Lancer General ever heard of. It wasn't their common giant red fireball or shards of ice that they used to muscle through their enemies. This was calculated and creative. It was deadly in a new way. It seemed to adapt to the enemies they confronted. Now, 5,000 Lancers were being butchered in seconds. Matreus would flee and report this catastrophe, but he couldn't see far enough to know where to run to. Matreus felt the ground tremble. His horse cried out in fear, rearing up on its hind legs. Matreus was thrown to the ground on his back. Even with his armor, the hard impact knocked the breath out of him. Underneath him, the ground quaked. He tried to stand, but every time he propped himself up on his elbows, the tremors brought him back down. When the quake subsided, the fog also began to fade. Matreus looked around in disbelief, shocked and sick with rising nausea. A force of 5,000 Lancers were reduced to a few hundred. Many of them were impaled, their lances jammed into earth upon falling. Their bodies bent forward and arched backwards in the air. Blood seeped out of their fresh wounds, trickling onto the grass in puddles. Some of their organs attempted to escape wider openings caused by the quakes. Soon the entrails would dangle free, and stomachs would fall to the ground. Outside the carnage, a towering wall of stone and dirt circled around the butchered army, cutting them off from any hope of escape. Matreus wasted no further moment. With himself and his men trapped, it would be simple for the Havoc Guilds to finish killing them, once and for all. He rolled to his feet and grabbed his longsword. "To the walls!" Matreus shouted as he sprinted to the closest edge of the earth prison. "Use whatever you may and break through!" Matreus found a patch in the wall that was more dirt than stone. He began to hack down with frantic determination, lunging his weapon through, trying to cut a hole for escape. He and his men would only have but seconds in which to escape before the Havoc Guild settled on a method to get rid of them. His mind flashed with images of the crimson fire rains they preferred. He forced himself not to think about being trapped and burned alive. There was a loud grinding burst before one of his men screamed and died several hundred feet away. He didn't look. He could not afford to stop cutting through. It must have been some impaling spike of stone, or something just as cruel. Several more screams filled the air. Matreus doubled his efforts, ignoring the growing aches in his arms. His lungs burned as much from panic as the strains on his body. This wouldn't be how he would die. Helpless, trapped, picked off one at a time. He would not wait for his turn. He would not let these Kassaran sorcerers decide his end at their leisure. Matreus Fullen may not have experienced much battle, but he would break through. He would rush at least one of these sorcerers. He would claim at least one head before he died that day. The clang of steel against stone was a continual deafening ring. The Parali soldiers shouted and swore as they swung their weapons against the wall of the prison, again and again. Maybe enough of them would break through the walls and kill more of the Havoc Guild sorcerers. Matreus hoped so. He wanted to hurt their invasion, even if only a little. A dozen more dying screams filled the air. Even without seeing the Lancers, the sorcerers continued to kill them with each magic. Were they watching with bird's eyes from above? Could they somehow sense them some other way? At last, a section of wall crumbled, revealing the grassy bluff below. Matreus crawled through the opening, gripping his sword with angry resolve. One head. He would claim at least one head. Matreus was almost through the wall. His arms and head peeked through when something squeezed around his hips and ankles. He tried to pull his legs only to fall on his belly. He looked back where several thick brownish-red vines constructed and restrained him. Several more vines sprung from the wall and grass, wrapping around his neck and wrists. He twisted his head, and the vines against his neck chafed and cut. To the east, at the beaches and across the ocean horizon, bulky, tall-masted Kassaran soldier ships dotted the view. There were more than 100 by an easy count. Each one would hold more than several hundred of the Crimson Empire's well-trained soldiers. Matreus watched the coming invasion with despair. A small, calloused hand gripped the top of his white blonde hair and yanked back, baring his throat. He didn't try to struggle, as another small feminine hand brought a long, serrated dagger below his chin and against his neck. She yanked the blade. Matreus felt hot pain on his neck, while his life and blood departed him in seconds. It didn't matter that he was about to die without seeing the eyes of his killer. All Stratians were about to die in the same miserable end as he did. Chapter 10. A Morlik Morinroke leaned idly against the mossy bark of a broken willow. He flipped and caught a dagger in one hand as he waited, bored and a little impatient. His glossy black leather coat proved ample protection against the tree's rotting moisture and the cold mists of the swamp. His shoulder-length yellow-blonde hair was tied behind the nape of his neck, adding to his roguish look. A Morlik had grown in the last 2 years, but like the world around him, he learned to control the flow and outcome of his growth. He was a foot taller now. While he had strong muscles to support him, they were of a size to allow swift, precise movements. That was the key to survival, of course, being swift and precise. Spiders leaped on their prey when they were too complacent. Serpents moved at blurring speed and had their prey in their mouth before they knew they were in danger. There was no honor to any of it, just the quick and the dead. This part of the swamp was colder, less inhabited by Narrenmoor's native wildlife. It was 2 days north of his mother's swamp compound, a neutral location just south of the frozen northern wastes. To a Morlik's right, on a moss and fungus-covered knoll of boulders, a stack of wooden crates sat, guarded by 2 leather-clad mercenaries. The 2 men were small and quick, trained at his mother's island stronghold, far to the southwest of Vodus. A Morlik was given the fighters by his mother over a year ago, when he was the last survivor of a long deadly contest between residents of the swamp compound. The contest placed the future of the throne of Malkinor up for the taking. The game was between himself and the slaves she kept in the swamp compound. Her rules were veiled but clear. Only one would survive to claim it, but all deaths were required to be untraceable. A Morlik survived. His birthright belonged to him still. When he was offered a chance to return home, he declined, believing he still had more to learn from Narrenmoor. His mother accepted, but offered the token reward of 2 mercenaries as bodyguards. So a Morlik chose these 2, Rakten and Benaith. They were trained by a Kassaran mercenary in every form of knife combat the master soldier could teach. So, alongside a belt full of perfectly balanced throwing knives, they also each had 1 more attached to a length of rope. In battle, the 2 brown-haired Vodesians were as quick as they were bloody. They also never spoke and always followed orders to the letter. They stood still, their hands clasped behind their backs, and their feet slightly apart. They stood to either side of the crates. The quiet of the cold northern bog made it easy for them to hear the approaching of their clients long before they emerged from the mists. A Morlik stood up straight, sheathing his dagger in a smooth flourish as he turned to look at them. There were more than a dozen of them. They were a motley ragtag bunch covered in dirt. They wore patches of fur, leather, and bits of rusty metal plating. Only the leather on their boots was oiled to protect against the fetid swamp waters. There was no order of discipline in their approach. They swaggered in casual strides. Did these men have the skill to make use of the wares they came for? True, their massive swords and axes looked brutal, having the capacity to cleave through several men in a single swing. But they were signs of a telltale rust and chipped metal. A real army might have a few hours of difficulty with them, but these men would not come away with any victory. Their leader, a tall, broad-shouldered man with long platinum hair and dark brown eyes, stepped forward.
You the one they call a Morlik? He boomed.
I am. Did you bring 50,000 Tyrillian gold pieces? A Morlik demanded.
May we examine the wares?
The leader demanded with a hard edge. A Morlik shook his head. Just because this man was a larger fighter from the northern wastes, didn't promise a Morlik's fear and obedience. It is policy that we do not allow the clients to view the wares until we have confirmed the payment.
How do we know you won't cheat us? That could be a crate full of venomous serpents ready to spring on us.
A Morlick wouldn't budge on the matter. 50,000 Tyrillian gold pieces. A Morlick spoke slow and condescending. Do you have them?
It is difficult to trade northern rubies for Tyrillian coin.
A Morlick gave a shrill whistle to his bodyguards, gesturing for them to gather the crates. No excuse would suffice. The man was either an idiot, or he took a Morlick for one. The northern rubies might be valuable, but the miners never gave them away or traded them with flippant disregard. The miners hoarded them until they were ready to cash them in for enough wealth to buy the grand estates. The mines and the glaciers often crushed and buried the miners before they could complete their caches. If anyone other than a miner attempted to trade with the gems, it was an alarming signal of murder and theft at best. It was obvious blood money that was impossible to launder. It would be traced back to Macellan in a day. "What are you doing?" the raider shouted as Rack picked up one of the crates. "Rubies are worthless to me. No coin, no trade."
Wait, we have the coin.
The leader shouted in haste, gesturing for a brown-haired axe wielder to come forward. He carried a large brown leather bag over one shoulders, which he dropped on the boulder. A Morlick heard the clink of coin, but he paused to look at the bag, then at the axe wielder, then at the leader. Rack and Ben put down the crates. The two tensed defensively as a Morlick opened the bag and retrieved one of the golden coins for inspection. "You could have begun with this," a Morlick observed in irritation. "Yet you tried to make excuses and offer trash." The lead raider stepped forward, closing within a couple feet of a Morlick, glaring.
I am tolerating much from you, little princeling. Why should I not just kill you and take what we wish?
A Morlick didn't blink or flinch as he met the raider's gaze. "The price just went up. You will give us 10% of all coin from future raids, and 5 slaves of our choosing."
You tread dangerous ground, the raider growled.
The tiny needle prick got the raider's exposed forearm faster than anyone could register a Morlick's movement. The bigger man breathed through his nose with increasing rapidity, but made no other move. The seamstress needle was coated in a particular spider venom that found the brain and paralyzed the victim in an instant. The spiders were common in the southern Narranmore swamps, so the supply was infinite to those who knew how to harvest it. The raider would live, though. "Suppose I don't leave this swamp. Suppose Her Majesty is less than satisfied with the outcome of this trade," a Morlick grinned. "You and your men will have 5 days at most. After that, you can be certain she will make you beg to be sent to hell. So, if you are done voicing stupid threats, agree to the terms, or get out of my sight." Before any answer, there was a quick wind-dashing sound. 2 of the raiders at the rear stiffened before falling face first into the mud with a loud splash. Throwing daggers were lodged up to the hilt in the back of their necks. Shouts filled the silence as 20 armored figures burst out of the mist. Their smooth, swift sprint was alarming, considering the bulk of their crimson pleat armor edged with gold. They also wore golden helmets with tall crimson plumes. The men were tall, dark-skinned figures with hard brown eyes. They held long, curved, slender swords, while small bucklers covered little more than their forearms. The raiders only had an instant before the soldiers cut them down with wide, cleaving horizontal cuts. The raiders were slaughtered before they could draw their weapons. A Morlick, Rack, and Ben responded with greater speed. Rack and Ben dashed ahead, their dagger whips blurring around them in clouds that promised death. A Morlick was quick to find an exposed inch in their armor above the thigh. He hurled 2 throwing daggers forward, cutting into the thighs of 2 swordsmen. Had the daggers been normal, the prince would be dead in the next moment, but they were poison-coated. The toxin was one of a Morlick's favorite, and marked different from his mother's nightshade concoctions. He called it Orchard's Dream. It held the favorite spider venom as its base, but it was carefully combined with the powder of peach pits. The combination paralyzed the victims and killed within seconds. Rack and Ben ignored a Morlick's first 2 targets, leaving them to die from the poison. Their daggers found the eyes and brains of 2 more soldiers. A Morlick ran to another crimson soldier, his long dagger in hand, and rolled around the shield, ducking low behind the fighter. He stabbed the back of the thigh without turning. He stood up to give another soldier a shaver's nick on the left cheek. A Morlick's daggers were coated in Orchard's Dream. He only ever needed to deliver scratches to his enemies. If his daggers ever ran dry, His sheaths held fast-applying vials ready to coat them anew. He could always make more at the end of any given day. Rack and Ben whip-cut the throats of 3 more before the remainder turned and fled into the mist. Amorlik gathered his daggers. Rack and Ben coiled their weapons. They were about to gather the crates when Amorlik whistled at them and shook his head. "We know these are Kassarin soldiers, and they are from the Crimson Throne. That was a trifle force. They believed us to be less than relevant, or the rest of our lives would be short. They may have sent a greater force to the compound. If I were my mother, I would hate to lose a stronghold much more than a few crates of merchandise. We leave the crates and travel fast and light." Amorlik and his bodyguards left the clearing in the swamp at a full dash. They needed to cover the 2 days of ground as quick as they could manage. Amorlik would make a name for himself if he could mount an effective defense against the Kassarins. His mother would be generous for maintaining the secrecy of her rising empire. Chapter 11. Ryland's awareness floated in the emerald sky. He pulled against the cold blue moments of the past. He pulled against seconds and minutes first, then days. His body sat in the corner of the golden circle in his temporal study. He traveled weeks and miles. He trained himself well enough to withstand the effort with little strain on his will and body. It would have been easier to project his awareness and eavesdrop on the council just the other day, but Ryland would at least honor the formality of council privacy. If the bursts of endless current were the result of a one-sided conflict, as it was 2 years ago, then the victims deserved to have their final moments witnessed. They deserved to have someone identify their killers and seek justice against them. It was vital to learn as much about it as he could. So Ryland projected to that first moment when he felt the violent ripples in the endless current. Ryland slowed the progress of seconds and minutes and began resisting the cold and the pressure. His awareness moved away from the temporal study, through the thick walls of the citadel, and out into the halls and bluffs to the west. He rode on the still waves of raw energy, feeling himself draw closer to those who spell-shaped it. The direction changed to the north, close to the border of Terrell. The 3-nation hub city of Tilzen would be in that direction. He thought anything that would have happened to a favorite city to the Flaming Candles would be widespread knowledge in the Citadel by now. The younger boys and girls loved their bakeries, shops, and displays from the artisans of Pearl Sen. If the younger lights could spend a day idle, they would frequently choose Tilzen. Ryland stopped, his awareness floating above the fountains, walkways, and rooftops of the hub city. This was the source of the bursts in the endless current. He allowed time to resume to its natural flow. There were hundreds of tall, crimson and gold clothed figures halting out of their meld walk. No sooner did they appear in the streets did they begin gathering waves of endless current and unleashing killing sorceries on the defenseless citizens. Disembodied as Ryland was, he could not be sickened by what he saw. While he thought he could prepare himself after the ocean carnage before the Battle of Catan, he realized nothing could prepare him for this. Tilzen only held a basic law enforcement for patrolling the streets and keeping the peace. They couldn't begin to defend the people, or themselves, against the raw fury of these magi. They cooked Parali men and women with jagged lances of crimson lightning. Red fires reduced the city to ash in moments. White-hot rage boiled in Ryland's awareness. Women and children who attempted to flee were decapitated by flying arcs of red energy. Blood sprayed free of their open necks. People hiding in basements and cellars screamed in agony as they were burned alive. The people of the 3 nations were helpless against the slaughtering invaders. Caught in his growing fury, the temporal current shoved him back into his place in the present. Ryland's body tensed, still lifted off the ground. A continual howl of rage sounded from his open mouth. His table, books, and chairs floated in the air, caught in the throes of his outpouring of anger. It was too destructive to contain in the citadel walls. He full-stepped into the frigid mountains of the northern waste to empty his rage. In his cries, the air shimmered and the snow swirled about him in a twisting maelstrom. For minutes, Ryland was the eye of his own rendering storm. Ryland traced the stupidity of it all back to its source. 2 years ago, Malaric warned the other kings that any proven attempt to spy on the Kassarin Empire would be viewed as an assault on their sovereignty. When Ryland began to connect void hands with the Battle of Catan, Lysindric's ego was bruised. The fool was so eager to be right about starting a war that he increased the number of spies in a desperate attempt to prove the Kassarin involvement with the loss of Catan. They would have pressed a frantic search and found nothing before being discovered. Now, for ego and territorial stupidity, The good people of Tilzen were butchered to the last. None of them were involved in any of the decisions that led to the attack. Everything about their end was helpless. In each of his victims, he saw the faces of his family and friends in the outskirts of Palanzer. These people were no different. They had no control over the events that decided their fate for them. Facing and naming the anger that burned inside Ryland's head helped to cool it, if only a little. For now, he could rein it in and focus. This new Council of Solas would do nothing about these Kassaran attacks. Was this because they were keeping to the claim that the Order was too weak to fight? The more likely truth was that they wanted to teach the kings a foolish lesson for not heeding their counsel. What good was a lesson to a dead student? If these Kassaran Magi were willing to commit wholesale massacre, it was clear there was no one who was safe. Could the council not see that soon there would be no one left to advise? Ryland projected his awareness to his temporal study and then fold-stepped. He realized he shaped a vulnerable fold-step to vent his anger, and inwardly berated himself for not following his self-imposed safety protocols. A fold-step like that could have trapped him in the side of a mountain. When Ryland returned to his circle, he projected a message to Ishel in the Endless Current. Even then, he began opening the simulacrum locks of his crafting chamber and started rummaging for various items. The first item was the emerald. In minutes, Ryland heard the door to his meditation chamber open, and Ishel gaped, stopping to admire the crafting room for the first time.
You made another room, but still you create no windows light, Ryland.
Ishel chastised as her eyes circled the surroundings. Bringing a pocket future into a distilled space is difficult enough, Light Ishel. Do you know how much of a task it would be to transport and distill a whole countryside just to give me sunlight and fresh air?
I am sure the answer is, once again, easier than you give it credit for. You need a lady's help again, so I will take some time to think about it for you.
Ryland didn't allow her to see his annoyance as he searched through a cabinet drawer. I didn't call you to discuss the decor, Light Ishel. I called you because we all need to prepare.
Leading with vague statements was your Spark's tendency. You should not make it your practice as well.
Ryland spun on his heels and leveled his intensity on Ishel. The Kassaran Empire has begun its attack. Ishel shrugged.
We all knew they would.
Ryland resisted the urge to grind his teeth. Her seeming disinterest was aggravating, but he pardoned her ignorance. They razed Tilzen. There are no survivors. The Havoc Guild's Meld walked in and slaughtered everyone. The bursts we have been feeling are them. Ishel's eyes widened. Fates! I should have seen it sooner! Ryland swore. I have been fold-stepping in and out of the Empire. I saw their lack of military force in the streets. It should have been obvious.
You idiot! You have been going to and from with flippant disregard when you know better than anyone what is happening,
Ishel shouted. Ryland dismissed the tirade, shaking his head. Calm yourself, Light Ishel. I project before I step. I scout ahead and see if anyone is there first.
What of the people that can be questioned? Did you watch them after? Don't you think any of them would think it odd that a Stratian sorcerer repeatedly appears and vanishes? It's possible you started this.
You and I both know what started this, and we know it wasn't me.
Maybe so,
Ishel acquiesced.
But you can't ignore that you acted without full and proper discretion. We are lights. We cannot charge about the world recklessly.
Ryland nodded. That's a fair point, Light Ishel. But I believe you digress from the actual matter at hand. Will you prepare with me? No one can win a war alone. Ishel's smile was slight.
That is the most sensible thing you have said yet. Of course I will. But there is much we don't know.
Such as?
The Council already declared inaction before the attacks began. Nothing of this has been mentioned by any of our Sparks. Why?
To protect initiates in training? Ryland offered. Ishel shook her head.
Kara would have said something. Fates! She would have already marched out there with Enreal armor and a silver staff. Something is off kilter with the Solas, Light Ryland. Solus Baron should be popping his knuckles and cricking his neck.
Do you think it has anything to do with Solus Moral's resignation?
I am surprised you know about that. You could simply claim the truth your way,
Ishel suggested. No, we need to train and prepare.
No, Light Ryland. Stop thinking like a muscle-headed boy. We need more allies. If not the Solas, then we must know why. than the strongest initiates in training. It is just as ludicrous to think of only 2 people winning a war.
Isha walked over to stand beside Rylan, looking at the collection he placed on the table.
What is all of this?
Rylan picked up the emerald and tossed it in his grip. To prepare, I may have to ignore some of the normal rules of training. I need to create any advantage that can be gained.
You yourself have said that you create dangers when you ignore your training,
Isha critiqued with warning. I don't believe it matters when everyone is in danger. Half a day later, Rylan sat on a stool before a tall weaving loom in his crafting chamber. He never imagined that the work of a tailor would be part of his preparations for war, but he would never find anyone in the modern era to complete this task. It was true that he could have done this by transmuting the pieces of material or shaped the full coat. He could have gone anywhere in the world and paid a commission to have it made. This was no ordinary long coat. Rylan needed to craft this by hand. He needed to give it his full time and effort for it to better suit his purposes. This would be a major breach in training, of course. An enchanted object like this would be permitted only for a soulless. There would be 2 spell shapes saturated into this coat. Using it would be simple. Making it would be complicated. Rylan continued to weave forest green threads together, melding them into the patches and lengths of the material. It was a messy effort, but he never really attempted to make his own clothes before. He did have a few ideas to improve the quality later. On the table, beside the emerald, sat a green crystal flask. The concoction that would fill it was brewing now, bubbling and cooling in the bottles. Rylan lost himself in the tranquil cadence of the hissing steam and the crackling frost. The mix, by itself, was not magical in nature. Anyone with the knowledge, patience, and ingredients could make it. While the first 2 requirements were a simple matter, only Rylan's excursion to other lands allowed him to locate the highest quality of items. Finding the herbs and flowers was easy. In some cases, buying them was difficult. Rylan couldn't just fabricate items right in front of a stall and shop owner. These merchants went through great lengths to find rare flowers and herbs. He would only insult and belittle their efforts if he used simulacrum to cheat their costs. So, the difficulty was that Rylan could not spend Stratian currency in many of those eastern lands. He had to find trades and tasks in the more neutral lands to earn Kassaran platinum coins. If he muted his powers and dressed less like a Light of the Order and more like an Eastern wanderer, the island natives accepted his aid. He was only a coin-earning hedge sorcerer, as they saw it. As in the days when Elysian trained him to find small ways to improve his will, Rylan didn't hesitate to use his powers to help farmsteads and fishing crews. It felt good to go out into the world, ask for little, but help a lot. He might be earning money, but he measured carefully. He paid attention for signs of what people could afford, and he brought his fee into acceptable levels to match it. Rylan also learned a lot about the Kassaran Empire. The Emperor ruled over all of them. The Havoc Guilds, warlords, and armies were an extension of his iron fist. Much of the population was the opposite of all that. They were families and honest people just making a living, just as in Stratia. Unlike Malkinor, the Empire did not overtax its people, or wait for random citizens to abduct and torture. Knowing this, Rylan could not allow himself to let the invasion create an overgeneralized view of all Kassaran people. Rylan pulled a thread of forest green tight, with a surge of angry resolve. He wouldn't allow the Emperor or his armies to continue butchering the good people of Stratia either. Chapter 12. Xenon Roll stood as still as stone on the beach. His hands were clasped behind his back. His large, angular face was expressionless. His eyes shifted among the soldiers of the armies, and he supervised with disinterest. Tents and spike walls were erected. Cooking fires were started. Weapons and armor racks were built and placed. It was all done precisely and in minutes. It was their testament of imperial discipline. Still, Xenon seethed with deep, angry impatience. Xenon Roll was no soldier. He was a man feared by all in the Crimson Empire. As a magus, he was not only the leader of all the elite Havoc Guilds, he was also the iron right fist of the Emperor. He was at the front of every imperial conquest, and he executed every traitor to the throne on sight. Xenon was a giant, even by grand standards of the Empire. He was taller, far more muscled, and his dark scowling countenance was enough to frighten men, women, and children into sudden obedience. His 3 scars on his head were created from hot iron brands, pressed to melt flesh and bone. They were a sign of devotion to his guild and his emperor. The tribal black tattoos were symbolic of each of the lands he conquered in battle. He gained the unquestionable right to battle the strongest enemies in foreign lands first. Their death was reserved as an honor for him to claim. Xenon ground his teeth. Why were the greatest powers of the Empire needed here? All the Magi were holed up like cowards, and they were not enough of a power to challenge him anyway. The Grand Illumination, the sorcerer that once held back warlords and lesser havoc guilds from ever setting foot in Stratia, was reported dead, along with the strongest Magi of the Order. That was one reason why the Empire did not invade straight away 2 years ago. The destruction of dozens of ships and thousands of traders was alarming. There were some merchants that were only alive out of fear. They reported that the oceans became full of corpses and debris. When they first saw the strange black storms over the waters, they turned their ships back home and wouldn't sail again. The Emperor dispatched scout ships to verify these claims at a discreet distance. All the claims were accurate and frightening enough that Xenon watched the Emperor's hands tremble. Unlike Stratia, the Imperial military, the Magus guilds, and all the Imperial family knew the ancient truth. Common people of the Empire didn't know, but that was only so that they could live and work as they were meant to. For 2,000 years, the Crimson Empire watched Stratia with a wary and close gaze. There was little that could frighten Havoc Guild Magi. However, the Empire kept an elite archive that held well-preserved accounts of an era known as the Black Decade, a time when the Empire was on its knees before an army of Void Hands. These accounts were required reading for everyone who was not a common citizen. These accounts often kept Xenonroll awake at night after reading these dark histories. The dark wreckage in the Maelstrom Sea bore a horrifying resemblance. It almost began the war with Stratia right then. The Empire would not permit a second Black Decade. He would stamp it out before it could begin. Except, Stratia was much more wounded than the Empire. Their economy and coastal infrastructure was shattered. Stratia didn't seem to be in any shape for battle, much less conquest, so the Emperor relented. He was wise and honorable enough to grant mercy to a crippled enemy. That would have been the end of it, but then Stratians were spotted in the Empire. They were not merchants, as the Emperor hoped. They were moderately trained spies. Then, the number of these Stratian spies increased, much more so in the last year. Like an infestation, they began to appear closer to the throne each day. As bold as they were stupid, Xenon personally executed each spy, much to his delight, but that never brought them to a halt. Then it was reasoned if Stratian could spare so many lives for espionage, perhaps their wounds were a deception. Maybe Stratia was closer to covering the world in a second darkness than originally believed. The Empire would take no chances. They would not allow a return of such a nightmare. They would strike first and leave no chance for Stratia to strike back. Their people would die, and their lands would belong to the Crimson Empire. Xenon's impatience grew by the moment. These beach camps were only the beginning. There were still 20 supply ships and 3 times the number of soldier transports. They were waiting at sea, taking turns to offload for their conquest. The whole thing might take days before the army was on land, with miles of camp and defenses established. All the while, Xenon and the other elite would have to watch and protect the armies as they landed. From what? Xenon thought irritably. Only 2 days ago, Xenon and his Magi wiped out thousands of strange-looking horsemen. The white and gold riders never saw Xenon coming. They were butchered in under an hour. Their bodies were piled up and burned before the first transport could make landfall. The massacre took place a mile to the west. There were still mounds of dirt and stone that once towered over and trapped the horsemen. There were still spots of black earth where their bodies were burned to ashes. It was only partly because it was their custom and creed to burn them all. This time, Xenon understood why the Emperor wanted no corpses in their wake. If the Void Hands were here, then every enemy dead body was a weapon to use. No chances would be taken. Xenon held back his frustration and impatience. He knew the need to guard the soldiers. He was not some first-year, barely accepted magus with bleeding knees from the trial of glass. Discipline and patience did not rule over his desire for battle and worthy enemies. On any other day, Xenon would stand placid on this beach, allowing the rush of endless current to bolster and empower him. He had been a sorcerer in battle long enough to understand the strength of a clear mind. Yesterday, however, Zenon felt something unsettling. There were colossal bursts in the endless current, first to the south, then again in the far north. The burst in the north was followed by titan waves of raw power that shoved against every present magus. After several minutes, the waves decreased and returned to the south. The bursts in the south were far too great to ignore, but the waves from the north were something else altogether. It was raw, angry inner will, but that didn't make any sense. A magus bursting with that much will was like a man lifting the largest mountain with his bare hands. Zenon took a moment to calm himself, taking comfort in the sounds of the ocean waves and hungry gulls flying nearby for food. He listened to the officers shouting orders, and the soldiers who rushed to obey them. He felt the spray of the crashing waves, and the cold winter wind on a dark gray mid-afternoon. Zenon was calmed. He took no further consolation in one fact. He knew the giant power was not a void hand. No magi had ever sensed the power of a void hand. They were all still safe in that regard. But a power like that could only have come from someone in the Stratian Order. The command to leave them be still chafed against Zenon's sensibilities. The power of Stratian magi was comparable to havoc guilds. Ignoring the Zenith Citadel felt like leaving a poisonous snake at his back unchallenged. The Emperor reached some sort of tenuous agreement with the Order's new leader. It further aggravated Zenon that his loyalty to the Empire didn't afford him access to the details of that agreement. Zenon was only permitted to know that the Havoc Guilds could not strike the Order unless the Order struck first. Zenon hated waiting for his enemies to strike first, and he knew they would. After all, as soon as the armies were fully camped and ready, Zenon and the other Magi would begin meldwalking entire legions all over Stratia. The Havoc Guilds prepared themselves with extensive training in meldwalking hundreds to thousands of people at a time. The Karak, the sword soldiers of the Empire, trained themselves to withstand the sickness from meldwalking. All of them could attack upon arrival to any location. This method was already tested a few days ago when a small squad of Karak was meldwalked to the west. Zenon observed the success from the gaze of a transparent scrying sphere he projected into the skies above. Zenon was disappointed to see 3 men kill a small squad of well-trained Karak, but the travel and observation still counted as a great success. So, in several days, Zenon would send his scrying sphere into the skies. He would find ideal targets to strike, analyzing their defenses for weaknesses. The cities and nations would fall in swift succession. Zenon would deliver a vacant new continent to the Empire. He would find and deliver the blackened giant blade of the Magus King to the Emperor. Chapter 13. Creation's End was not a name he would choose for himself, but the fear it could generate might suit his purposes. The Ancient Ones promised he would have his true name one day, but he would have to earn that right. Creation's End stood in the hard slag mounds and the deep, black, glossy trenches of the ruins of Catan. Far to his right, the Book of Worms sat on a raised pedestal of black melted stone. It was open, and the blood-soaked pages were revealed. Its scrawled words and diagrams of ancient void arts were only a fraction of its power. Its pale blue glow illuminated the dark ruins on this cloudy midnight. Several yards in front of Creation's End, a tall, black wraith-like figure floated. In its black hands, he held a transparent black staff. The Ancient Ones called this weapon the Scepter of Devouring, and it was favored by the Shadows Eternal. The black-cloaked man who held the weapon no longer retained much of his own identity. He gladly offered it when he sacrificed his body and soul to become a part of the Book of Worms. His human form could return at moments like this when the book required a human shape for its purposes. If the book had human souls enslaved, it could call on the spirits of the Void Disciples. The Void Disciple once went by the name Makorin, and he was the patriarch of the Order of the Void Triangle. The book summoned him because of his mastery in the shadow arts and his swift, brutal fighting skills. Creation's End held a similarity with his sparring master. He did not have a physical form of his own. He was a dark, transparent human shape. It was difficult to acquire enough strength to take even this much of a form. He had help to do this. Where once he was in danger of disappearing forever, now he drew his power from the essence of stillness. This was a primordial, infinite darkness that lay underneath everything. The essence was a part of the Great Mother. the venerated sentience of nothingness that came before all creation. That essence was also how he regained enough strength to sustain himself against the endless current. Now he was a phantom of two worlds, a discard in the world of the living, a growing power in the world of the dead. The Book of Worms taught Creation's End how to survive and grow powerful. Creation's End satisfied justice in returning the favor. Creation's End pushed his new power into the eternal world of departed souls and found several hundred people the book killed on its journey to Stratia. He pulled them out of eternity, smashed their will into perfect subservience, then returned them to the Book of Worms. As a result, the book could call on the spirits of any void disciple at will. Creation's End let the cold, hollowing essence fill him. It scraped inside him like jagged shards of ice in his body before it stretched his will into hell. A being like Macorin could only ever create his sorcery from Sol Fierist. If he were to try to use any more than that, the overwhelming magnitude of oblivion would scour his entire existence until nothing remained. It was true for every void disciple. It was why there were 3 sects of the Void Triangle. They compensated for everything that one could not do by drawing from the other 2. Macorin could only ever wield the Scepter of Devouring. A blood gauntlet could only create the Rod of Torment, which would sicken and enslave with the blood of the condemned. A Hellfire imbued could only create the Reach of the Inferno, a staff that burned any victim it struck. But Creation's End was able to wield all 3 disciplines of the Void, separate or together. He could create a defense of the Devouring Maw, only to counterattack with the Annihilation Worms at the same time. As he was able to use all 3 disciplines, he could also create a weapon that combined attributes of the 3 domains of hell. It was called the Staff of the Abyss. Until now, the weapon was reserved for the King of Hell. In one strike, it could freeze and swallow souls, burn away undesired will, then sicken and enslave whatever was left. Creation's End limited the raw ability of the staff. He would not take in the will of another person. He could not create hordes of undead slaves. If he was not strong enough to enforce justice, then he would hone his will and powers until he could. Justice was his entire purpose. It was why he trained in the dark and forbidden disciplines. Creation's End first approached the book 2 years ago, with the intent to destroy it. He already felt the pain and poverty its devastation would inflict all over Stratia. The book had already killed thousands, and a war was inevitable. The way for justice dictated a clear path then. The book must be destroyed to answer for the ruin it caused.
Hear us and decide carefully.
The book spoke in his mind, urging him after he found it in the wreckage of a Kassaran merchant ship.
You wish to create justice to end pain.
The book observed after he relented.
Fear is a worthy motivator against the unjust. Fear of the punishment can end a transgression before it may ever begin.
He considered the truth behind the book's words. It was enough to allow it to continue.
We were the Order of the Void Triangle, the most feared gathering of magi ever. What we did chills the bravest blood to this day. Ask yourself this, Enforcer. What would cause a murderer to stay his dagger with greater haste? A king's headsman, or one of our magi?
The Book of Worms won that argument. The energies of 3 hells swirled towards his waiting hands, gathering into the semi-solid black shape of the Staff of the Abyss. It was long, as tall as himself. As he held it, he felt the screams of billions of condemned souls reverberating inside him. He felt the hot, relentless fury and the cold cruelty of millions of years of demons coursing through him. The weapons of the Void Triangle did not just allow the wielders to strike with the element of the hell they favored. They also created a fast bridge to the realms of hell, allowing for easier spell shaping. Macorin dash floated at Creation's End. He raised the scepter to strike at his head from above. Creation's End swung the staff up and to the left. Its high end left an arcing trail of violent hellfire in its wake. Creation's End shifted the staff and swung most of the length in a low sweeping circle, the ground beneath the attack chilled with a layer of slippery hellfrost. Macorin's feet were in the air, so he tilted his head sideways at Creation's End. Macorin's faceless black gaze failed to notice the Sol Fierist's cold snap freezing the air, hardening it to ice. The jagged, hungry black ice reached up from the lower half of Makoran's body and held him still, up to the hips. Creation's End gathered the sadistic malice of the Blot Karak, the realm of blood breaking. A ball of red liquid filled with white chunks floated above his raised head. Creation's End gestured forward, and the ball launched with a wide-drenching spray of blood and bone matter. There was a hissing and rising steam vapors as the corrosive blood of the condemned ate through everything it touched. Makoran was quick to respond with a man-sized swirling black vortex that began to pull everything with powerful winds. This was the classic Shadow Eternal spell called the Devouring Maw. A void that consumed and nullified the existence of anything swallowed into it. It was as powerful a defense as it was an offense. Creation's End answered the Devouring Maw with one of his own. The two powerful vortexes began to pull against each other to no avail. The clash of two forces pulling harder and harder against each other would have one certain effect, a massive explosion. Makoran and Creation's End were blasted backwards, flying dozens of feet high in the air. The Book of Worms shielded itself with a spontaneous barrier of bone, remaining safely on the overseen pedestal.
Well done. You shift between the disciplines freely, but never conjure a force with greater effect than you can withstand. You will create a moment of vulnerability for your enemies to seize upon.
The book pulsed with blue soul light with each word.
The Devouring Maw creates vulnerability in its enemies,
Creation's End argued, his voice a cold, hollow rasp.
If I am made prone, I would do the same to my enemies, at least. You have been instructed in the way to sink into the shadows.
The book reminded him of a method that would allow him to move in and out of darkness at will.
Do not always answer force with more force. If a force before you proves that powerful, move around it.
Creation's End nodded his understanding of the lesson.
Learn swiftly. We must still increase your powers to an overwhelming level in battle. You have already learned and mastered the disciplines the Void Triangle knew in life. But your destiny is to do what we never could.
Creation's End did not respond to that. He did not enjoy his name and did not accept the future the book offered him. Everything the book desired was far beyond the scope of justice, stretching into total nihilism.
In time, you will fathom the injustice of life and death. On that day, you will seek to correct this transgression.
Chapter 14. Ishel's hard-bottomed shoes echoed loud in the dusty halls of the dark sub-basement. A current sphere floated above her raised right palm, lighting the gloom of the long hallway ahead. It was narrow and cramped. Gossamer webs hung low from the ceilings, caressing the hood of her gray robe. She was not enough of a fool to leave her brown-blonde hair exposed to the filth and disuse. The sub-basement was a forgotten level of the Citadel. The entry sat far away from the furnace room and frequented halls of the basement above. Several days after Rylan informed Ishel of the slaughter in Tilzen, they ventured into an exploration on the Citadel. They would need a place to gather allies, measure abilities, and plan for a defense against the Kasserans. Rylan believed everyone would need training, so he offered to create one of his distilled time spaces. Ishel noticed something Rylan didn't. The Sparks might not speak about the Kasserans, but dueling and battle training had become a much greater focus. Kara pushed Ishel to spar with a staff and her strongest magic at an average of 5 times a day. Ishel couldn't predict when her spark might start a duel. One instant, Ishel might be changing into a bedrobe for the night, then Kara might meld walk into her tiny bedchamber and start a duel right then. Ishel thought it was annoying to put her nerves on constant edge, but she knew it was needed. A battle against their home could occur when no one expected it. No one anticipated Tilzen's destruction. Why would the Kasserans do anything predictable now? That was just what Ishel experienced from Kara. Never mind the training every other initiate had to endure. Polymancers dueled with swords and shields in the hall, stopping only once they were too injured to continue. Those wounded were brought to Hydromancer healers. The Solas would step away for peach tea, leaving their students alone to heal broken bones and deep gashes. These events led Ishel to reassure Rylan that distilling time and creating a training space was unnecessary. Without her guidance, his blind conclusions would be twice as catastrophic. "It's so clandestine meeting in a dark basement like this," Borvis observed, finishing a meld walk into step beside her. Ishel gave a startled gasp before she slapped Borvis on the arm.
Fates, Light Borvis, you are going to make my heart leap. You do that to me every day, Light Ishel. Borvis flirted. His grin was wide as she glowered at him. Ishel rolled her eyes. It is neither secret nor clandestine if they can feel you meldwalk. Borvis offered a dismissive shrug. Our sparks are all but shoving us into Enriel armor, and the council lounges on its laurels. I will give you a pouch from my father's treasury if they start taking an interest now. The Baron of Len won't be happy if you wager away his coffers, Ishel warned. Len was a northern barony in Terrell. Its farmsteads prospered to a moderate degree. Its baron, like King Talik, never overtaxed. Borvis's smile turned mischievous. Who said I would have to let him know about it? Ishel slapped Borvis upward against the back of his head, his brown hair ruffling. Ouch! Borvis whined, rubbing the back of his head. What was that about? That money is gained from people's pain, Ishel ridiculed. Speaks the light who is going against the council's wishes. You know what this is about, Light Borvis. You would do well to remember this if we rush to defend your birthland. Borvis stopped and turned to face Ishel with one of his rare, thoughtful gazes. That reminds me. Why is it that the Kasarans attack everything but the Zenith Citadel? They came to eradicate all natives of Stratia, so why do they ignore us when we are cloistered together, and the world presumes us weak? Maybe we pose no threat in their view. It was a guess, but Ishel knew it was wrong even as she spoke it. Borvis knew this too, and he shook his head. Our strength is irrelevant, and not a factor of their mission. They are no fools. Having proven that, they must know we will strike back in due time. Our order does not succumb to vengeance, Light Borvis. Then they must know that we will meet them to protect the people. Borvis sounded irritated with the correction. My point is, they must know a confrontation is inevitable. Why do our sparks train us for it, but no one goes to begin the defenses? They mulled it over, and their eyes met slowly as the realization dawned on them in unison. They can't! And the Kasarans cannot attack us, Borvis began. Because there is some sort of agreement, Ishel finished. It must have been reached between the Council and the Empire. Both were excited by the discovery as their breathing quickened. But the majority of the Solas don't agree with the decision, Ishel added. Borvis's nod was empathetic. It would explain Solis Marrel's resignation, and the others with him. It also explains why they are so determined to train us, Ishel surmised, thinking about Kara's surprise duels. They know we cannot sit idly by while our birth homes and families burn. They knew we would discover the truth, and they knew we would do what they could not. Also, look how they prepare us, Borvis added. Ishel paused to reflect on the duels and training. She thought she could follow most of Borvis's intelligent chains of thought, but he did leave her stumped from time to time. He was indicating a commonality, and she thought he could make it out, but it eluded her grasp and would not all come together for her. They are preparing us to fend for ourselves, Light Ishel, Borvis concluded. And the way they prepare us, it's possible we may be warring with the Kasarans alone. It was a small jump of conclusion, but Ishel recognized it was a realistic deduction. That was overwhelming and frightening for Ishel. As soon as they moved to defend the people, they would be alone as they fought against the most battle-hardened armies in the world. The Solas would not be there to advise or offer their abilities if mistakes were made. The fate of all Estratia would rely on the magic and wit of students. Ishel felt her brown eyes bulge as she leaned against the cold, dusty wall. Her breath became rapid as she shrank against the enormity before her. Fates! Ishel gasped, almost to the point of tears, tears that seldom fell from her eyes. She thought of all the families, all the hard-working men and women and the children they cared for. Ishel thought about her father, toiling away at his forge, the steady, strong presence she relied on as a child. If she failed to push back against this juggernaut force that came to lay siege, all these people would have no one left to defend them. They would all die. There would be no graves to honor the good they brought to the world. It would all be gone, wiped away by the Kasaran Empire. And what was she that she thought she could stand in their way? Ishel was a sorceress and evoker with less than a decade to her skill. She was a girl, new to adulthood. Ishel remembered her conversation with Rylan in the outskirts,
before the inquiry arrived. He all but accused her of dreaming lofty and chasing adventure. She defended herself by telling him that she wanted to be part of a change. Was Rylan more than a little right back then? Did she give in to the impulses of a naive thrill-seeker? Could all this be some bitter wisdom from fate? Here she was, so confident that she could meet every challenge. And now? The lives of every human being, everyone she ever loved, were relying on her to stand between them and a force intent on massacre. "It's so much, all alone," Isha whimpered, as she hated how pathetic it sounded. Borvis didn't seem to share her contempt. His eyes were genuine in their sympathy, as he pulled her into his embrace and allowed her to weep against him. "No one ever said you would have to do this all alone, Light Ishel," Borvis reassured her, his voice softening. "You and I found allies in the Citadel. Strong, skilled lights who believe as we do." Borvis raised her chin in a gentle hand to meet her gaze. "You know I will be with you. I have to." Isha was perplexed by his certainty to march into battle when she dragged him out to train. "Why is that?" Borvis's face brightened. "I have to see their faces." Ishel hated it when people made a point but never concluded it all at once. She did not bother to hide her irritation, which only made Borvis grin wider. "I want to see the look on their faces of the Kasarans when they realize they've angered the most powerful and violent evoker in all Astrotian history." Ishel laughed and watched Borvis's smile warm for it. She could never be sure which could be more infuriating, Ryland's intense bull-headed drive, or Borvis's jovial attempts at flirting. This once, Ishel welcomed Borvis's attempt for what it was. He was trying to dispel her fears and bolster her confidence. This once, it reminded her more of what her father might do if he stood with her now. Ishel pushed herself free of Borvis's arms. "How many are with us?" Borvis's shoulders slumped. His voice became meek. "Maybe 100 at the most." Ishel gaped. "We would do little better than Delkit or his archers, or the Parali Lancers. The Havoc Guilds outnumber us by no less than 10 times. That last bit of information was not easy to acquire for non-Solas. Rylan was tracing the Kassaran movements in his temporal projection, so he knew everything they were doing firsthand. It wasn't easy for Rylan to watch the Kassarans butcher so many people. Rylan was angry after he emerged from his temporal study after each projection. He no longer let his will explode, as he needed to do so after witnessing the events of Tilzen. While he did go to the far north to release his outburst, Ishel wondered if there was anyone in the world who didn't feel that explosion of will. Ishel felt guilty for forcing Rylan to do all the spying alone. It was harder on him than asking him to go into battle with the invaders. It made her decision with him tense, bordering angry, and she knew she did not hold the right to ask him to be any other way for it. Would she feel any differently if she were asked to gaze at such horrible events and do nothing? The answer made her respect the validity of his growing anger. For now, the Kassaran army halted its advance. The Havoc Guilds were overseeing the arrival of many thousands of soldiers. This meant Stratia had time to prepare, but it also meant the Kassarans would destroy so much more when they began to move again. Ishel sighed wearily, then sneezed as she inhaled a breath full of dusty air. In answer, a door opened several yards ahead in the gloom. Terranin emerged, outlined by the light of several current spheres from the room behind her. The tall pyromancer looked at them with some impatience. "Are you two going to stand in this dusty hallway all day?" Terranin was not the only adult in training to answer the call to defend Stratia, but she was the first and perhaps the most eager. It wasn't just her hot-headed demeanor as a pyromancer that brought her to the fight. Before she was recruited by the Order, she spent years protecting the outcast northern barony of Dunnel. When she heard what happened to Tilzen, her anger caused her body to erupt with a burning aura of white fire. She would be happy to trade blows with the Kassarans for it. "Are they all there?" Ishel asked. "Light Arisa counted 99. If Ryland didn't create this room as large as he did..." Terranin paused to shudder. Ishel knew the pyromancer found time sorcery to be unnerving and confusing. "We would be hard-pressed to meet like this." 99?
About half of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. Even if the Order stood together, they would be numbered only a fraction of the Havoc Guilds. They're waiting for you to speak to them, Terranin informed Ishel. Ishel was surprised by that. Do they wish to hear from Light Rylan more? Terranin shook her head. He spends too much time in his study. They do not see enough of him. When they do see him, he is withdrawn and angry. Ishel nodded while she walked into the light of the secret gathering room. There were many voices around her, but they all fell silent as she walked deeper among them. Adults and children alike turned to look at her. They were looking at her to lead them into this war. They were looking at a blacksmith's daughter to lead them to victory. She thought this, and her fears revived with greater fervor. They were placing their faith in survival in the hands of a girl raised as an outcast in a shoved-aside village. Ishel stopped to look at the faces around her. She was not surprised to see the blood-scathed twins. They wanted to use their grotesque magic on people any way they could. Red-haired Light Erisa stood next to Terranin. She was half the pyromancer's age, but she was eager to help bolster the pyromancy with her own aeromancy. Ishel knew Orissa idolized Terranin. Though Orissa was a much more experienced Light, she admired Terranin's strength and endurance. Ishel empathized with this admiration in her own way. She did not know much about Terranin's personal history, but everyone knew Maysellin's cronies were all afraid of Dunnel. The Great Flame Witch never allowed these people in the cold village to come to harm. Squadrons of thugs were sent away with melted weapons and shattered armor. Wanderers lost in the forest would find their way following one of her floating orbs of flame. When these travelers came to Dunnel, the villagers would offer them food and a place to rest the night, helping them on their journey. Ishel looked down at the unusual pair of expectant brown eyes belonging to a white-haired boy. His name was Maurice, and he was the only remaining Chronomancer. He was only 10 years old. How could anyone let him be here? Light Ishel, these are dark times, Maurice reminded with a stern and wise patience that was beyond his years. My magic needs to be here, to exile these shadows. Will you allow your elements to be idle as they are soaked in Stratian blood? Ishel could not decide in which way she felt more stricken. Current reading was a skill for the soulless, and Maurice did so with casual ease. Furthermore, his wisdom and articulation reminded her a great deal of Elysian. In seeing Terranin, the blood-scathed twins and Maurice, realization combined and stirred within Ishel. She felt her confidence return as she walked to the far end of the tall wide room. She gathered endless current into her voice to be heard by everyone. She also shaped a cushion of wind to lift her up to be better seen. I know that you all know as I do, Ishel began. We know that the death and ruin caused by the Kassaran Empire. We know they pause, but do not grant us mercy. They gather more forces. When they move, they will begin to overwhelm all of Stratia. Ishel let that sink in. As so many times before, we in the Order of the Enlightened Sun won't allow this.
What of the Solas? Will they join us? Asked a brown-haired middle-aged man.
They have not been permitted to fight yet. At this time, there is no reason to believe they can.
Ishel's answer was blunt. Murmurs filled the room and some turned to leave.
If you leave, you disappoint your spark, and you wound the spirit of our order, Ishel warned.
You want so few of us to fight against an army that has not been wounded on our soil? There are so few armies left between all the Stratia, informed a dark-haired geomancer with irritation.
Then you are too blind to see what I see. Ishel pointed at the blood-scathed twins. Sanguimancers and Chronomancers, Polymancers and Elementalists of every kind, a legendary Pyromancer, and over a dozen well-trained evokers. We have skills, some of which are alien to the Empire, others with great magnitude.
Ishel paused and her gaze narrowed with intensity as she looked to find her fellow neighbors.
This I speak to my people, gathered from Malkinor. Think of all that you once were. Think of every day you starved or stumbled to find a single drop of water to drink. Think of the fears that once attempted to bury you for years. Think of the love of those you held dear, as you fought one more step, one more day. Even our betters tried to crush us. That same love brought all of us here. We love those we left behind, so much that we strive every day to fathom the depths of our powers. And who are we now? Isha let her voice rise. Are we the slaves and meagres we once were? No! Rang the voices of the Malkanor lot. And we know this because we are far above all that has tried to have us die in obscurity. The Kasarans seek to do the same. They wish us dead in unmarked graves. But we did not give this pleasure to the Highborn of Malkanor, and we certainly won't give it to the Kasaran Empire, will we? No! Ishel's voice was a shout of fervor by now. Those we cherish, those who inspired us to find our greatest selves, they are desperate and vulnerable. Without us, they will be forced into this terrible fate. As we did when we lived beside them, we will stand side by side and take our slim chances for survival and hope, where there would be none otherwise. There will be no dark, obscure graves for them, and can you tell me why that is? The light exiles the shadows! Came the roaring intonation from the determination of 100 lights of the Order. When we fight, we honor the sacrifices of all our Sparks and Solars, just as they did in Catan. We draw the line in the sand before our people. We declare these murderers. We are the enlightened sun, and we cast aside your shadow! As the lights shouted with passion, it was clear that Ishel shared in their abandonment of doubt and fear. If this was Stratia's only defense, Ishel knew anyone would be hard-pressed to dismiss it. Rylan was not in the room, and Ishel kept him out of her words. It was not because she thought he should stay out of the war. She wanted everyone gathered to rely and depend on themselves and each other. She did not want them to use him as a crutch for days ahead. Still, Ishel thought to herself, he would be one of the most powerful and unique lights on the battlefield. If the other lights were going to draw strength from him, Rylan needed to be among them more. Chapter 15. Amreen Takir walked down the center lane of the outer city, a place once called the outskirts. To her mother's dismay, she walked alone. To the dismay of her handmaiden, Lydia Reyes, she was dressed from neck to ankles in chainmail. She wore a short-sleeved leather jerkin, loose enough to allow ease of movement. She also wore black leather boots and bracers, with a long saber sheathed at her hip. Amreen's father was happy to see her don weapons and armor these days. He was, after all, the Lord General of Malkanor. While he supported all her life choices, she knew he held out hope that she would succeed him. That was not why Amreen felt the need to forsake her dresses most days and choose to equip herself this way. Contrary to belief of other nobles her age, it did not have as much to do with the Kasaran attack either. Ever since the death and memorial of Elysian, fates favor his soul, King Malaric and her father returned more determined to protect the farmers and workers from the cruelties of the aristocracy. It became a continual struggle against Maysellen, who was supported by her lackey barons and the thugs they recruited. While Malaric and her father could not prove anything against the Malkanor nobility, the armies of the nation warred with a seemingly infinite onslaught of thugs. The conflict reflected on the people. They were not taxed heavier, and their homes were in good repair. They kept food to eat and coin to spend. But the hordes of thugs were spread all over Malkanor, kidnapping and assaulting outside the swift reach of Palantir. They stalked and prowled villages and highways, waiting to rob travelers or take them to be sold into slavery. What was needed was connecting evidence, which they lacked. Amreen was certain these thugs worked for the baronies, who, in turn, answered to Her Majesty, Maysellen Morinroke. Regardless, this meant the soldiers were spread thin on patrols from border to border. There was no one left to protect the outer city or its people. So, Amreen took it upon herself to work with some of the residents to keep her father informed. She also settled conflicts and interrupted any crimes that occurred. Amreen didn't have much to worry about when it came to the farmers or the families. They were a warm, close-knit community. The exception was, of course, the miners, who sometimes returned from the mines that bordered southern Narrenmoor. They were a remnant of history that no one in the outer city welcomed. They were often drunk, frequently violent, and always angry. The miners were trapped in the times when their families had little to nothing. Their failure to provide created a desire to drink away their failures. Change would never allow for people to stagnate in old ways and bad habits. The outer city felt this truth.
Aimreen was glad to be witness to this truth as well. Aimreen walked the cobbled streets under a warming late winter sun. It was noon. Children were playing in the streets. Mothers and fathers worked together to carry baskets and carts full of spring seeds in preparations of the coming seasons. Aimreen carried her skullcap under her left arm, leaving her free to wave to familiar faces with the right hand. Her long brown hair swayed back and forth below the middle of her back, out of her way. Aimreen looked about her and smiled. The outer city was a good place. It always reminded her of the best of the nature of Malkinor. It was enduring, patient, and caring. She felt happy to look after it and protect its people for her lover. Aimreen paused, letting her emerald eyes wander and daydream as she thought about Rylan. He was both the happiest and saddest thought in her mind. She thought a lot about his touch, shy and tentative as it was, and his bright blue eyes. She was happy to think about the time they did have together, and it hurt her to know that it was not time for them to have more. Aimreen stopped her wistful thoughts and massaged an ache in her shoulder. The leather and chainmail were not tight or restrictive, but after a while the heavy weight pressed down on her. She had grown stronger in the last 2 years. As a young woman, she was not as dainty or frail as her noble peers. Her hands were more callous since she took up more training with the sword. Her complexion was a little darker from adapted sun exposure. Though she wore armor for a man 2 sizes larger than her, it only served to conceal the fact that her curves were more defined. Alongside this, the muscles in her arms and legs were more pronounced. Though not bulky, she was as strong as any soldier her father ever trained. Patrolling the outer city was not the only obligation Aimreen filled with her time. All her activities were distasteful to the queen, of course, but the king and her father were full supporters of her choices. So, if she was not patrolling and training, she was reading apothecary journals or helping Palantir's healers in their work. Further up the street, emerging from the flat plain beyond, came a boy a few years younger than Aimreen. He was dressed from the neck down in loose, airy black. He waved his arm high, causing his shoulder-length brown braid to bounce. Though he smiled, his dark brown eyes were intense and piercing. A faux ruby-pommeled longsword and a gold-handled dagger were sheathed at his hip. He walked with a fluid, ready grace that came easy to him from all his training. Jorikin Baranol, Aimreen's protege and partner in protection, closed the distance and clasped Aimreen's forearm in greeting.
"You're late. I expected you several hours ago,"
Aimreen criticized. Jorikin shrugged. "I just returned from one of the southern baronies." Jorikin was absent for more than a week. If not for the help of the blacksmith Ernik, Ishel's father, Aimreen would have patrolled the city alone. "Some of your father's soldiers were ambushed," Jorikin informed.
"Walk with me and tell me more."
Aimreen led the way past the single-floor, dark gray homes. Aimreen gestured for Jorikin to hasten his point. "I stopped the thugs. 2 dead. The rest won't walk. I broke a few knees and severed a few ankle tendons." Jorikin raised a halted hand before Aimreen could speak. "They won't talk, but I observed something in their fighting. They are a little better than thugs, but their training leans heavy on a single thrust to the middle. I think they are accustomed to ending fights with that method." Aimreen nodded. The single thrust technique was a favorite among soldiers posted at the southern borders with Votus. The skirmishes were generally with bandits that had grown too greedy, hoping to loot the more remote homes and lesser estates. The skirmishes often took place in narrow canyons. The soldiers would lead the thugs in a bottleneck space where they could end the conflict with a thrust that would be difficult to defend or evade.
"If they won't talk, did they have any evidence connecting them to Earl Mason?"
Aimreen asked hopeful. Jorikin sighed with annoyance. "No, they had the appearance of Odessians, brown hat, tan casual movement. They also donned what might be expected of thugs. Any other day I might stand back and wager a gold piece in favor of the soldiers. They were Phoenix Legion." Aimreen didn't bother to hide her surprise at the last bit. While the Phoenix Legion made up the bulk of Malkinor's army, they were also her father's favorite and most well-trained soldiers. He drilled them often and was never disappointed with them. They also did not tire so easy. Together, they numbered over 3,000, last she counted 3 years ago. They never separated into patrols of less than 20. They held the tendency of halting skirmishes in less than 3 minutes due to partial Kassaran methods taught by her father.
"How many were in the patrol?"
Aimreen dreaded the answer she might hear to that. "I counted 8. That chilled Aimreen.
"Do we know if they were attacked by Kassarans?"
Jorikin shook his head.
"I don't know. I did not ask. Jorikin turned to draw her in his solemn gaze. They looked like broken, empty men. They had a wagon beside them. For the bodies, I think. Imrine knew that if it wasn't the Cassarans, then the other truth was just as bad. Either one meant her father's soldiers were being pushed back. The Phoenix Legion never lost men before. Her father trained all Malaric's men too well to die against thugs. There was a thought that chilled Imrine more. What if the Cassarans attacked Malkanor while Mayselin and her lackeys continued their foolish struggle to reclaim servitude from the people? The Empire would tear both sides apart with little effort. Any word from Torch Rylan? Jorikin changed the subject with a sly gleam in his eye. Imrine controlled the impulse to sigh. No, but given how things are, what time would he have? Jorikin laughed. Only as much as a time sorcerer wishes. Ryland made a habit of fold-stepping to Imrine once a month or so. While the Order insisted on inaction and remained withdrawn from the world, Imrine assumed Ryland remained busy, but she did not get a visit from him in the last few months. Jorikin seemed to offer optimistic reassurance, but as he opened his mouth, a man's scream sounded from the fields to the north. Imrine and Jorikin sprinted toward the source of the cries, unsheathing their weapons. Imrine strapped the skull cap on her head with a leather buckle under the chin. She insisted upon the adjustment when she discovered even with her thick hair, her head was a little smaller than the previous owner of the helmet. 2 more cries sounded from the same man's voice. The cries drew closer with each sounding. Imrine knew the victim was running to the outer city. Several more men and women dashed into view, fleeing for the safety of the village. Imrine and Jorikin were forced to swerve around them. Imrine spotted a young farmer couple. The wife held her husband's hand running in the lead. The dark-haired man's free arm hung limp, with a bone-deep cut on the upper arm and shoulder. Blood spilled free to his fingers while he struggled to keep pace under the blood loss. Behind them, 5 red and gold heavy armored soldiers chased with murderous intent. Their curved longswords were held in both hands at hip level, ready to deliver a killing strike. Jorikin rolled low, rising into a kneeling position in front of the lead soldier. He brought his longsword up in time to halt a strike for his head. He flipped his dagger in his grip, jammed it through the soldier's left thigh. He jumped high and impaled the soldier's neck with his longsword. When he landed, he kicked the soldier free of his weapon. Imrine approached another soldier before he could close in on the wounded couple. The soldier attacked with a flourish that might have cut most Stratians to ribbons. Imrine parried and deflected as swift as the blows came. She gave a silent internal thanks for all the time she spent training with Jorikin. He insisted on learning everything she had ever learned from her father. As the soldier's longsword began an upward cut at her middle, she blocked low, bracing the dull side of her saber with her free hand. Seeing the two-way opening, she delivered a quick, high-arcing kick to the side of his head. She lifted her sword and swung in a half-circle, cutting his neck. As he fell, Imrine heard another soldier charging over him. She struck with a jarring backwards kick before doing another half-spin, running the point of her saber between his eyes in a powerful lunge. She slashed out with a sideways thrusting kick that sent the soldier off her weapon. Jorikin finished cutting down one more soldier, and Imrine joined him in approaching the final swordsman. They moved slow and cautious, allowing a chance for him to flee or drop his weapon and surrender. Instead, he hardened his stance and tightened his two-handed grip on the weapon while they circled him. Imrine moved in front of the red soldier. As Jorikin circled to the rear, he dashed in. Jorikin anticipated the backward slash and blocked down hard with his long sword. He spun and jumped high, twisting into the sideways thrusting kick to the back of his armored head. The soldier stumbled forward, his face meeting with half of the blade of Imrine's saber with a wet crunch. Imrine relaxed her lunge and yanked her weapon free of the soldier's head, letting him continue to fall face first. Imrine sighed with weary exertion while she wiped her blade on the fallen soldier. It was not her first life taken, thank the fates. Some years ago, there were thugs that tried to escape from her father and cut down unlucky farmers of the outer city that were in their way. They forced her to discard her last naivety then. Even before that, she watched as some of the healers and palanzers tried and failed to save lives. As a result, death and bloodshed were no strangers to her. But killing was a little too easy for Jorikin. He gave her a wry smile. 2 lunging thrusts to the head. Imrine could not evade returning a slight smile. What of it? I remember someone telling me not to repeat the same maneuver. Sage wisdom. I'm glad you follow it. Imrine attempted to stop him. I think it was the same maneuver, Jorikin pressed. You have strange gratitude. We are still alive, against 5 Kassaran soldiers no less. As if to argue the point with Imrine, screams sounded from the outer city.
Plumes of smoke burst to sudden and sporadic life, exuded from the homes. Jorkin and Aimreen dashed back to the outer city at full sprint. The running and fighting began to take its toll on Aimreen in the armor. She pushed against the heat, sweat, and ache that weighed down on her. She and Jorkin were all the people had. It was her worst fear realized. While her father and the Phoenix Legion were spread throughout Malkinor, the Cassarans began their assault right in Palantir. Chapter 16. Xenon Roll sat cross-legged on a plush maroon rug in a dark, thick canvas tent. His eyes were open and unblinking as he stared into the depths of a cloud of red glowing mist. The faint light cast by the magic etched his angry face in stark and frightening detail. He ground his teeth as he watched several squads of Karak and 3 young Havoc Magi blunder the most simple task he could have assigned them. The Darkstone City in the west should have been easy to wipe away. Even with a city and towering black palace within a few miles, its defenses were weak. There were no patrolling soldiers. All the members of the Order remained holed up like cowards. There were no walls or defensive structures to hinder them. The landscape itself seemed an open invitation to attack. There were only flat plains and a growth of vegetation most Kassaran farmers wouldn't hesitate to call woods. Some of the contingents were released from the Meldwalk in the farmlands where the servants' caste worked, and it seemed like they would strike down any who thought to flee. But then a boy and a girl in armor arrived, and their fighting skills were unique among Stratians. If Xenon Roll was not already burdened with the task of overseeing the beach arrival, he would have Meldwalked to challenge them himself. It grated on Xenon's combat sensibilities. 5 Karak were cut down like First Conquest soldiers fresh from the Empire training camps. They were dead inside of minutes. While it was true that there were clear Crimson Empire skill present in the 2 defenders, 5 Karak should have been able to fare much better than what he witnessed. Hoping the entire assault was not botched, Xenon shifted his attention to the middle of the paved city streets. Homes were burning in places, and that was a good sign, but he met with further frustration as the transparent scrying sphere hovered over a blacksmith's forge. A burly, shirtless figure, only a little shorter than Xenon Roll, stood outside. He was surrounded by 10 Karak, and he held them back with a giant sledge and a double-edged war axe. Several Karak were cut down, bleeding and dying in the streets around the balding blonde smith. Their injuries were massive and lethal within seconds, as their internal organs fell onto the cobbled ground. The smith's strikes were wide and powerful, forcing the Karak to maintain a wary distance from the crushing arcs. Where were the Havoc Magi? Xenon's scrying sphere lifted higher, searching the streets for their presence. He was furious to find that they were causing random explosions to various homes, while the Karak were facing the defenses unaided. Were they so young and arrogant that they found addictive fascination in random and meaningless devastation? He needed to rein in their concentration. As Xenon looked closer, he had little time. The boy and girl were about to intercept the smith. If the 3 joined forces, and this contingent remained scattered, this offensive would be routed.
What nonsense are you novices engaged in, that you forfeit victory?
Xenon projected his angry shouts across the distance to the Magi.
There is a defense near to success in the center of the streets. Not a quarter mile away from your gameplay. I will not tolerate another humiliation like the swamps of Narrenmore. Concentrate and conquer.
With that, Xenon was satisfied to watch the 3 Magi call to the 30 Karak, gathering their forces to wipe away the defending efforts. Xenon sighed, breathing in the calming smoke of incense. If he were less an expert of fire rivers, the method employed to gather endless current while obstructed with anger, he would not be able to maintain these vigils. Xenon released the red-hued haze of the scrying sphere. The tent was illuminated only by the glow of a single red candle in a brass stand. With the corner of failure diminished, he could turn his efforts to expediting the landing. Ryland sat in his temporal study, floating, his eyes closed. Watching the activities of the Kassaran army proved tedious for several days now. They were only moving to land more soldiers. Their Havoc guilds were as silent as still statues. But this tedium worried Ryland. For the first few weeks, the Havoc guilds left a wide trail of blood and bodies everywhere. But this stillness left an uncomfortable tension. Their anger was a thick force in the air. Even in the numerical calm of the temporal current, they would move again. Time was growing short. Their impatience would only be satisfied with greater levels of cruelty when they struck again. That time came with little warning, catching Rylan off guard. Several squads of the famed Karak army gathered, accompanied by 3 Havoc Magi. The endless current swirled around the entire gathering before they vanished from sight. It happened with swift abruptness. The meld walk was a common skill to the Order, but shouldn't the aggressive Havoc sorcerers require wording and gestures? To become part of that infinite vibration of energy, one needed to still their thoughts and emotions enough to be unclouded by them. They would have to be second nature for a meld walk with no spell shaping. This was something Rylan never witnessed from them. He collected his scattered thoughts from their stricken confusion. It was not important that they knew how to do it. They needed to be followed and watched. Rylan's awareness rushed to catch up to the stream of ripples in the endless current left in their wake. Their union with energy made it difficult to do anything more than follow, tracing their ripples to the west across the landscape. Meanwhile, seconds were ticking into minutes. Time continued to move outside of the projection. These Cassarans would certainly find their next target. They would strike with all their pent-up fury. Unsuspecting people would be left in bloody and burning heaps. But something worse tickled Rylan's thoughts. They moved far and deep past the Tyrillian farmlands. They did not lay waste to those villages. They remained westbound, ignoring the north and Narenmore. They continued an unerring path straight into Malkinor. Rylan inwardly prayed that he was wrong, that they held no interest in the outer city or Palantir, or the baronies and villages that surrounded. 5 Karak departed the endless current just to the north of the outer city, in potato farms and apple orchards. They wasted no moment and felt no current sickness. They struck swift and without mercy. Rylan knew every victim. 2 men arched upwards against the curved longswords that skewered them from behind. A foot of slender steel burst through their sternums before they were yanked upward to do more damage to their heart. Blood fell in thick streams from their gaping mouths. Beckray and Torrit were 10 years older than Rylan. When Rylan was smaller, they would hoist him up in these apple orchards and allow him to pick more fruit for his mother. A young couple, only a few years older than Rylan, tried to flee. The husband already received a deep gash on his arm for the effort. His head would have been split open if he didn't move when he did. Rylan knew this man as Tarek, and he lived several huts to the south of Rylan's hovel. As a boy, Tarek skipped stones at the small pond in the woods. Now his wife pulled with desperate yanks while he struggled to remain alert from the blood loss. His efforts were doubled as he screamed for someone to save his wife. Rylan recognized the sight of Jorikin at once. Taller, dressed in black with a broader physique, he barred his way against 5 Karak. There was a heavily armored guard as well, but there was something strange about the soldier's posture and movement. Rylan looked closer and noticed the soldier was a woman. He gaped with alarm when he saw her face and knew Aimreen was standing in defense of the outer city. His lover, Aimreen Teker, would meet the Cassarans in battle with only a boy to assist her. She would be split open and burned to ash in the end. That was the last of watching and doing nothing Rylan could tolerate. He opened his eyes and sprung up from his sitting position. He rushed about his study, gathering only 3 items. The coat he whipped onto his arms and shoulders in a snapping fashion. He placed the emerald flask in his pocket. He hefted the smooth length of the long emerald staff in his hands. The golden runes etched into the ends sparkled. The transparent emerald length sounded with a heavy whoosh, whoosh as he gave the gleaming weapon an experimental spin. Rylan locked the image of the north fields in the outer city in his mind. He saw everything just as it was projected when he closed his eyes. Then, he fold-stepped. Ernik was outside his smithy. Aimreen and Jordikin skidded to a halt to either side of the burly smith. He held back 7 red-plated soldiers with a double axe and his heavy forge hammer. 3 red and gold figures were crumpled in heaps, mangled in pools of their own blood. They paid the price for underestimating the outer city smith master.
You must have made the barons most cross, Ernik,
Aimreen teased. Her eyes shifted among the remaining soldiers.
They hired Cassarans to rip down your forge.
Ernik grinned without turning.
It's my overwhelming charm.
One of the soldiers backstepped in time to avoid a braining strike from the smith's hammer. He stumbled over 2 other soldiers behind him. Aimreen and Jorikin leaped at the opening. Aimreen flicked a wide arc from her saber, causing a thick spray of blood from the soldiers in front. Jorikin wheeled around Aimreen and rammed his dagger into the forehead of a soldier on the right. He lashed out with a high sideways kick. The impact sounded a large crunch of red metal and bone on the other soldier's head. Ernik greeted the dizzied, stunned soldier with a disemboweling cleave from his axe. Ernik yanked the blade free, trailing intestines and chunks of broken armor. Victory was in sight. The other soldiers hesitated from the sight of the swift defense. Their eyes shifted from the bloody heaps of their fellows to the enemies who waited. The explosions and quaking cobbles were still. Silence granted a moment to breathe. The screams of frightened villagers were no longer in evidence. Imreen wanted to believe they bought the people time to flee to safety. There was no way to be certain, and no time to investigate. Smoke and plumes of bright red fire still licked the skies. The acrid black clouds made a choking miasma filled with the reek of blood and death. Still, Imreen dared a calm breath. That was the only reprieve she would have. The soldiers stepped back cautiously. They melded into an approaching contingent of red-plated and long swords from the south. Imreen turned her head to the north. The sound of heavy boots and marching cadence preluded the sight of another contingent of Kissaran soldiers. A hasty count revealed no less than 30 soldiers. Their swords were drawn. When they closed the distance, they would cut them to ribbons in one unified strike. There would be no chance to deflect. Imreen turned her attention to the south in time to see another arrival. The soldiers' feet hammered a unified halt as 3 figures appeared. They materialized from the air itself. They were not heavily armed or armored, but this made them even more intimidating. They were long, open, sleeveless red vests over black pants and boots. They wore black bracers covered with brass studs. Their heads were shaved, even in the case of the 2 tall women. A series of scars and black tattoos decorated them like badges of honor. Their grins were eager, and their eyes shone with hunger for slaughter. Their fingers were encircled by tiny strands of crackling red energy. Fear settled with cold disregard in Imreen's belly. They were Havoc Guild Magi. These were the people who bathed Stratia in blood and ashes. They lost none of their members in battle, yet. Imreen, Jorikin, and Ernik were the only obstacle to Malkinor sharing in the fate of their victims. Their chances of survival could not be found. Maybe they could outmaneuver the Havoc Magi. They might be able to withstand a trial of attrition with the soldiers. That was only separate. The combined forces were more than sufficient to put them down. Imreen sighed, collecting her resolve. This was not the day for death she planned on. There was no help for it, and no escape from it. Her life would buy time for escape for the people. While her regret was an obvious one, Imreen would not yield to it. No tears would fall. She leveled the intensity of her emerald eyes on her enemies. Imreen brandished her saber in a flourish. Her saber sang a shrill metallic song of steel. Which of you dies first? No one stepped forward. The Havoc Magi continued to smile. Their grins did not change. The soldiers held their swords ready, but there was no sound of creaking plated armor, no boots grinding against the cobblestone. No one moved a hair's width. Imreen's lips curled in a smile of her own. This was no ordinary pause before conflict. This was no stop in the moment at the end of a person's life. Jorikin and Ernik relaxed, their faces creased with confusion. Who could blame them? Imreen knew that this sort of event last occurred in battle 7 millennia ago. Invaders! I wish to introduce you to someone! Imreen relaxed her own stance. This is Torch Rylan, of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. He would speak, but his words must come too quick for you to fathom. Rylan stood between the circle of soldiers and the 3 defenders of the outer city. His displacement cloak was a reflex cast upon a rival, quickening his every move. He closed his eyes, seeing only numbers and places fill the darkness of his thoughts. The temporal current moved with the steady rhythm of gears on a wheel, clicking inside him with mechanical precision. Rylan stretched his awareness into each of these clicks. He felt their logical symmetry in his grasp. Each one moved into him with eldritch light. He felt the glow permeate his being, uniting him with time itself. His mind stretched outward. His fingers turned and opened each of these hidden bolts and locks. Rylan cast far beyond the spheres and cloaks he was accustomed to. He shaped into the gathering around him. He projected a stasis field with a boom. Emerald energy burst outward into a wave. The stasis field trapped all the Kissarans in the outer city. Rylan projected the remaining temporal energy into his emerald staff. It bucked in his hands with a rapid force. Dozens of shimmering balls of energy hurtled at the Karak. They soaked into the weapons and armor, absorbed into the metal and wood. A mix of ambient moisture and fast-moving time seeped into the equipment, hastening their decay. Tiny brown flakes fell first. The weapons and armor crumbled into particles that piled on the cobbled road. The soldiers were disarmed. Rylan altered the flow of time around the Havoc Magi. He swept his staff low, crackling against their shins. They fell in a motion that was lethargic. When they landed, Rylan calmed his thoughts. The endless current answered his inner stillness with a swift wave of vibrations and energy.
After a shaping, restraints made of stone reached out of the cobbles. They clasped tight on the wrists and ankles of the Havoc Magi. Time slowed for Rylan as he spoke then. Rylan jammed the end of his staff into the throat of the Havoc Sorcerer. He spoke in fluid Kassaran. Your attempt to invade this city has failed. I leave you two options of surrender. You meldwalk back to the Crimson Empire and never return, or you meldwalk back to your camp without the ability to meldwalk again. Whichever you choose, you will not harm Stratia again. The woman on the left laughed with defiance. You issue demands of us in a farmer's tongue. Your threats are swine and beats, boy. Only death will stop us from wiping all Stratians from the world. The sorcerer spat against the staff. Rylan sighed and rolled his eyes. No, not only death. You will regret your choice. Savor your next meldwalk. You will not shape another. Rylan braced himself and closed his eyes. He winced as he began to shape his next displacement cloak. This would hurt him as well. The temporal energy hummed through his staff and spread outward from the choking point. It created a growing dome of emerald light that cocooned the Magi. The light contracted, seeping into their skin. The effect was immediate. The skin on their hands began to crease and wrinkle, sagging away from brittle bones. The skin on their heads shrank and drew tight, revealing crags and hollows. Pockmarks and moles dotted their faces. Their bodies shriveled and their clothes drooped from the stick-thin frames. Their eyes sank into the hollows of their sockets, their lips thinned and pulled back from yellow teeth. Rylan withdrew the aging cloak. He shuddered with distaste. It was forbidden magic among Chronomancers against living victims. These three were a decade from their grave. The green glow vanished. He withdrew his staff and dismissed the bands of stone. He offered his staff to aid them in standing. One of the Havoc Sorceresses slapped the offer away. She cried out as her bones protested with arthritic agony. She looked at her shaking hands with wide, horrified eyes. One meldwalk, Rylan reminded them. Together, you may be able to take your disarmed Karak with you. This was your choice. It stands. Rylan dispersed his various anomalies of time. Everything returned to normal flowing movement. Rylan braced himself for the inevitable price to pay. He needed to see the Kassarans leave. A visage of strength was needed to force them away. Rylan turned to see Aimreen, Jorikin, and Ernik. He looked them over for injuries. The blood that covered them was not their own. Rylan sighed with relief and wrapped his arms around Aimreen's waist. Before Rylan could savor a kiss that waited months to occur, a cold pressure began to squeeze deep within his brain. He fell to his knees, gripping his head. His skull was viced with tremendous unseen force. His arms and legs drooped with leaden weight. His palms scraped against the blood-stained cobbles. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound would escape his throat. Aimreen gathered Rylan in her chainmail arms. His vision began to blur and darken. Two thoughts escorted Rylan into unconsciousness. He was grateful that Kassarans were not here to witness this. And would he always lose consciousness so close to home? Chapter 17. Marten and Delic strode confidently down the dark corridor towards the open light and cold air of the entry foyer. His heavy, silver-trimmed brown robes of an Ard Solis billowed behind him in flowing waves. His thick, dark oak staff sounded loudly against the marble floor with every other step on his right foot. Martenin was a tall man with broad shoulders and thick corded muscles. His hood was up, concealing the shining brown hair, tied in a short tail behind his neck. He had deep, dark brown eyes and rounded cheeks over a short, trimmed, dark beard. He seldom smiled, leaving furrowed lines of careful considerations. He wore soft, short leather boots that lent well to his long, measured strides. Martenin joined the Order only 5 years after Elysian. He always thought the Elomancer to be little more than a thoughtless showboat. He wondered, often, what Caltessus ever saw in him. He answered to battle far too much. He never studied all the lore at his fingertips. He took way too many risks with more loss than gained. He never followed up his decision with proper afterstudy. All in all, Elysian was a wound on the Order. His leadership ended in a way that was as just as it was predictable. Martenin would have laughed at the fulfillment of the inevitable, but Elysian left the Order in shambles. Now, it was up to Martenin to clean up more than half a century of unchecked chaos. Of all the lights Caltessus could have chosen to lead the era, he chose the worst. Yes, Martenin believed himself to be the best choice, but he would have gladly accepted Matisia's leadership. And look what happened to her. Sent out to Malkanor where her mind and talents were wasted,
Another example of Elysian's thoughtless blundering. Now, the Order stood on a potentially fatal precipice. Even before the fool Cindric started his efforts to prove the Empire's involvement with the loss of Catan, Martenin knew that a war between rulers was coming. Martenin quickly chose emissaries to negotiate with the Emperor. Meeting with him was difficult enough. Arranging a non-violence pact was harder still. The Emperor held a long grudge with Elysian. It took a lot of bartering and compromise to get him to see the Elumancer's era was over. In the end, when the Order survived, they would have to serve the Emperor in an unofficial capacity. Yes, they would be treated harshly as inferiors for quite some time, but the Order needed to rebuild anyway. It was only right that they should truly begin all over again. It was also true that bartering meant the vaults of the Grand Illumination. While Martenin didn't know where the hidden libraries and reliquaries were, he agreed that the Order would help locate them and give the Empire unrestricted access to the contents. It was a steep price, but Martenin believed it created a balance for the Order to survive in a very new world. He could not save everyone, and now he believed it was wrong to try. Stratia was a land steeped in corruption and fools. Malkinor was a breeding ground for elitist slavers. Narenmore was a ruthless bog where depravity reigned. Vodus was too slothful and weak to ever rise to any possibility. Catan Shah couldn't think without the Order present. Paral Sen was dainty, fragile, and too playful. Only Terrell seemed noteworthy, and they allowed everyone to feast off their labor so often they would never discover their strength. Of course, Martenin could not divulge any of this to his fellows in the Order. He could admit that he agreed to a holocaust, and that the Order would do nothing about it. So, if they were all going to survive, he needed to nip this uprising in the bud. Somehow, information had slipped to the non-Solas. Solas were training their students for war everywhere, and they were even holding secret gatherings like rebellious adolescents. At the head of it all, to Martenin's dismay, but not to his surprise, was Elysian's incorrigible student Rylan. Martenin would not refer to him as Light Rylan, and after today, he would never need to again. For the sake of patience, Martenin allowed his rogue solitary training and loud antics. As a geomancer, he endured his lack of manners and respect. Then, against obvious council rulings, Rylan gathered information about the Kassaran attacks. Martenin didn't know how he did it. It was like the whole Catan incident that way. Martenin might have just taken his grey robe, demoting him to Candle for it. But, in direct violation of every rule of the Order, Rylan engaged in battle against the Kassaran detachment in Malkinor. Martenin didn't care about Rylan's reasons. He had already proven far more hot-headed and volatile than his mentor ever was, and twice as dangerous. Rylan was on a clear path of self-destruction. If he wasn't cast out, there would be no Stratia left. The Order needed to distance itself from Rylan's inevitable catastrophic explosion. As Martenin came within view of the entry foyer, he saw the council already flanked an empty space and stood before the assembled Order. He stepped out into the overcast gloom of the late winter day and halted between his council fellows. A cold wind blew in from the hills to the west, clashing and mingling with the ocean sprays of the east. Martenin felt as though even the white of the citadel had lost its warmth. That was to be expected, he thought. There were hard times ahead. They had to make cold decisions if any part of Stratia was to survive. Martenin gathered endless current through the stone, then projected it back out into the ground, creating an undetectable ripple that would carry the sound of his voice.
Light of the Order of the Enlightened Sun, I thank you for coming to listen.
Martenin believed starting with a friendly note would garner their cooperation.
I know you are much more informed than I wish you were. I want you to know that I didn't create ignorance out of malice. I wished only to protect the members of the most cherished Order. Violence rages beyond these walls. Blood is shed needlessly. I know you are all worried about your old friends, your family that cared for you, and your birthlands.
Martenin paused, allowing his words of sympathy to reach the gathering.
I held back this information because we must find any means of diplomacy first. That has been the way of our Order since it was founded. We never answer violence with more violence without considering the possibilities. I believe such chances are present here. We can come to a long-awaited agreement with the Kassarans. In doing so, we give a better future, not only to Stratia, but our entire world as well. We must come to an understanding, not conflict.
Martenin's gaze scanned the lights before him. The Solas, of course, remained silent as they stood against the walls, closest to the entry door. He placed them there to prevent the lights in training from doing anything unreasonable. He knew, as he watched their clenched fists and tight jaws, that the Solas wanted very much to make their disagreements plain. Martenin scowled before making a stern declaration.
As you may all know, yesterday one of our order departed to meet the Kasarans in battle. For any light in training, sorcery combat with those who do not possess this gift is strictly forbidden. War and battle are permitted only to the Solas of our order. Furthermore, he was not instructed to leave at all. These violations endanger the discipline of our order and threaten the world we protect. As punishment, Rylan is henceforth banished from the Order of the Enlightened Sun. When he returns, we will exile him to the northern wastes, where his power can harm no one.
Shocked expressions and several gasps were evident, even among the Solas. Banishment and exile were judgments that had never been passed before. "Why would you do that?" a boy shouted back. Martenin squinted, trying to locate the child who would challenge his wisdom. He didn't need to search long. A small, blonde-haired boy emerged from the front of his peers. He was less than 12 years old, wearing the brown robes of those who were not torch level. Did this mouthy child discover his speciality yet? His brown eyes glared at Martenin with fearless, unhindered accusation.
Because he would hurt everyone, Light. For fate's sake.
Martenin could not place a name to the boy. He could not be expected to know the name of every non-Solus. "Maurice," the boy finished, his voice hard. "And just as you don't know the name of every non-Solus upstart, you do know the true heart of our order. For safety, you toss aside the future of our order like so much waste." Martenin's gaze narrowed. How could a child sound so cold and filled with judging contempt? Light Elysian refused to succumb to such cowardice. Perhaps that is what Light Keltessis saw in him. Everyone with a rank higher than a torch gasped at Maurice's assessment. Martenin's anger burned hot against the boy. Something about him reminded him of his longtime rival. The feeling stirred were as bitter as the bile climbing his throat. Was the anger causing him to feel sick? And did this boy just current read Martenin? Martenin didn't sense any change in the endless current. There was no probing strands of magic. More to the point, if Maurice did current read him, how much did he now know? Only 3 other lights on the council knew about his agreement with the Emperor. If that knowledge were to spread before it came to fruition, the resulting insurgence would be disastrous. Martenin realized that all eyes were on him. Maurice called him out. There was an expectation that a leader could, at the very least, respond to a child.
Rylan may have averted the loss of one city temporarily. If we don't negotiate with these foreigners, if we don't talk first, how can we avoid the loss of all Stratia?
Martenin delivered the challenge in patience.
"An interesting point, Light Martenin. So why didn't you speak with the Kasarans before they devastated Tilzen?"
The last came from Ishel, causing Martenin to grind his teeth. Of course, the fool girl's best friend of Elysian's destructive apprentice would challenge him. She was as rash as Rylan and almost as full of destructive raw power.
We didn't expect the attack any more than you did,
Martenin defended.
There was nothing we could do about it.
Ishel snorted with cynicism.
"Well, certainly there was nothing you did about it. You did nothing about Catan, including the paint of the people. You did nothing about the uproar in recorded history. There was nothing done about the slaughter of multiple Stratian armies. There has been a lot of nothing, Light Martenin."
In our wounded state,
Martenin began a stammered excuse.
"We are not wounded! We are idle!"
Ishel's shout drew equal parts nervous and approving stares from the Solas.
Lower your tone, Light Ishel,
Martenin snapped back. But Ishel would not be contained with such ease.
"We are sitting idly by, where our continent crumbles around us!"
Martenin felt the gentle rush of endless current to Ishel. With nothing but a thought, she spell-shaped her voice to carry her words farther. Fates! These young lights developed their skills much faster than anyone Martenin trained with.
"Light Rylan betrayed nothing of our beloved and sacred order. He honored every lesson of wisdom ever passed to him. He left to protect our people. He honored the spirit of his Radiance Elysian, fates allowed to revere his soul forever."
Ishel addressed every light. She was answered with the ramped attention.
If we are to honor all that is the heart of the Order of the Enlightened Sun, we must stop condemning his heroism and join him!
The last could not be tolerated. Martenin barely excused 24 solas resigning. He only needed a reason to cast out Rylan before, and the fool only gave it to him. If that many lights were to abandon the Order and march into battle against the Cassarans, Martenin's efforts would fail. The Emperor would see it no differently than the Order breaking the agreement. At that point, the Empire would turn its attention in wrath on the Citadel.
No one leaves the Citadel!
Martenin shouted.
I will not allow any more of you to endanger the Order and any chance for peace. If any of you turn to work, I will have you confined until either you see reason or the conflict ends. I will not allow the Order to be tarnished by a mass exodus of renegades!
You will have us confined, Light Martenin.
Learin's question was more of a playful challenge.
That would make the first real move we've seen from you since you tried to assume the post of his radiance. Will you try to talk us into confinement? Or will you show us some mettle and force us?
At this point, the situation was getting out of control. With each new voice, these renegades became more emboldened. Under such fury, Martenin could not gather Endless Current as swiftly as he wished. His temper was at odds with his elemental affinity. He spell-shaped an earth spell. The solas gathered by the entry scurried aside as a wall of thick gray bricks and mortar burst from the ground to seal the way out. Heads turned to look at the impromptu imprisonment, then turned back to look at Martenin. He was gratified to see that the shock and dismay on the solas expressionless. That was short-lived as he saw the outrage and contempt on the face of the rebellious students. How many of these lights and trainings knew how to meldwalk? His wall would be a moot point if there were that many. He would have given them another reason to depart. Rage did not make the best motivator for his well-thought plans.
Those of us who will aid Stratia in her time of need, stand together for Meldwalk!
Ishel shouted with rising defiance.
Solas, seize all of them and confine them until they can each be current scoured.
Martenin roared with fury. The council around him turned, their eyes wide, their mouths gaping with shock.
What? This Order needs a new beginning. This rebellion is an omen that it must be so!
Martenin wondered why they did not understand something so simple. The solas did not move. Martenin turned to them and howled.
Solas! Capture them all!
Still, no one moved.
This is an order from the leader of the council. You are bound by oath to obey!
One of the council solas to Martenin's left, a Hydromancer, interjected with a murmur. I believe the better question is how they can find the ability to disobey.
They have to obey!
Martenin growled, in a tone that climbed to a renewed shout.
They are bound by the rods of binding! They cannot disobey!
Now, the lights in training gaped with the same shock Martenin previously earned from the council. Light Martenin! Baron stepped forward and shouted. Let me explain a simple thing that has eluded you. The Pyromaster's smirk was smug and satisfied. The rods of binding are not made with words alone. They are also made with intentions. The collective intentions of the council was that we would obey for the greater good of the Order. When you ordered us to imprison and maim our students, your command contradicts the intentions that bind us. This command also erodes the rods, if only a little. Your bond with us is more tenuous now. Demand us to harm our Order again, and the rods will no longer restrain us. Martenin's desperation grew as he watched the lights in training cluster closer together. They were going to destroy the entire Order, and there was nothing he could do to stop them. The solas at the entry intoned in a unified shout. All is known in the light! It was an invitation. Their warm smiles beamed with the pride for their students. Martenin's anger climbed to a level that would not allow him to speak straight. He could only watch as the non-solas turned and smiled back at their mentors. The light exiles the shadows! Came the combined intonations of the non-solas. The bubble of fury in Martenin's throat burst, allowing him to shout.
If you leave, all of you are hereby expelled from the Order of the Enlightened Sun. Your names will be stricken from the archives and you will be labeled renegades!
Light Borvis, whom Martenin only recognized because of his own extensive service to Terrell, turned with a thoughtful grin. Renegades! It has a certain charm to it. He mulled it over out loud. I think the ladies will find it dashing. The solas answered Borvis's quip with a collective chuckle. A moment later, a giant rush of endless current filled the foyer. Every able non-Solus who could shape a Meldwalk gathered close with their brothers and sisters who did not know how. With that, the foyer was only a little better than empty. Chapter 18. Ishel tightened her belly and braced her bowels as the sudden stop jerked at her insides. The Meldwalk was not new to her. She shaped dozens of travels in the last 2 years, but blurring by at greater distance as pure energy could be taxing and disorienting. The body needed to be held together by force of will, lest every iota be dispersed throughout the universe. Over a dozen lights were not prepared for this. Ishel was assailed with a din of retching and dry heaves, her bowels twisted with a resonating nausea. She closed her eyes and drank a deep inhalation of cool spring air. The air was not fresh. Ishel coughed as dust and old smoke scratched against her throat. She sniffed again, tentatively using smell to take stock of the situation. There were other unpleasant odors, too vague and distant to identify. There was also the smell of coming rain, fresh and filled with cleansing promise. Ishel opened her light hazel eyes to the dark gray clouds riding to the west of white, overcast skies. She looked across the expanse of emerald fields to the south of the gray-black homes of the outer city. She walked in a dazed trance. Several homes bore the burns of the holes of telltale fires. A few were reduced to scattered mounds of rubble with scorch marks stretching into the stone streets. Those few homes were not burned by torch or blaze. The signs pointed to great explosions, sudden and devastating. Anyone indoors would have been killed in an instant. Ishel neared the outer city. Moans of the injured, coupled with the weeping of the grieving, broke through the black wall of her trance. She staggered a step back, blasted by the energy of pain. Ishel was accustomed to different vibrations and energies. Ice formed when vibrations slowed to cold stagnation. Fire burst when vibrations were quick and excited. Sorrow and agony, when a mass great enough, could strike with merciless force. Ishel braced her hands against her knees, gasping. The impulse to laugh, manic, warred with the crushing weight of sobs settling inside her. It was a maddening that was threatened to break her from within. The reassuring presence of Borvis's hand on her shoulder was sudden and startling. The cry that escaped Ishel went skyward. It was greater than she intended, longer and louder. Her affinity was swallowed up in the throes of collected anguish, leaving her drowning and helpless. The scream was the air she needed. After a silent moment, Borvis spoke in a gentle murmur. "If you wish, I can go and speak to the people." Ishel wiped a rivulet of drool from her mouth before she stood straight. "No, I am well. I can do this. It is my home. I need to do this." Ishel walked. With each step she pushed down the part of her affinity that ran in tandem with the ambient pain. These steps, this discovery would be the least of the pains to bear. She needed strength and wit. The soft rustling rasp of grass departed from the harsh crunch of broken stone. There were more people than Ishel expected, with huddled clusters of unfamiliar faces. Their clothes were filthy with soot and sweat, marked with sheer cuts and wide tears. Mud and crusted brown blood caked in messy patches on their exposed skin. The strangers looked up at her with furtive eyes, tinted with traces of anger. Their downturned, chapped lips hardened with scowls of recrimination and judgment. No children played in the streets. Their fearful wails could be heard from within the dark confines of homes filled beyond capacity. The murmur of outer city children accompanied these cries as they attempted to console their guests. Ishel bore the piercing accusations that went unspoken against her. Their homes were gone. They nearly died. They lost loved ones in sprays of blood. Everything was inverted, dumping them into pain and loss. They were angry at her, but not specifically. She wore the gray robe of the Order, the same Order that promised to protect them. Where were the lights when they were needed most? One man blocked her way forward. He glared, fuming with flared nostrils. He pulled on his blood-spattered tunic, while several other people gathered closer. "Some of this is my brother's. But if you look close," he yanked another part of his tunic, "you might find a part of my niece there too." The weight of the accusation pushed down against the top of her head. She refused to look away or speak. Some part of the Order needed to take this blow and responsibility. "The Red Ones came. The Kasarans. Only the soldiers came, or I would not live to tell this to you." The villager paused to hold up his bloody sleeve. "They got my brother's wife first. They cut her so deep I could see her heart. My 2 nephews ran with us, but the oldest was cut through the eye and brain. The other lost his legs below the knee. We ran.
My brother with his little girl under one arm and me. My brother couldn't see straight on account of tears for his wife and sons. We were almost out of the woods when they caught up to us. I turned just in time to see. The villager's lips trembled and his chest shook with sobs. They cut him in two at the hips in one swing. One swing! He laughed with incredulity. They must be stronger than woodsmen, or their swords are wicked sharp. My niece survived the first cut. My brother threw her ahead before he died. She got up and ran. She learned to walk only a week before, but she ran. Her screams. He closed his eyes as he struggled with the memory. You hear things. Sometimes they make you move faster, do more. My little niece screamed. She screamed so loud. I ran to her as fast as I could. I felt things in my legs snap. I had her tiny little hand in mine. His eyes widened as he shouted at Ishel. That was when they cut her head from her shoulders. I don't sleep now. Do you know why? Because she was quiet when they cut her head. Her screams stopped, and it was quiet, like night. Like sleep. He sighed. I wish I died. I should be dead. But Phoenix Legionnaires arrived, standing between me and quick, happy death. They were so tired, but they fought anyway. Some fought to their last breath. They beat down the red ones. When it was over, there were only 5 Legionnaires, and their swords were broken. And where was the order? He roared. Where was their magic when they cut off the head of a babe? The crowd of refugees was a thick circle now. There was no sympathy in their eyes. The mercy they were granted by the Cassarans was pointed at Ishel with their hard glares. Ishel stood as symbolic representation of the order, and the order failed them all. He glared, faint tears forming in his bloodshot eyes. Ishel didn't look away, and she didn't speak. So, what have you to say for the order? His voice lowered to a growl. You are right. We left you alone to die. The admission tasted bitter on her tongue. What? No apologies? No excuses? What would they give you that would ever make it well again? There was a crunching pain to Ishel's cheek. Her vision darkened with spots of color from the survivor's round punch to her face. Ishel straightened as her vision cleared. She restrained her tears and looked at his clenched jaw. He opened his fist and shook his hand absently. The renegades arrived in the outer city, but they could not pass through the tight-packed throng of people. The air was thick with collective sweat and body odor. The pungent reek of old urine on unwashed clothes was an overpowering cloud. The renegades observed and obeyed Ishel's visual unspoken cues. She didn't wrinkle her nose in disgust. Just as with the punch and the words, it was all a part of the Order's abandonment of Stratia. You can't give them to us, so why are you here? What difference does it make now? Ishel lowered her head then, but only as she lowered to one knee on the cold hard stone. We failed you all. Now we are indebted to serve you any way we can. Her eyes were lowered to the ground, and the ragged shoes that revealed his bloody feet. There were blisters and open sores in the grime on his feet. He would have run while his feet were cut and infected. The silence was thick and tense. The air became heavy as Ishel felt the judgment of the people bearing down on her. These were her people. She once lived alongside them. She had an intimate knowledge of their toils and struggles. While they bled and died, she remained sheltered in pristine white halls. In this, she betrayed them. Her life was at their mercy, and she accepted that. His feet turned and he walked away with no word. The small, calloused hand of a woman appeared in Ishel's vision.
Get up. There has been enough slaves in pain among us. We need no more.
Ishel was greeted by a shorter, gray-haired woman. Her steely eyes shifted to indicate the gathered people.
But they would like to know why you are here.
Ishel looked around. The eyes fixed on her continued to press as before, but with expectation. Women leaned with an impatient hand on their hips. Men stood with their heads tilted and their arms folded across their chest. Ishel released a nervous cough before she raised her voice. Our absence was wrong. We cannot make right the loss of your families. But if you allow, we will stay and help as best we can.
Why would we need you? We live still.
The shout came from a man in the crowd. He was met with murmurs of agreement.
Those homes look broken.
Ishel looked at the crude lean-tos made from sticks and moth-eaten patches of cloth.
Some of you must be freezing at night.
She looked at the feet of the refugees around her. Blood, pus, and filth were common sights.
Your wounds must be tended.
I imagine there is little food to go around to so many.
At the mention of food, there was a chorus of rumbling bellies. Some of the people blushed as they gave their neighbors embarrassed looks of apology.
Please, let us help you in your needs,
Ishel pleaded. A shout of defiance answered her. We are not beggars in an alley. We worked and lived for decades. We don't need your coin of bread. Take your pity elsewhere. And what of ours? Came the voice of a familiar man. Kylor, Ryland's father, was unmistakable. He leaned against the wall with his arms folded, his dark-bearded face patient. His coarse black hair was peppered with silver strands of age. You came? Your homes were burned. You were starving and bleeding. Did you not want our pity? Did you not want our aid? That isn't the same. We are tired. Desperate. Kylor stepped away from the wall and spread his arms. We all are. That is our burden in war. It is unfair and uncaring. We make up the difference. Do not be like the war that tries to break us. They come to help. Take it. Bury your foolish pride. Kylor turned to Ishel. Do what you came to do.
Renegades, gather close to me.
Ishel didn't turn, but the footsteps and the press of bodies were evident. Ishel approached an old man with a beard like coarse wool over dark, straight cheeks.
May I tend your feet?
Ishel asked, her voice soft as the stooped old man slowly lowered to the cobbles. Ishel knelt before his outstretched legs.
These people walked or ran because we were not there to escort them.
Ishel spoke to the renegades while she projected ghost strands of her will into the bloody feet before her.
They ran until their feet bled after their shoes split because we were not there. Now, we owe them their feet. Pay close attention. You will need to do the same for all these survivors.
There were slimy green places of infection that ran from the skin to the bone. Heat and enlarged swells pushed against the encroachment, preventing further spreading. Ishel's magic sought the filth and diseased tissue, pulling it free. The open sores and blisters oozed more dark green liquid as she did. When that was done, Ishel shifted her magic. She cooled the swollen areas, forcing them to contract. Her magic pulled together torn skin and severed muscles. The wounds closed in minutes. It would have been faster, but Ishel's magic excelled in combat. Kara's healing talents revealed how far Ishel was from the title of Soulless. Ishel turned her attention to the soles and torn leather of the old man's shoes. She felt for the hum and vibration the shoes radiated, sensing their unique contribution to the endless current. It wasn't as raw or sheer as fire and ice. It was dull and a little rigid in its pulse. That was how inanimate objects tended to be. The crafting and twisting could be a harsh transformation for any slow matter. Polymancers had so much more ease with it. They sought for the vibrations of intention or the expression of crafting. First, Ishel pulled and repaired as many fibers as were present. She thickened the vibrations around the soles, adding more to what was already present, sealing the holes. The extended labor of unfamiliar sorcery pushed against her stamina. Ishel's mouth dried as her mouth murmured. Droplets of sweat tickled her forehead, threatening her concentration. Her fingers and forearms ached as they circled and twirled over the old man's legs. But the work did end. Ishel blinked, certain that hours passed. The sky was overcast, but the dark gray of the storm clouds was little closer. The spell shaping felt like hours, but it was only minutes.
Well then,
Ishel exhaled.
Renegades, do the same for everyone. Some of you will find some tasks easier. You may all have to improvise. There won't be our own labor before sundown, so work with haste.
Without a word, the other renegades spread out. They sought the refugees and began the work at once. It was strange to see boys without their first chin hair, tending to the feet of women old enough to be their mothers. But concentration in the flow of endless current was constant, even among the candles. Unfortunately, there were no flames among the renegades. It was a hard decision to make, but flames were promoted to candle after demonstrating some competence with the endless current. Without it, the battlefield would only exploit their vulnerability. Borvis stepped close to Ishel. I have yet to see Light Rylan. Ishel nodded absently, while she supervised the first attempts at mending and repairing.
We have only just arrived, Light Borvis. As our list of priority goes, he is beneath the needs of the people.
Borvis winced at the calloused assessment. Ishel ignored him as she knelt before a young woman swollen with pregnancy. She wasted no words. The woman's feet were a mosaic of dark bruises and deep gashes spotted with blisters. A midwife would panic about blood poisoning at the sight of them. Borvis knelt beside her.
So what then? After this?
Ishel snapped with annoyance.
Look around! So many people, so little shelter! The coming winds will throw their rags into horizon. The rain will pour through these burn holes. They will be ill with fever by dawn if we don't give them better. We are not solars like Ishel. Even more with current. The pulse of a home is complex. We can do little better than what we have. It is better than a torn shirt at the end of a stick. That is what matters. Now, will you act or sit on your laurels and hurl our limits in my face?
It was an angry question, and Borvis blinked, leaning back as he squatted. I'm more harm than help at mending wounds. I'll begin with the shelters. Ishel nodded. Borvis stood up and walked away. It was the start of a long, exhausting day. Chapter 19. Rylan opened his eyes to a squint. His eyelids were heavy and weak, pressing against his efforts with aches. The flickering dim orange light played with his skull-squeezing headache. In the mix of shadows, everything seemed like a faint glow dancing in water. It was late, and only candles broke the pervasive darkness of the night. There was a deep silence, interspread with the gentle sounds of quiet snoring. Strong winds rattled against the panes of glass with random discretion. The faint smell of roses clashed with a miasma of stale sweat and thick body odor. Rylan shifted where he lay, feeling the soft press of sheets and covers against his bare torso. His head rested against the thick down pillow. He pressed against the fatigue in his eyes, attempting to push them open further. The room was unfamiliar to him. How did Rylan get here? The last thing he remembered was the battle in the outer city. Between then and now, everything was a vague mix of kaleidoscope delirium. Everything was a garbled mix of voices and words that filled hazy attempts to wake. He could make little sense of it all. He knew there was the jostling of motion inside a velvet carriage. There were hands. So many hands. Some were large and hard. Others were small and soft. Rylan didn't recognize where he was, but he knew what happened to him. His conscious memory clung to his mind with implacable tenacity. No amount of mad whirlwind events could strip him of the knowledge of what he did and how he got this way. He read enough Golden Hourglass lore to understand the consequences of his choices. Rylan turned his head both ways, trying to get his bearings. To one side, Ishel and Borvis sat in a deep velvet love seat, leaning against each other. Their gray robes were spotted with white stains of sweat and spattered with caked mud. They comprised the snoring chorus. Their dirty faces were cast in hard shadows from a candle on the table beside them. Rylan turned his head the other way. Imreen sat in a worn wooden chair beside him. She wore a plain blue skirt and long-sleeved white blouse. Her long brown hair was braided into a circlet on her head, while the rest fell down her back and framed her face. Her chin rested against his chest. Her breathing sounded with quiet snores. Rylan's blue shirt and forest green long coat were neatly folded on top of an end table in the corner. His emerald staff gleamed in the candlelight, while the gold runes sparkled in the flickering glow. There were so many questions that filled Rylan's mind. He sat up, and Imreen's green eyes slowly opened. "Where am I?" Rylan croaked, his voice parched with thirst. "In one of the guest rooms in the west side of my estate." Imreen stood up, going to a wide birch table where a pitcher of water and a glass waited beside a white cloth. "Which explains why you don't recognize it. You have been asleep and feverish since you fell in the outer city. I had to bring you here, where a healer from Palantir and I could tend to you. I feared for you when your fever would not break for more than 2 days." Imreen filled a glass of water and gave it to Rylan. He drank it in 2 swallows. "Drink slower. You have been under for days. You will be weak." The cool liquid washed away the dry, scratchy feeling in his throat. Speaking came with more ease. "I am sorry to have worried you and put you through this, my love," Rylan apologized. Imreen shrugged and smiled. "There are so many reasons you owe me no apology. I just wish I knew what ailed you." Rylan shook his head. "Displacement potential reckoning. It is a consequence the temporal current metes out from meddling with overall potential of another human being. I knew it would happen. I don't know how long it would last." Imreen sat on the bed beside Rylan. Her nearness filled his head with a giddy intoxication. "If you knew this would happen, then why did you do it?" "The Kassaran armies and nobility fight to the death with their enemies. For them, life is for the victors and death for the conquered. It is war, my love. That is how wars are always waged. I believed that if I introduced another outcome, one worse than dying in their eyes, it would cause them to pause and reconsider the entire invasion. Maybe if they were simple warlords and scattered sorcerers that might be true." Imreen found Rylan's hand and clasped it.
but they are here by imperial edict.
Imrine sighed.
The Phoenix Legion still battle the newly arrived Kassaran soldiers. Though they are tired and their swords break, they engage the invasion at every village and farmstead from Vodis to Terrell.
What is happening, Imrine? Why are the Phoenix Legion so exhausted? The Kassarans do not yet send the Havoc Magi, or a more determined foe. This cannot be their limits. They were always prepared for much longer wars.
They have been attempting to protect so many isolated homes and villages from well-trained brigades. The skirmishes have been happening for more than a year, just one feint after another. Only Jorikin, Ernik, and I have been able to maintain a watch over the outer city. These slavers and thieves have been getting bolder by the week. So, someone is orchestrating these extended efforts to harry the Legion,
Ishel added, as she raised her head.
Someone wants to sap the resolve and fighting power of the Legions, but their timing was poor. They disappeared when the Kassarans arrived. Now, we are trying to figure out where each one of these wary detachments of Malkinor's bravest are, so we can rally them together and refresh them.
Rylan nodded, mulling it over. Unify our forces. It is a good idea. How many came from the Citadel?
100 of us were cast out and we came straight away.
Rylan coughed with wide eyes. Cast out?
We are renegades of the Order, Light Rylan. Martenin wanted us to disregard the death of thousands of people.
Ishel winced against an unspoken memory.
No more. You may have acted early and without warning, but this must be.
Imrine raised her eyes to find Ishel and Borvis.
Their aid has been invaluable. They have been tirelessly seeing to the needs of the refugees. They have been trying to figure out how to find my father's wayward men and their charges. Which brings me to another task, Light Rylan. We need you to begin your meditations tomorrow. You can find all of them in seconds.
Rylan lowered his eyes, ashamed. I am not sure I will be able. I will try, of course. Displaced potential reckoning does include a temporary or permanent loss of abilities. Rylan heard Ishel grind her teeth. He looked up to see her hand clenched tight.
Let me see if I am correct in this. You charged out there to save our homes. You saved my Da, and for that I am grateful. But you sought to send a vague lesson to a ruthless enemy. A lesson so vague, it would have to be spoken to be understood. You knowingly risk losing all your powers, at best, in the thick of genocide against our people. At worst, for the rest of your natural life. Lipora and I can see how the endless current seems to swerve around you, as though avoiding you.
Isha leaped to her feet, shouting with her fists rigid at her side.
Did you stop for a moment to ponder what could happen if your full plan to end the war in a metaphor failed? We need you, Light Rylan, and your brass arrogance has forced you to abandon us. We are only 100 torches and candles, attempting to stand thousands of broken, battered men. The Solars were forbidden to accompany us. We have been here for 2.5 days. Already we are blind and bone-weary. Perhaps if you informed me of this beforehand, I could have directed you to a more plausible solution.
Ishel stormed out of the room. Borvis woke and stopped at the door, looking back at Rylan and then at the pile of his personal items. At some point, you're going to have to tell us what these are. They are radiating more power than half of the relics of Narenmor's inquiry combined. Borvis shut the door quieter than Ishel would have. Rylan looked to Imrine as she closed her eyes and thought.
She is right to be angry with you.
Do you share her anger? Imrine pursed her lips.
A little. I was there, my love. The battle was yours. You could have ended it any way you chose. With you here to help us, there is more than a war you could have assisted with.
Rylan thought about it a moment. He felt like a dullard as her meaning escaped him. When the meaning did strike, it made him feel thrice the fool. I could have found the connections to put this mastermind in irons.
We suspect it is Her Majesty, trying to wear down the resistance that keeps a rule from being absolute. We have no evidence, no witness, nothing. His Majesty won't simply take her head or jail her on a king's edict alone. He believes it would be the start of a tyrant's path, so we support his decision. He is right.
Rylan nodded in absent agreement. Malaric was a good man. He was instructed in fair justice and king's ethics in the same study hall as Elysian. He would never do anything that resulted in injustice. Imrine bent over Rylan, her rose-scented hair spilling all over his face as she kissed his lips deep. She pulled away, her emerald green eyes drinking in his face.
Rest, my love. I don't believe you will be able to use your powers for too long. Gather your strength.
Aimrine blew out the candles on her way out of the room, leaving Rylan to lay awake in the dark. He made costly mistakes and left people in anger that held a right to. Rylan's jaw clenched, and his hands gripped the sheets. Determination washed away his sense of embarrassment and self-berating. He bent his knees up, pleased to find his body could still obey his commands. No matter how long he would be without his powers, he could still give his help in blood, sweat, and pain. Rylan would only stop helping when he breathed his last breath. Chapter 20. The hot orange blaze of the fire burned several feet high, crackling and popping as it consumed wood. Taranin sat cross-legged within a couple of feet, drawing in more than the intense heat. She allowed her mind to mingle and entwine with the flames, becoming far more intimate than lovers. She felt its hunger, its raw, demanding power, its desire to dance with defiant abandon, twisting and snapping against the dark and the cold. Her mind mixed with the brilliant hot yellow and heavy licking orange, breathing plumes of smoke into the night sky. Its dragon breath obscured the moon and stars. Beyond the flame, several of the renegades snored as they slept, using their robes for blankets and small heaps of long grass for pillows. Erisa slept, curled up a few feet from Taranin, while two candle girls slept just a little further away from them. They all huddled close at the end of the cobblestone street at the south end of the outer city. Taranin couldn't sleep tonight. Perhaps it was the strange environment of the well-kept homes a few hundred yards away. Maybe it was the change in routine or being without a home. She was older than most of the renegades, and she knew age demanded stability, a knowledge of things that would be familiar and reliable. This made the third time her entire world changed. Only her magic made her able to endure more. At least, that's what she thought. But Taranin knew, deep within, that it was more that she knew she would have to fight. She had done so before. She forced Maysellin's thugs to withdraw many times. The Cassarans would not withdraw. Thousands of men came to fight to the death. Taranin knew rage, knew how to harness the heat of anger, but she had never called on her fires to kill anyone. Now, her fires would have to burn flesh, create screams, and end life. Taranin hated it. She hated war, and she hated how she had to defile the purity of her flames. She looked down at her hands and arms, seeing the random webwork of scars. The ice and cold had given her those scars. Snow and rock cut her as she tried to hold her son, as she tried to cling her husband. They were both consumed in thick heaps of snow. She tried to dig, to reclaim them, to hold their lifeless bodies close for one more minute. The snow burned and cut her flesh ravenously for it. Fire was Taranin's life. It was her redemption. It saved her and gave her a rebirth with purpose. She used the fire to guide lost travelers away from the ruthless hungers of the cold. She melted snows away from edible plants so that starving men and women could eat. She warmed freezing children and brought them light when they were afraid of the dark. Yes, it had been Taranin's weapon at times, but she always found a choice in how to handle it. Fire gave her a world filled with love and hope, and she cherished it. While it was true that she was eager to fight the Cassarans after what they did to Tilzen and all its people, it was only recently that she acknowledged that it meant that she would have to kill. Erisa stirred, and Taranin put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It was a bit motherly of her, she supposed. She smiled as she watched the young Chronomancer snuggle against her palm. Dunnel, the Order, all of them became her family. They never replaced the memory of her son and husband. They only added to it. All of them taught Taranin beautiful lessons about fire and living. She knew now the renewing, caring side of the flames. To her, fire was passion and free expression. It was an extension of inner warmth, of inner light breaking the darkness. Yes, it also had fury and rage, but she would argue that to be true of all elements. All of them could destroy as much as they gave. Taranin looked down to her side at her neatly folded gray robes. Baran insisted on embroidering in gold each rank on the side of the lapel. So, she had a flame, a candle, and a torch sewn onto the inside of her robe. She was not as fast to reach the last as Rylan and Ishel, but Baran said he met no one with greater determination than her. Thinking of the short, rotund pyromaster brought a sad, warm smile to Taranin. Even after only a couple days, she found herself missing the Order's only vulgar solace. She viewed Erisa as a younger sister, but what did that make Baran? He was no lover, certainly. That role was permanently vacated with the death of Boric. He held too much knowledge and wisdom to be a son, though she was a bit older than him. Taranin chuckled under her breath. Maybe he was like an older brother, complete with extensive roughhousing. Before allowing her mind to drift further into it, Taranin cleared her thoughts of all but the fire in front of her. She focused her breathing, altering its speeds and the movement it created in her body, attuning its rhythm to the fire. Her throbbing pulse sought the cadence of every pop and crackle. The rush of blood in her veins became one with the steady roar of the flames. She was the fire, and the fire was her. After a while, Taranin felt the vibrations in the air between her and the fire. She felt those vibrations permeate deep into her body. It was the soothing pulse of the endless current, and with it, she felt the world around her in a keen and sensitive way. Taranin used the endless current to push into the flames, to allow her mind to become one with the intense heat. Then, she stretched and pushed the boundaries of her awareness, reaching into the other fires burning in the night. She could only see through the campfires burning in the south and east. She saw through the candles that lit the way forward through dark hallways. Taranin was not just the fire that burned before her. She was every fire that broke the gloom all over Stratia. She could see whatever she wished. She first found her friend and teacher. He was sleeping, curled in a ball, on the Citadel furnace room. She was disgusted to see a pool of vomit under the side of his face. He came back to the Citadel after drinking again. Where did Baran have left to find his hot rum? Catan was gone. Tilzen was gone. Every other city and village remained in constant fear of attack. Did he transmute his drink? It would make a first for him. He hated spells that didn't involve fire. Taranin felt Baran's heartache. It was why he lay in a drunken stupor so close to where they trained. The spell Fire Scrying was a method he taught her recently so that she could always watch over the people she cared for. The Pyromaster was a crude man, but he was also the best teacher she had ever known. She would not let him down now. Taranin reached through the memories in fire, pulling the familiar hamlet of Dunnel. The images caught in the smoke and tongues of flames blurred and then resolved. Taranin saw her once charges asleep in their homes of wood and light gray bricks. While it was early spring, the mountain snow still covered the side streets and walkways. The tiny village was situated at the border between Narenmore and Vodus, just south of the northern wastes. It was never easy to farm in those lands. Mining and hunting were the main forms of living there, with the mines providing meager amounts of ore. With it being at the center of 3 nations and the boundary to the north, Taranin thought the city could become a vast hub city. But it wasn't what Dunnel could be that drew Taranin's love for them. It was the people. There was maybe 20 families living in the huddled village, but they were hardy and enduring, as well as charitable and compassionate. Never once did the people of Dunnel view Taranin's magic with hostility. In fact, they always favored its practical nature in their unforgiving lands. To them, her presence was always a blessing. The men and women were sad to see Taranin leave to join the Order, but they also understood that she needed her talents to grow. Taranin looked closer at the ends of the muddy streets of the village and her brow furrowed. Tall white tents were pitched. Blue and black armored soldiers stood at watchful attention, gazing beyond the edge of firelight. Taranin seldom saw the Phoenix Legions, but they were instantly recognizable. But why were they so far north? The general talk was that the fighting was mostly in the south, before the Cassarans arrived. It was centered close to the borders of Vodus. The cold was a little too unpleasant for the thugs from the warmer nations. That was not all that worried Taranin, though. There was a tired look to them. She saw gashes in their chainmail and brigadins, and deep dents in their bracers and greaves. Their deep blue tubards were worn and spotted with brown patches of dried blood. Their eyes were bloodshot and furtive, shifting in constant fear. Their hair and beards were matted and untrimmed. Their swords weighed heavy against their belts that hung loose at their hips. They were Malkinor's best soldiers. They were known and respected throughout Stratia. They were one of the major reasons why Malkinor remained its own nation. So why were they so beaten? Taranin looked deeper, making her own examination of the gloom. The village slept peacefully before there was a painful tension and silence. The soldiers seemed to anticipate something. The shadows and gloom felt like it circled and probed them. Terranin took careful stock of the soldiers, remembering everything Baran taught her in the past couple of months. They were 40 soldiers, 12 on watch and patrolling the tree lines in shifts. Most of them appeared to be swordsmen with no shields. There were only a few polearms and spears in evidence, and only 2 longbows to be found. Their draws were loose and frayed, and their wood was splintered and weak. Without shields, the swordsmen would have to rely on the pole weapons to make up the skill difference with the Kasserans. With so few, the Phoenix Legionnaires might last only a few minutes more against a Kasseran attack. The longbows were a negligible presence. The entire assessment relied on a purely Kasseran infantry assault. If the Havoc Guilds were present, Dunno would burn to the ground within an hour. Judging by the shifting in the faraway darkness, Terranin believed the Kasserans were close to making the same conclusion. Terranin stood up. She put her gray robe on over her brown, thick wool dress. She then shaped a Meldwalk before anyone could wake. Chapter 21. Terranin's Meldwalk ended at a watch camp situated at the easternmost road of Dunnel. Startled and already at the edge of their nerves, 3 of the swordsmen drew their weapons at her initial appearance. They breathed a sigh of relief and sheathed their weapons after they saw her gray robe.
Do not stay your weapons yet. The Kasserans have been watching you for some time now.
Terranin spoke low, noticing that the tension was even greater here in person. Why do they not attack? Asked the middle-aged soldier, waiting for her to introduce herself.
I am Torch Terranin, formerly of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. I am part of a group of renegades sworn to help defend Stratia. The only reason they do not attack outright is the losses they have sustained against your comrades in the south. They are taking time to study you from the shadows. If they know as I do, they will attack tonight, likely within the hour.
That caused the 3 swordsmen to straighten. Then we must rally our squads and meet them.
What is your name and rank? Terranin asked.
20th Sergeant Roncon Medicus.
Sergeant Maricus, as I understand it, your first priority is to get the people to safety, Terranin reminded.
It is, Ronkar admitted, lowering his gaze. But there are so few of us that we would be cut down in seconds for trying.
Don't lose your honor, Sergeant. I will support whoever defends the evacuation.
In the next few minutes, any sleeping soldiers were roused and armed. They emerged from their tents looking weary and dejected, like men resigned to their last march, men that knew death was certain. Their expression of fatigue and despair melted a little, giving way to a whisper of renewed conviction at the sight of Terranin in her gray robe. The Order didn't forsake them. They had a sorceress for an ally. They would live if they worked together. It did not matter that she did not carry the silver staff or wear the Enreal armor of a Solus in battle. They were grateful and hopeful that any magi came to their aid. Terranin saw increased movement in the shadows beyond the trees. Not all the families were awake and ready to escape. The Kasserans knew this. They knew the soldiers were at their most vulnerable right now. This was the moment the Kasserans were likely to capitalize on. Terranin closed her eyes and inhaled deep, the darkness of her mind filled with the images of her husband, Boric. Her fingers curled into smooth locks of curly dark hair. Her forehead felt the press of his rugged jawline, chin, and lips. His hard, dark features were common in Malkinor men. For the briefest instant, she felt his chiseled minor arms wrap around her waist. She smelled the musky mix of earth and clay and thick wooden smoke.
Boric, my first and only love.
Terranin's thoughts were a prayer spoken in her mind.
I always knew such strength when I was with you, and when you held me close. The world was always well again, when I looked into your brown eyes. Let me know your strength again. Be with me so that I can stand with these broken warriors. Be with me so that we can defend these good people.
A tear fell from the corner of Terranin's eye as her mind filled with the image of her dark-haired boy.
Caden, my sweet boy, I have no right to ask anything from you. My wayward light of my heart, I failed you. If you ever pass from the world in peace, as I have hoped and prayed with every breath, then know that you have never left my thoughts. I am so sorry, and I hurt for you every day. If you ever believed in me as your mother, believe in me now. Believe in me, so that I can do for these children what I failed to do for you.
Terranen's eyes were closed. The tears formed 2 hot streams down her cheeks. They were an offering and prayer for her 2 most cherished spirits. There was a low whisper beneath the roar of a distant bonfire.
You have never failed me. I feel my place in your heart every day. Fight with all your spirit, Ma.
Terranen cleared her mind of all but the sound of crackling fire. She blocked out the sound of stomping soldier boots, clattering armor, and knocking doors. The panicked shouts were lost on her, as the endless current flowed from flames into her, cutting through the cold mountain air. I am proud of you, my Terry. The deep, gentle voice of Boric filled the silence of her mind. The Fates knew you were the best of us. That is why you lived on. We both love you. Now, set your heart free of us, my love, and give 'em hell, Terry. Strength and light-hearted will surged through Terranen. For the first time in her life, she could do anything. Far beyond the reach of her limits, she was a torch of the renegades, the flame witch of Dunnel. She was a warrior magus. Terranen felt the heat of 300 men pressing against the cold air from the darkness. These were the Kassaran soldiers. Beyond them were 10 Havoc Magi, poised in the supposed protection of the dense woods. Terranen smiled. She raised her palm up high. White-hot flames sprung to life, wrapping her hands in their embrace. These were her heart fires, a pyromancer's purest flames of inner expression. Terranen screamed a sound with the fury of her conjured inferno. In answer, a towering wall of ivory flames burst to life between her and the enclosing assault. It burned no trees or buildings, but any Kassaran foolish enough to dare crossing it would be burned to a blackened corpse. The wall spread in a half-circle to the north to south, running the entire eastern edge of the village. The road leading into Dunnel from the southwest remained untouched for the fleeing villagers. Terranen shouted with defiance into the night sky, while her forehead felt the twin heat of her eyes pouring candle flames of white.
If you want this village, Crimson Empire, come and get it!
The Phoenix Legion halted their actions at the sight of the burning spectacle before them. As they watched her fiery act of defiance, they raised their swords high and roared in a powerful cheer. Their spirits were filling with renewed determination. Their broken will to fight began to mend. They would fight as fiercely as she would. In retaliation, geysers of water attempted to bubble underneath the base of the wall of fire. The fires would not die so easily. With the added heat of Terranen's will, the water would require more time to douse it. As that time passed, 20 of the Legion swordsmen ran in clamoring metal, stopping in a defensive phalanx 20 yards in front of her. They crouched low, poised and tense, their swords pointed at the geysers in front of them. The spear and polearms took up positions in front, ready to skewer anyone wearing red. Sergeant Maricus shouted out to his men as a central geyser began to wear down the fires. Phoenix Legion, Defense Formation V, cut anything that comes through. Protect Torch Terranen at all costs tonight. We burn the Kassarans for a change. There was an answering rowdy laugh. Terranen smiled, finding herself in complete agreement with the sergeant. Her hands swirled and arced, leaving artful trails of white fire in the air. She murmured a lyrical and incomprehensible language. The cold steel became a chilling press against her skin. The sharp edges of every blade caressed her senses. All the metal blades burst to blinding life, wreathing in her white fires. The metal did not burn or melt, but their heat created beads of sweat on the arms of their wielders. It was a weapon imbuing spell she liked to call the Dragon's Tongue. The metal would not chip or break, and their edges would melt through steel and iron, burning the flesh of their enemies. A pathway opened in the firewall. It was a narrow path, only big enough for 1 or 2 men, and filled with clouds of hot steam. It was a bottleneck, and Terranen thought the Kassarans would not be fool enough to seize upon it. But in seconds, dozens of red and gold-plated soldiers pressed into a dash through the steam. Their curved longswords were held low to make quick, powerful slashes. They did not expect an eager Phoenix Legion with swords of white fire. The Kassarans found themselves charging into a massacre. The heaps of cauterized smoking carnage sickened Terranen. She had to lose herself in the continued flow of power to keep her focus. As a result, she felt the change in the air before the first razor arcs of crimson energy appeared. She moved swift, rushing to answer the Havoc Magi. She hurled head-side spheres of white fire in gathered force at each arc. She shattered each one before it could reach the Legion swordsmen. The air was filled with a resounding cacophony of thundering, ground-shaking explosions and flares of white light. Each crimson attack was broken, burgundy-hued vines broke the ground around Terranen's feet, trying to ensnare her ankles. The dagger-length sharp thorns would shred her legs if they reached her. Terranen screamed, lifting her head to the night sky. A surrounding pillar of white fire burst skyward around her. The flames incinerated the vines to wispy black ashes. Terranen would not allow herself to be pushed back into a deeper defensive. The body heat of the Havoc Magi radiated against her with acuity in the night. Her eyes looked beyond the flames and then found the red rush of heat in their veins. She saw them as plain as daylight. She could burn each of them with ease. Terranen began spell shaping, looking the presence of each magus into her awareness. Their heat and fury were like beacons in the night. High above the trees, the air shimmered into a massive globe. Seconds later, the ground quaked for miles, as the giant sphere burst into a blinding white booming explosion. 10 white comets the size of a head hurled down in the aftermath. Screams filled the air as the fires found their mark, slamming through the Havoc Magi. They were given no warning to flee or avoid their fate. They were blind and helpless as the flaming spheres burned through their torsos, leaving smoky black holes. As Terranen killed the last of the Havoc Magi presence, a legionnaire cleaved the last Kassaran swordsman from shoulder to hip. High above Dunnel, the translucent, shimmering scrying sphere of Xenon Roll vanished, taking his growing rage with him. He abandoned his decimated forces in the cheers of victory that howled into the night from the surviving village. Chapter 23. Xenon Roll's boots stomped with anger through the charred remains of the western coast town. His will of rage overflowed his body, creating tiny bursts of crimson lightning along his arms and legs. The failures who dared name themselves Karak gave him a wide berth. The moonless sky was cold, its darkness further adding to the frightful expression on the giant sorcerer's face in the spontaneous flashes of red light. They should all be afraid of him. Xenon demanded at least that much. That fear should drive them to unchallenged victory. Yes, the lands to the east did not belong to the Empire. The dark city of Palanzir should be ashes in the wind. He watched over his fellow soldiers and forcefully advised them to victory. Somehow they failed. The dark city stood, and the detachment was returned enfeebled. They returned, accepting their fate of death and dishonor, of course. They knelt and offered their throats to be cut. It was not acceptable for any force of the Emperor to withdraw from battle. The 3 formerly young Havoc Magi and the lost equipment troubled Xenon Roll. The sorcery that was the culprit was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Yet, the description stirred something in his mind. It was not a void hand sorcery, but Xenon Roll felt like he should be able to name and place it. The Emperor's fist put it out of his mind for now. Thinking about it without answers at the ready would accomplish nothing. He breathed deep, clearing his mind, taking in the faint sharp smell of fading smoke in the night air. Xenon Roll gave a perfunctory nod as his right-hand sorceress Ken Takira stepped out of concealment. She emerged from the gloom of a sparsely wooded field to fall into step behind him. She was a small woman, bordering on petite. Without her lean arms and legs, she would have been fitted for a child's size in combat raiment. The top of her head was shaved, clean, marked by a long, deep scar that ran the length of the middle of the top of her head. Her dark brown eyes remained ever alert, scanning the shadows.
You are brave to approach me tonight,
Xenon commented, his voice rumbling with warning. Ken shrugged.
Fear, in the face of failure, is a cornerstone for weak cowards.
Xenon nodded, both in acquiescence and approval. Ken Takira was always Xenon's finest choice of student. After her trial of broken glass, she had been assigned to a different master. Even as she stood up, her legs and palms dripping fresh blood, she beat her would-be master to death with a relentless barrage. Such strength, determination, and fury called for a greater teacher. Xenon Roll was happy to oblige. Accepting her role as the student of the Emperor's Fist, he gave her the title of Dragon.
You were not at the siege of the Dark City.
Xenon let his disdain become clear for her to see.
I was forced to send children to lead the assault. They might have succeeded if you were present.
I am trying to locate the city of Gleaming Pearls.
You stop for shining baubles now?
Ken scoffed.
Of course not. I am a conqueror and a war sorceress, first and always. But it was said to be close to the beach camp, and I have only seen ashes.
Xenon arched an eyebrow.
Then, you already destroyed it?
Ken shook her head.
I never forget any village or city I burned down. I would have remembered something so grand. I studied my maps at length. I know the capital of Peral Sen is there. I sense deception, Master Fist.
Xenon nodded.
It is possible. The Magi of the Order lean towards trickery and deceit, but it is an enemy alone and cut off. If they are there, they cannot move with us so close. I want you to leave that city be. For now.
Ken Takira stopped, turning to look with question at Xenon.
You wish me present to crush this defense Malkanor is presenting?
Earlier this evening, I was forced to watch 300 Karak and 10 Havakil getting decimated. They were wiped out by a lone fire sorceress and 20 battered men. Imagine my disgust as I watched our forces charge blind into a bottleneck. What elite would have given such stupid orders?
As Xenon spoke, his fury sparks grew more frenzied, and Ken was forced to take a step back and wide eyes.
Did we gain anything for it?
Ken Takira's voice sounded with a faint twinge of fearful hesitation, which only made Xenon angrier.
The village still stands! No Stratians were killed, and its people fled to safety. The reputation of our guild will be severely questioned when word reaches the motherland.
Xenon Roll was about to launch into a raging tirade when a Karak messenger arrived, panting as he halted from a full sprint.
Lord Master Fist!
The Karak knelt with his head lowered.
Speak quickly and carefully, Karak runner. My mood is deadly,
Xenon advised.
I was instructed by Subgeneral Matsukal to bring you a farmstead 1 mile north.
Xenon ground his teeth in anger.
Why is any farmstead still standing here? Have you all become fools since we arrived in Stratia? Does the air create stupidity in all of you?
The messenger kept his head lowered, seeming to understand that signs of weakness would end his life as he spoke.
The Subgeneral understands the terms of agreement in Stratia, Lord Master Fist. He only conveyed that you are requested and should see for yourself. You tread dangerous ground, Karak,
Ken Takira warned.
Waste Master Fist's time, and I will kill you myself.
Xenon Roll watched as the runner trembled ever so slightly. He knew it had nothing to do with Ken's threat.
If I may speak boldly, I don't believe the Subgeneral is wrong about this.
The crimson electricity that writhed around Xenon Roll disappeared as his curiosity took over.
1 mile north.
Yes, Lord.
Xenon did not waste time on a night stroll. He cleared and calmed his mind, allowing an easy slip into a meld walk. The world blurred for a brief instant before he halted on a dusty rise of scrub and crabgrass. Chapter 23. Xenon looked down the slope and realized calling the plains a farmstead was generous. There were a few malnourished animals grazing with abandon. They fed among crude squares filled with more patches of weeds than actual crop. There were 2 adobe structures with worn and rotted redwood rooftops. One was an obvious choice for the animals to take shelter. Neither had shuttered or paned windows to keep out the wind and weather. Xenon snorted with disgust at the sight of the negligence. He heard these Vodesians were more slothful than the normal Stratian. Not even drunk farmers in their motherland would have allowed this. The Subgeneral and half a squadron of Karak moved in place behind Xenon. The officer quickly read and identified Xenon's expression.
Look closer before you claim my head, Lord,
the Subgeneral urged. Xenon sighed in frustration and narrowed his gaze for a better view. What Xenon saw was almost enough to make him queasy. It certainly sent a chill through his skin. Among the farming plots, he vaguely discerned the details of Karak armor and Havoc Guild raiment. There were almost as many pieces of armor and clothing as there were torn and bloody appendages. Arms and legs lay in pools of blood. The pigs and sheep were so famished that they gored themselves on human hearts and entrails, biting and crunching through the flesh and bone of torsos. Their mouths and snouts were smeared with blood, dripping chunks of human flesh. Blood spots splattered the tan adobe walls. The front door hung at an odd angle on one bent hinge.
Where is General Mezrahan?
Xenon demanded, shouting.
Why does a priority come from less than him?
He accompanied 20 Havoc elite to the farmstead.
Ma Katal knelt and lowered his head.
There were screams from within the house shortly after. No one returned.
You know why we journeyed to Stratia, Sub-General. This is the sort of thing we burn to ashes first. Yet you call me here as if there's some debate to it.
Our torches fail us, and magic is swallowed up in the dark holes in the air. Zine and Roll mulled the information over a moment. Everything about this was unnerving. He felt an urgent sense of warning. This farm was an icon of everything he had come to burn away, and yet it was different. It appeared to be the kind of slaughter and bloodshed he read about regarding the Void Hands, but if it were them, they would not just enclose themselves. His dark eyes narrowed.
Very well. I will see to this personally and alone. If I discover that incompetence is at fault here, I will claim each life that has failed me.
Zenon descended the slope as scrub brush crunched beneath his boots. The cicadas and nightbirds were absent, leaving only a weighted silence. There was no wind, and Zenon thought that this was just as well. It would have only caused a downwind for the stench of animal dung and rotting human carnage. Zenon drew closer to the farmstead. He saw the animals with better clarity as they raised their heads from the bloody grazing. There seemed to be hungry anticipation in their dark glazed eyes. Did their diseased livestock look at him like he would be their next meal? Go on in. Zenon read in their eyes. Challenge and be ripped apart. We hunger for fresh, foolish meat. Without a word, Zenon gathered the endless current and shaped the blood roses. The red, tinted vines burst out of the ground, seeking and coiling around the pigs and sheep. The vines tightened and twisted as they screeched and bleated into the night. The vines enlarged, tearing the animals apart in bursts of blood and bits. Zenon saw the flickering glow of faint candlelight reaching out from the darkness of the crude house. He stepped to the front door and kicked it off its remaining hinges in disgust. The door shattered into splinters against the wall in a small den. It was filled with broken furniture and ripped apart corpses from his army. Some were cut to pieces while others held deep gnawing and bite marks. Flies buzzed in the faint light of the den, frenzied by the stench of excrement and rotting meat. The air was uncomfortable and muggy. Zenon narrowed his eyes in the dim gloom. The adobe walls were vandalized with patterns of designs and blood, rather than the expected smears and splatters. There was something chilling about the pictographs and strange writing. It was unlike anything recorded in ancient lore, yet something about it filled him with dread and recognition. The flickering orange candle glow spilled in from an adjacent room. From inside came the sound of clattering forks and knives against plates. He filled every iota of his body with poised, endless current. At a small dining table, Zenon saw a child, a sandy blonde girl. Her stick-thin shape was seated with her back to him. She held a knife and fork without regard for him. The girl paused, placing the eating utensils on the table before putting her hands together. Great Mother, aid us, your children in flesh, that we may cleanse this filthy growth from your perfection. At this point in the prayer, the girl's voice began to change. It was far too deep to belong to any child or human.
Revel in the geysers of blood, in the screams of their crushed souls, as we seek to return all to blissful stillness.
When the girl picked up the knife and fork, Zenon noticed they were dripping with blood. Zenon circled the table in slow, guarded steps, never turning his back to the little girl, as he stepped into the glowing light of the candle's flame. Now he could see her face. Human flesh is not yet consumed as a rare delicacy where I'm from, the girl informed around a mouthful, her voice cheerful. Zenon Roll looked at the plate before the little girl and felt his bowels twist in revulsion. There was part of a burned ribcage, a blood-soaked human heart, and a tiny pile of eyeballs set to resemble grapes or vegetables. It was a macabre parody of a human supper. It was a profanity beyond anything Zenon ever encountered before. The little girl's chin dripped with a thick stream of blood. Her fork stabbed another eyeball. She ate it, hungrily. Soul fruit is such a treat, a worthy, delicious dessert, the girl admired in her human voice. The girl looked up at Zenon Roll, and he saw her eyes. He felt his inner chill deepen. The whites of the girl's eyes were washed over in blood red, surrounding fathomless black pupils. The skin on her face was mottled, cracked, and covered with boils and oozing sores. The cases of demon infestation and possession were well known in the Crimson Empire.
Xenon Roll and the Purifiers Guild tended to deal with these instances with swift brutality. They would suffer no demonic presence long, and offer no mercy. But Strati was different. They were ignorant of history, even as they birthed and raised the Void Hands. This demonic habitation persisted for far longer than Xenon would have ever allowed.
But then, we wouldn't have this delightful conversation.
Xenon Roll. Master Fist.
The demon girl read his thoughts and giggled with impish delight.
Your time here is an affront.
Xenon spat. The girl's brow furrowed as she wagged her bloody fork at him.
We tend to say the very same thing about you humans.
She continued to chew and swallow the eye with a satisfied gulp.
Do you know, when the child surrendered her soul to the Great Mother, it was an exquisite moment. Something you humans would have called heartbreaking or something.
The child paused, putting down her knife and fork while gritting with bloody teeth.
I took over her little body and she struggled and fought to take it back. You humans always do. But she was just a little child, and I have eons of experience in breaking souls. I made her watch as she ripped out her father's entrails. She watched while her hands pulled her mother's heart from her chest. She fell into the perfect nothingness of the Great Mother before I could finish cutting out her brother's brains with a rusted bread knife.
Do all demons talk too much when they are in our world too long? Your world?
The demon child roared in a voice that shook the walls. She burst upward, floating well above the tabletop. Her eyes blazed with unholy red fire.
We are the children of nothing. Thou art but the fungus and feces that creation did hurl upon the flesh of perfection. She was the first, always, and forever. And what art thou? A reeking blight, a stench that the Great Mother can never be rid of. We are the will of the true beginning and the absolute end. We are an extension of she who is too perfect and beautiful to be stained by thee.
It was an act of will for Xenon Roll to remain upright and unflinching. He felt tremors of fear settle deep into his chest and bowels. This cold fear was new and alien to him, but he would not disgrace himself by cowering before his enemy now. The little girl settled back into her chair, picking up her knife and fork to saw away at a bit of cooked muscle on the ribs. Xenon felt this was his time to press forward for answers.
You've been expecting me?
What makes you believe that?
The girl reverted to her child speech and voice as she looked at her dinner.
For one thing, I am still alive.
The girl shrugged.
Perhaps you are simply too strong for me to kill.
Xenon shook his head.
I do not think so. You met my Havoc elite magics with those infamous black holes in your disciples were so fond of.
The girl giggled.
The disciples are such a delight! They always elevate everything we teach them.
Xenon ignored the compliment directed at history's most genocidal nightmare.
My magic met no resistance. Even now, I am filled with enough endless current to level a quarter of a city.
Only a quarter? Tisk, tisk, tisk.
The demon wagged her fork at him again.
I am afraid you're woefully lacking for your task, Master Fist.
Xenon pressed on.
I'm alive when so many of my Korak and Havoc elite are not. You could have ripped me to shreds.
Thou hath misunderstood my meaning.
The demon smiled as its old voice and speech returned.
Thine power is enough to contend with me a while, mayhap to triumph. I hath come to grant thee a message. Thou wilt inevitably burn this place and pray to ashes when I am done. With mine word, thou wilt feel no victory gained this eve. Thou hunt the disciples of the Great Mother. They will certainly find thee, as certainly as thou wilt never find them. Know that thine power, thine men, and thine secrets shall not avail thee. Thou wilt come face to face
with Kriot N. Thou wilt be among the first, and thou shalt find thy power far too weak. Why tell me this?
Xenon asked. The child picked up the blood-soaked heart and bit deep, chewing thoughtfully.
This captain is completely damned. What did you allow him to do?
The child mocked a gasp.
Rapist?
She mulled over the flavor.
Oh, he did take his time about it. Some were courtesans of your emperor. You did not look in every home you burned, did you? He had plenty of time for the filthy Stratians. And a thief and murderer. How did you not see his growing wealth? Or the missing bodies in the imperial court?
The girl shrugged.
You should really thank me. He spends a great deal of time in all three kingdoms now. He burns. He is maimed.
And he is hunted in Sulfurist.
It is rare to earn all three, but the heart never lies. I can taste his eternity.
Like dirt and ashes despoiling good meat. You have not answered my question, child of nothing.
Zenon pushed with equal hesitation and impatience. The girl's bloody red eyes widened.
See? It isn't so difficult to use your manners at this juncture. I expect no less from the Crimson Empire. You face your fears, never hiding from the truth. Unlike Stratia.
The girl paused to giggle.
Entertainment, Master Fist. All the children of nothingness desire to be as close as possible to what is to come. It may be the most wonderful play in the history of the stars. I could not help but come close enough to the stage to poke the king's fool, no matter what may come of it.
Zenon's brow furrowed.
But you know I will kill you and burn this all to ash.
The girl shrieked with cackles of laughter.
Zenon, roll! If I feared death, would I take hold of such a fragile vessel? You will burn this body, and I will return to hell to laugh about your fate with my brothers and sisters.
In an unnerving quick instant, the child's face became serious and bleak.
The part your histories never recorded is that Stratia never located the Order of the Void Triangle. They revealed themselves to the bickering mage clans, issuing a subtle ultimatum. Months before they struck from the Great Darkness. The point being, of course, that the disciples will never be found until they wish to be. By the Great Mother, you do not even know how they remained hidden for 2,000 years, only to surface now.
So, what of it, child?
Zenon spat.
Do you propose we pack up and go home? We just wait for the Void Hands to stroll up to the Crimson Throne?
The girl's inhuman peals of laughter made Zenon's ears ring.
Great Mother, no fool. You wouldn't come back to an empire if you did. My brothers and sisters would be too disappointed. They would riot for it. This way, at least it stands a bit longer. As your reward, I say.
Zenon's look of confusion was plain, and the little girl answered before he could speak.
Send your scrying sphere to the motherland, Zenon. Some of my brothers and sisters reveal early. The farms are discovering how much they love fire.
Enough of this, demon!
Zenon clenched his fist. The walls trembled as coils of fury lightning licked his arms.
I'll play no more of your banter. You say I can kill and burn you, and I shall. You can tell your fellows that the Crimson Empire is here to burn away your influence from the living world.
Zenon reigned in his disgust and revulsion, projecting a wave of force at the demon's neck. There was a loud, sickening crunch as every bone shattered from the base of her neck to the middle of her back. The girl's head slumped at an awkward angle before she fell sideways from her chair. Zenon stormed out of the home and spell-shaped a huge sphere of Imperial fire. It hovered in the sky a moment before it fell and slammed through the red rooftop, incinerating the macabre scene. It was dirty work to kill a child. There was no honor, only shame to be found in it. But the little girl demonstrated the need for it in these foreign lands. A demonic sickness spread throughout Stratia, and its infection could claim the entire world. It was better to amputate and remove the disease while there was still time. Zenon inhaled the thick cloud of smoke and felt the heat of the fire on his back. A long shadow climbed the slope ahead of him, cast by the glow of the inferno behind him. He thought about the demon's words. Much of it was the same tired doomsday rhetoric every demon spouted before they were cast out. Some of it troubled him, though. Was he so focused on his mission that he failed to notice a change in his homeland? And how did the demon know about the secret? Zenon was one of the few magi in the entire Stratian conquest to know about it. Many magi who were believed to be of risk of speaking about it already had their throats cut. Zenon would have to send a scrying sphere into the east to verify the demon's claims. Ken Takira caught up with Zenon Roll as he ascended the summit of the rise.
What's next, Master Fist?
You will take as many Korakin elite as you need, and you will crush down on Malkinor. Send a force to that stinking bog in Narrenmoor also. That fortress has stood for too long already. They have no magi there, so send a small number of elite to make quick work of it. Finish it with haste.
What will you do?
Zenon was silent a moment as he reflected on the demon's words.
I must return to the beach camp. I need to look into something troubling.
Zenon's irritation returned as his dark gaze snapped up to his dragon.
When I am done, I will take a detachment to the Citadel. Leave me with 300 elite. Be mindful of who you allow to remain with me. The Order has, I expected, broken with the agreement with our Emperor. We are free to remove even the Stratian taint.
Zenon Roll was about to leave his orders at that, but then he remembered the burning farmstead.
Spread the word to our forces. The next time they see a place like this, they are not to approach. They are to send for 20 elite, who are to destroy such a place from no less than 300 yards.
All is understood, and shall be done, Master Fist.
Ken Takira bowed low before departing. Chapter 24. Martenin Delic stood at the east-facing window in his wide bedchamber. It wasn't the quarters of the Grand Illumination, as he thought they should be, but they did afford a wondrous view of the Maelstrom and the bleaks remaining of Catan. He ignored the comfort of his bed, with its down mattress and obsidian stone frame. He found no solace in the round, smooth sand garden that occupied a portion of his room. He could not lose himself in the sparkling luster of his collection of quartz that decorated his shelves. Martenin stared, restless and angry, out into the abyss of night, while the rest of the Order slept in peace. In the past week, many of the Soulish challenged the limits of their new tenuous freedom from the rods of binding. Now, any order he gave them was answered with a contest of the Magus. The barbaric custom resurfaced 4 years ago, as Rylan and Ishel fought over some trivial matter. Now, Martenin could not ask a Solus to so much as look left without being issued a formal challenge. Today alone, Martenin was fatigued by a contest of enduring levitation, haste polymancy, and 3 occasions of reflexive elemental defense. What was worse, his 2 envoys to the Emperor had not yet returned. It was only a day past due, but Martenin didn't know how many battles the renegades rushed into during that time. Word of dozens of conflicts could have reached the Emperor by now, and the hostilities could be fully renewed. Martenin didn't know these things for certain, and that vexed him to no end. If the Empire was going to include the Order's destruction and the conquest, he could prepare for it if he only knew. He could act fast if there was still time to negotiate. Not knowing left him at a point of inaction that made him restless. So Martenin stood at his window in a flannel bedrobe, allowing his bare feet to absorb the cold sensation of white marble against his skin. All the while, his scowl found new limits. Somewhere in the ruins of Catan, Martenin was tricked by the sight of tiny blue flashes of light. He didn't know what to make of that. He never studied the barrier around Catan, and knew as much about the spirit arts as any Ard Solus. This was not the first time he saw the lantern's flickers of light, though. They did vary in size and color from time to time. Sometimes they reached a level of brilliance to fill his bedchamber. Martenin shrugged. While he remembered little of his spirit sorcery training, he wagered the lights were a side effect of the barrier. The alternative was to admit to Light Baron's disturbing delusions that sick fires destroyed Catan and that otherworldly forces were at work. Martenin came so close to dismissing the drunken pyromaster's claims months ago. That was just as Ryland dug up the hillside in the middle of the night and found that strange claw. The stupid boy brought it to other geomancers, and Martenin knew how they went awry. The boy offered a suggestion, and the fools latched on without proper study, investigation, and discussion. There was no way the stone held a demon claw. It might be a leftover magical creation, or the last piece of an extinct species, but demons and void hands were nothing more than foolish stories told around the fires at night.
Is that what you believe?
The voice that challenged Martenin chilled his skin with its low, rasping whisper. The sudden intrusion was enough to catch his breath in his throat while he leaped up.
Who is there?
Martenin whirled this way and that, his eyes dark and narrow as he scanned the bedchamber. He found no one.
Do you know that light should not be able to escape a spirit barrier?
The voice sounded so close, within 2 feet. Martenin saw nothing, and only felt cold and watched. Why did Martenin feel so cold? The breeze that came through the window was cool and scented, with the promise of rain that would come by dawn. It was not that cold.
All the wrong questions come to your mind. Still you fail to answer any of mine. You ponder nothing of true importance, yet you believe the entire order should fall over themselves to obey your every whim. Your entire world crumbles, and you barter away everything of meaning to preserve your own skin.
You are an intruder. Show yourself now!
Martenin pushed anger into his voice, even as fear settled deep inside his mind.
Elysian, Matisia, and so many skilled heart souls gave their lives to create the barrier. Many believe Void Hand's magic is imprisoned within, yet, like Lysindric, you do not.
The voice observed as it read and scrutinized Martenin's thoughts and past actions with ease.
So, if you believe Kassarans to be imprisoned within the barrier, why do you broker deals with the enemy of the Order?
Who says I believe it was the Empire?
Martenin could not believe he was answering, allowing himself to be caught in a game that placed him on trial.
There are no other culprits, Martenin. Even you cannot be so foolish as to believe they gave their lives and spirits for nothing.
Martenin felt sweat bead with cold droplets on his forehead, as what he assumed to be an intrusion mutated into an interrogation.
So, what of it? I made a deal with those I believe may have destroyed Catan. Where do you go with any of this?
I go to justice first, coward. You saw what happened to your fellows of the Order, and in fear you battered away everything they held dear.
The cold accusations of the voice began to circle him, judging.
They died with honor, and you disregard their sacrifice. You were never fit to lead the Order. Your logic breeds self-preserving fear in you, causing you to abandon your principles at the first sign of distress. Cortesius saw and read this weakness in you, and that is why you were never chosen.
Martenin felt naked and vulnerable under the press of judgment. He decided it was time to lash out with accusations of his own.
And what of you, Phantom Intruder?
Martenin shouted with spittle spraying on his beard.
You enter my bedchamber with the stealth of a thief. You judge me, though I do not see the eyes of my accuser. You deem me to be a coward, but you speak from the safety of concealment.
Martenin was answered with a long silence. He hoped he was alone again, but he knew that hope did not exist. His skin crawled with a cold and goose flesh that made circling passes around his body. This was not over. Lightning flashed in the black night sky. There was something about the storm and the intrusion that tickled and tugged at the geomancer's mind with urgency. The presence halted in front of Martenin. A dark, transparent human shape materialized while still blending into the night shadows. Its broad male shoulders turned as it faced him. It stood only a little shorter than Martenin, and its dark shape drank the warmth of the air like a vortex. It radiated waves of forceful cold that permeated Martenin's bones and stung his skin. A pair of fiery eyes flared in its head. Martenin felt the weight of its hatred for him crushing down on him. He felt small and inconsequential under that hateful glare. His power seemed insignificant in its presence. The only reason it desired to be near him was to judge and sentence him. Martenin was too unimportant to hold a voice about it.
All your actions were committed to avoid pain and death. You would have thrown every man, woman, and child in front of you to avoid that fate.
The eyes of the shadow flared with every word, but no mouth moved in the shadows.
Your actions will destroy Stratia. All your brothers and sisters will be in chains forever. In decades to come, the Empire will bestow the title of Order of Cringing Dogs and Swine. All the honor will be gone. To avoid this fate, I must force upon you the fate you hide from.
There was no time to gather the endless current. Martenin quickly attuned himself to the stone of the walls and floor around him. Several man-sized spikes of stone pulled free from the surfaces. They floated in the air in front of him. Before Martenin could launch the skewering volley, the shadow made a twisting gesture with its wrist. A pitch-black hole opened in the air between the shadow and Martenin. The hole pulled debris, stones from his shells, and his entire assault into its fathomless depth. When Martenin's attack vanished, the shadow flicked its wrist again, and the vortex disappeared.
I did not come to tarry in your childish games. At this moment, the invaders soon gather to attack the citadel. If you live, the lights in these walls will be gathered, forced on their knees and executed. They will not resist, and they will not fight.
The foretelling was cold and dispassionate.
Before the renegades departed, all of you would have been dishonored and enslaved. Another more favorable option can only occur if you die now. Accept it! Perhaps end your own life, and you can spare yourself great pain.
I choose to end you instead!
Martenin growled as he clenched a fist in front of him. In response, 4 walls of marble formed up around the shadow and slammed together to crush it. The thunderous explosion left Martenin's ears ringing. The room was filled with settling dust clouds that made him cough. The floor and walls were gouged deep with the rendering sorceries he employed. Before Martenin could examine the aftermath at length, every inch of his body stiffened with sharp, cramping aches. His arms and legs locked and seized up in rigid paralysis. The shadow stepped free of the dust cloud. Its glowing red eyes moved within inches of Martenin's face.
That choice was never part of the selection.
The raspy voice whispered. Martenin wriggled and thrashed against the sorcery bind, but his muscles would not budge. He pushed his will into the stone around him, trying to break free or strike at the shadow. His will dissolved into nothingness as soon as he projected it. He panicked. The calm was beyond him. He could not gather the endless current while the aches and agony flooded his awareness. He was helpless. The shadow raised one hand and pointed at Martenin. Lightning and thunder became a fervent barrage in the night. The pain in his body doubled. Everything below the neck stretched with an intent bent on tearing itself apart. Martenin looked down in horror at his right arm. His skin split from his shoulder to wrist, down to the bone. Blood spilled and seared against his exposed nerves. He attempted to scream, but his mouth and throat would not obey. As another split ripped open his left arm, Martenin realized his body did intend to rip itself to pieces. The deep gouges became more rapid and frequent, choosing random locations on his body. His arms and legs were bloody bones when the rips began to tear into his torso. His abdomen and chest split, spilling their contents free. His robe was a bloody mass of cloth. It slid down his shoulders, searing whatever nerve endings remained. Martenin was horrified to find himself still alive. His head was intact, unmarked, but smeared with blood. Martenin listened, in revulsion and horror, as his organs fell to the waiting heap of shredded skin and muscles with wet splashes. He begged for the pain to claim his conscious mind, and his wet bones gave out beneath him. His head landed in the pile of his bloody remains. Why would his mind not shut down and let him die in peace? Martenin realized the truth of his predicament far too late. He was not among the living anymore. He was not allowed to take his place among the dead either. This was void hand magic. It was dark and cruel, and forbidden by just decree. The final truth was that Elysian and the Council died trying to prevent this magic from moving beyond Catan. They failed. Martenin's head gurgled and his chin and jaw ground against the wet heap on the floor. The pain continued, relentless. He was useless within his own mutilated remains. His eyes shifted about. His throat sounded a high-pitched, raspy parody of breathing. He felt hundreds of pains in his body that was no longer attached to his head. Madness began a slow, insidious invasion on the remains of his mind.
I am Kriat's Enna.
The shadow spoke as it turned and walked away.
I have passed the sentence of the prison of flesh. Justice is satisfied.
Chapter 25. If Ishel's right arm was not covered in thick glossy obsidian, she would have a deep gouge in her arm, and the tip of a long spear through her heart. The spear dancer was dressed in a havoc-gilt vest, coat, and pants. He was an older man, favoring an unusual blend of empowered speed and conjured weapons. It was a noticed contrast to the common volleys from the fireball throwers and vine conjurers of his younger peers. Ishel's opening came much later than she hoped. The Havoc sorcerer lunged forward with a powerful thrust of a serrated long spear. Ishel shaped the endless current in a little more than a breath, causing a strong gust of wind to slam into the sorcerer's backside. He stumbled forward. Ishel parried the spear off her obsidian gauntlet. She mouthed another incantation and brought her left hand up to his face. A wide stream of fire burst from her palm and incinerated the spear dancer's head until only a black charred skull remained. He fell dead before he could scream. Killing was nothing new to Ishel now. Her first victim was a younger sorceress she left entombed alive in a mountainside close to the border of Terrell. With the memory of the villager still vivid and clear in her mind, she refused to allow her hands to remain clean in this war. The simple act of avoiding bloodshed was a filthy transgression against her own people. They did not escape unscathed. Why should she? The ground continued to rumble its chaotic fits. Giant boulders and massive ballistic bolts slammed into the homes, reducing everything to rubble and craters. Mothers, fathers, and children screamed in terror as they were led to safety. Their guides were children themselves. Most of the candles were no older than 12. The villagers only followed when they noticed the brown robes and calm demeanor. Torches and legionnaires worked in groups to repel the Kassaran soldiers and hold back the siege rounds from striking the people. Powerful gales of wind halted the devastating arcs, while walls and spikes of stone met the rounds in air, causing dusty explosions. 2 Kassaran swordsmen charged at Ishel. The warm afternoon sun reflected in a blinding glare from the steel of their longswords. Ishel mouthed 2 more incantations. The power that she wielded began to itch inside her chest and bowels. It was a warning sign that she had to ignore. Her hand shot forward, flinging a spray of water that hummed and sparked with electricity. The 2 swordsmen ran into the spray before they could think better of it. They halted in their steps as the electricity coursed through their swords and the metal of their armor. They thrashed and convulsed. Their mouths foamed with white. Their eyes rolled and steamed before they fell. Ishel stopped to thought project into the endless current.
Light Borvis, those siege rounds are getting frightfully close. Tell me the villagers are almost out, or that you are close to driving a counteroffensive right into the wooden hinges of their ballistae.
Borvis' answered thoughts were tense and defensive, as well as sarcastic. Why would I do that when I can entertain the ladies with wondrous displays of flowers? Kassayan interrupted with an annoyed snort.
He won't get anywhere anytime soon if you keep shouting your thoughts loud enough for every magus to hear. Let him be, Light Ishel.
There was a pause in Kassayan's thoughts before she continued with a hint of admiration.
Light Borvis is busy transmuting shrubbery out of the heads of the hot-headed witches.
Ishel didn't bother to point out the irony of Kassayan calling anyone hot-headed. The images that were conjured by Kassayan's description did cause her to shudder. A towering wave of crimson fire barreled down the street heading towards Ishel. Timbers and foundation that remained were obliterated into ash. The juggernaut fire magic cremated everything in its path. Once more, Ishel calmed herself, stilling her mind as the endless current howled into her, searing against the inside of her body. She screamed as she held up both hands in front of her. The raw power was shaped and converted into an equally massive wall of freezing water. The barrier bent against the clash of red fire, buckling like hammered metal. The water did not give. The collision halted with both forces dissipated. The streets filled with an obscuring cloud of steam and mist. You could have saved a lot of effort if you'd have done that sooner, Borvis sent his complaint. Ishel mentally shrugged.
They waited so long to use any of their trademark flames.
Ishel turned her attention to another location in the battlefield, trying to obfuscate her thoughts from Havoc Magi.
Light Pora,
Tell me you nearly have all the villagers out of here. We could really use some Aeromancers and Geomancer magic on their siege weapons.
The heavy-set Hydromancer responded with a hint of irritation.
Rushing us will not hasten the meld walks, Light Ishel. I am already under strain with so many fractured legs. You need not inhibit my concentration further.
The Hydromancer was silent a moment, but Ishel felt the scrutiny of her probing magic.
Do something about that wound on your left arm, Light Ishel. If you move around much more, your veins will break and you will bleed and fall.
A silence filled the street as Cassarans tried to gain their bearings in the artificial mist. Ishel took the moment it afforded her to look down at her arm. A deep gash split the muscle of her upper arm nearly to the bone. A wide stream of hot red ran down her arms and elbow to pool on the ground. The spear dancer seemed the most likely to be the cause, but Ishel knew the Cassaran swords came close to cutting her open on several instances. Ishel looked up and around at the thick clouds of white vapor. She could make out the shapes of several of the heavy-armored Cassarans probing ahead with the point of their swords. They moved slow and cautious. Their plumed helmets shifted as they sought their next victims. Ishel could remain still and undetected from the soldiers until the steam cleared. If she healed herself now, the Havoc Magi would find her in the same breath. It was a risk Ishel would have to take. Ishel placed her hand over the long gash. As soon as the endless current flowed toward her, she felt the same happening for the Havoc Magi. Ishel quickly calmed herself beyond the gathering of the endless current. She felt the air, allowing herself to sense each warble and eddy around her. She felt the quickening of vibrations in the hands of the Havoc Magi before they held spheres of crimson fire. Ishel was far more subtle. She was already repaired with dozens of anvil-sized spheres of water. The water balls remained hidden in the air high above their heads. She allowed the water to fall and douse the spheres of fire and their shapers, just before they could wind their arms to throw. The attack was not as lethal as she would have preferred, but it was enough to break their concentration. With a moment taken from both the soldiers and the Magi, Ishel finished shaping a healing spell on her arm. She watched as the men's shape knit and sealed all the severed muscles and skin. A moment later, the clouds of vapor faded. 5 crimson soldiers dashed at Ishel. Their sprint was fluid, and their hands were at the ready on their weapon hilts. Ishel stumbled over a clumsy shaping of a blast of air. The conjured wind caught her attacker as her face came within an inch of the gleaming tip of a curved sword. The soldiers were hurled backwards off their feet. When the Cassaran soldiers landed on their backsides, they were pinned down with a lethal volley of arrows. Not one projectile missed its mark. Several Phoenix Legion archers stood with longbows far down the street. Ishel wished she had a moment to wave a hand in thanks. The endless current began to shift and divide outside of the village. The Havoc Magi were focusing on something else. The shift allowed the renegades a moment of breath outside the siege weapons and soldiers, but Ishel knew it was only for a moment. There was little time to act. She needed to move and think faster. Where was Ryland's displacement cloak when she needed them? A violent surging wave of endless current began to swell and rush into the village. Ishel's eyes widened with alarm when she realized it was heading toward the candle geomancers that were defending the evacuation. Ishel didn't know who it was, but so much at once could be dangerous for any one of them. It was too late to react. White light flared in her heart of devastation. Dimming the radiance of the noon sun, Ishel shielded her eyes only an instant before a powerful gale began to tow debris towards the south of the village. What few buildings remained were yanked into inexplorable force. It would have been a moment of opportunity if anyone could stand straight. Then, there was an ear-ringing thunderous boom. A blast of concussive force slammed into the ruins of the village. Soldiers and unprepared lights were hurled off their feet northward. Borvis's voice was cracked echo in Ishel's silent mind. If we act fast enough, we can get the rest of the people out of here in a blink. But the broken way Borvis sounded told Ishel that something bad happened. Something that would not allow such an action to occur. She knew what that something might be.
What happened?
Ishel knew they lost someone to that explosion.
Light Arena dissolved into the endless current. She shaped too many defensive stone spheres at once.
The silence that continued was a blessing for Ishel. She thought about Arena. She did not know the girl well, but she had already proven to be a promising geomancer. Arena possessed a decent amount of skill for an 8-year-old girl. Ishel's fist tightened into trembling white knuckles as she fought back against the tears that threatened to overwhelm her. Not yet, but soon, she promised herself. She directed her heartache and weariness into anger. She changed the anger into precise concentration. There would be time for tears later. She would allow herself that time soon enough. Ishel's thoughts projected with a tone of grim resolve. this time for all her fellows to hear.
Change of plans, Libovis. I want every Polymancer and Geomancer to shield every Stratian within 5 miles of the village center. Everyone else is to bolster the energies of those shaping.
Borvis sounded wary and suspicious as he answered. What will you do?
I am ending this. Right now.
Ishel shaped the grasping winds and began to rise off the ground. Her ascent was slow at first, but she quickly began to climb dozens of feet in the air as winds whipped around her. The Cassarans were quick to notice the anomaly and the siege weapons began to seek her out. The massive rounds could not find their mark in her, as the wind shifted her to the left and right with ease of a leaf. The Havoc Magi tracked her flight soon after, but their attempts to take her out of the sky were only elemental, and Ishel felt them even as they formed. So high above the ground they could only answer with more of their trademark balls of flames, and it was as redundant as it was useless against Ishel. She doused each fire before it could spring to life. With so much spell shaping, Ishel knew she would be in danger of meeting Erina's fate. Her will felt doubled in her angry determination. Children were dying to protect the helpless. She could not tolerate any more this day. Now, Ishel was far above the Cassarans. Trees and people, even the ruins, all seemed so small and irrelevant from this vantage. She pressed the force of the grasping winds around her head to give her more air before she could feel lightheaded. Tiny bubbles of brown began to boil up on the ground throughout the village, like a series of blisters. The Stratians were safe. It was time to spell shape before the Cassarans could devise some way to stop Ishel. Ishel maintained a pressure to the grasping winds that allowed her to move on the air as though walking on solid road. Her arms and legs began a slow rhythm while she sung in a low voice filled with exotic, incomprehensible words. As she danced and sang, she began to quicken her movements, and her voice began to rise in pitch, creating snapping syllables. Her hands clawed and raked the air, her legs arced in smooth, sweeping kicks. An observer would call it a soldier's hand combat drill and an exotic dance. A magus would feel the building endless current. They would feel the spray of energies or the whirling like waterfalls in the movements of clouds. A magus would know an elaborate spell shape was at hand. Some of the ancient evoker history kept in the Citadel Library dated as far back as the Dragontooth clan. They were a clan dedicated to battle, profit, and superiority. They were as proud as they were fierce in battle. Nearly all of them were evokers of legendary skill and power. None of them had achieved the 3rd tier in evocation, but it was a common belief that they were only centuries away from achieving it. Only bits and pieces of their lore survived for 2,000 years. Some of their advanced spell shapes were too complex and powerful for the enlightened sun. So, many of the books collected dust in the back of the library, until Ishel found them. She read deep and with fervor, spending many hours and many days lost in their ancient pages. There was a spell shape that always drew Ishel's attention. It was the creation of a famous sorceress named Cation. The spell shape was lengthy, exhausting, and completely overwhelming to its victims. Ishel added one variation to Cation's spell. The original spell called Storm Clouds Closer. As Ishel continued to move, the endless current began to materialize into the clouds she needed. As she spun and whirled, tufts of white, dark, and gray began to hurl out from her arms and legs. The mists began to spread further and further away, filling the sky around her. Ishel glanced down to see what the Havoc Guilds planned for their final assault. Dozens of siege weapons and thousands of soldiers began to appear. Meld walks were completed by scores as a crushing number of reinforcements arrived. If Ishel was not prepared to act now, the Cassarans would have obliterated the village and killed its inhabitants in minutes. But everything came to a halt below as the storm clouds spread and filled the sky. Ishel's movements were a blur. Her voice climbed to a piercing shriek that reverberated against the horizon. The spell shape was named the Song of the Thunder Gods. Only 3 sorceresses ever mastered the use of the shape. It was a spell that thus far was exclusive for women. The first was its creator, Cation. The second was her student, Deshreel Morinroke, first queen of Malkanor. Ishel would be the third. Temperatures and frictions were created in the clouds. The results were sparks of white light in the misty masses. The energy flashed more and more, licking the makeshift clouds with eager anticipation. Then, it was instant pandemonium. Between the clouds and the village, the air was filled with thousands of raging towers of jagged electricity. Every exposed target on the ground was struck by wrathful lightning. Peal after peal of thunder shook the earth, accompanied by dying screams and shouts of panic. Catapults and ballistae were reduced to blackened slivers. Everything not covered in domes of earth was obliterated by furious onslaught. The song of the thunder gods raged for a time Ishel could not measure. The relentless savagery the Caesarans set loose upon the defenseless people of Stratia, the sacrificed lives of children, all were revisited on the invaders with the determined fury of instantaneous massacre. This storm was here to put an end to this force. It would not abate until every Caesaran within 5 miles floated as ashes in the wind. All the while, Ishel pushed more and more of her will into the spell. Her desire to protect her people and her fellow lights became an all-consuming drive, feeding her will. Traces of the Caesarans became non-existent in the blackened earth. Ishel relaxed her will, releasing the endless current that powered it. The clouds began to fade and the grasping wind slowly lowered Ishel back to the ground. The earth was pockmarked with deep black craters where the lightning rained down. Most of the bodies were obliterated by the massive bolts, overwhelmed by enough electricity to burst. Other bodies were cooked black. Their armor and flesh were melted and fused together. Ishel's hair began to rise as she came close to the ground. There was a sharp smell in the air that minged with the stench of burned bodies. There was an ever-present hissing and hum that sounded in the otherwise silence. The domes of earth crumbled away, and the occupants raised their heads and looked out with wide eyes. The village was gone, but no complaint was made as the Caesarans were also absent. Borvis was the first to approach Ishel. His narrow, bony face was dirty, but streaked with dried tears from only a moment ago. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. The Phoenix Legion and the Renegades continued a swift, uninterrupted evacuation. They would take the refugees to Palancer. Ishel was grateful for Borvis just then. She felt emotionally exhausted and raw. She felt cracks in her resolve and a weakness in her knees. She leaned into his chest and finally allowed her tears to run free. Arena was not even the first child they lost in the war. Children were pouring energies beyond their limits to match the Caesarans' brutality. They were not trying to be heroes. They were not seeking glory. They were trying to protect the people with every ounce of their being. Arena was the 21st child dissolved into the endless current in the war. Ishel promised herself she would not allow any of them to be forgotten. Chapter 26. Rylan and Aimreen were both exhausted from their labors in the healer's triage. They sat on a small patch of soft grass and violet wildflowers, on the bank of a calm, large pond. Towering pines and oaks circled in a protective, thick ring before the woods far south of the outer city. They were both dirty, covered in sticky, dry sweat, bloodstains, and reeking of sharp medicine smells. But neither of them held the energy to care about that. Aimreen laid her head on Rylan's shoulders and held his hand in her lap. Rylan lost himself, burying his nose in her soft brown hair. Aimreen wore a short-sleeved red blouse, which masked the bloodstains better, and a long, black, loose skirt. It was a practical choice, and far better than Rylan's having to find a river for his own single outfit every night. The dirt and wear he acquired made him miss current cleansing.
That was a well-placed wrap to the corporal's chest,
Aimreen complimented in the dim twilight. Rylan listened to the night birds and kissed the top of her head. Thank you, love. But he would have bled too fast without yourself. It looked combined, but local. Where did you learn to make it? Aimreen squeezed his hand.
The base is from the Book of the Bren Sisterhood, but many of the herbs do not grow near enough. A herbalist from Central Palancer had to take a week of study with me to find the substitutes we needed.
Rylan kissed her forehead once again, but paused as remembering struck him. He withdrew from her a moment, patting down his long coat and clothes. He hoped he didn't lose it, praying to the fates that it did not fall. Aimreen looked at him with bewildered green eyes and raised eyebrows. Rylan breathed loud with relief when his fingers brushed the smooth, hard surface. I meant to give this to you sooner. It's why I was gone for so much longer before the attacks. Rylan extracted the gleaming green flask as liquid sloshed inside it. Aimreen gasped, her eyes wide as she accepted the flask with two reverent hands. A tear glistened at the corner of her eye, but she laughed.
It's so beautiful. But what is it, my love?
It's mithridite, made from ingredients from their purest locations. Aimreen covered her mouth in an expression of shock.
Rylan, that is 65 ingredients and from every land on the face of Provis. Not to mention the delicate distilling process. And what is the container made from?
Rylan smiled. It's shaped from the same emerald as my staff. If my powers are restored,
The emerald is young and vibrant enough for a chronomatic enchantment. I can cause the flask to be full whenever it empties. Imrine's eyes were lost in thought a moment before she shook her head.
I can't allow such a short step in my own training. I would rob myself of the chance for understanding.
Imrine ducked into Ryland's sight closer before kissing his lips deeply.
When it becomes empty, I want you to fill it with me.
Ryland smiled and pulled her closer in his arms. Imrine rested her head against his chest, but held the flask up for her own scrutiny.
Emerald flask and staff, green coat.
Imrine mulled it over out loud. Ryland understood the rest of the question before she could finish. The temporal current and its energies are green. When I use a green focus, much like Pora's flask of water, the temporal currents gathers and shapes faster and with greater ease.
So, then colors may be relevant,
Imrine voiced before she smiled with mirth.
I allowed myself to believe magic was more colorful just to make displays for the rest of us.
Some are just for color. Light Ishel tints her lightning to violet, but there are times when she does it to add challenge to her training. It requires greater concentration to change the color of every bolt. But like Kara changes the color of her own lightning to green, because she dilutes it with earth energies for more power. It was a lot of mechanical talk, and Ryland was surprised that her interest did not falter for it. Her desire to learn as much as she could was one of the many things he loved about her. Imrine's forehead creased.
What about the Kasarans and their red magic?
Ryland paused. It was unavoidable that the talk of the Havoc Guilds would surface, even here between them. Images of women and children with their heads severed in orchards and fields came to his mind unbidden. Images of men, unaware in the woods, screaming and dying as red fire rain burned completely through came next. The brutality and death were a haunting procession in the depths of his mind. But as a reward for his vigil, Ryland was permitted greater insight to his enemies. There is something in their training, I don't know what it is. The endless current usually is the best when a magus is unclouded by thoughts and emotions. But their rage is somehow so natural to them that it comes in a breath. It changes their magic. Their red fire is hotter than furnace flames. The raw current and anger causes electric bursts from their bodies. All of it seeps into their vines.
It seems that is the bulk of their spell shapes,
Imrine observed. It is all that comes easy for most of them. They battle in such fury that they must do what comes naturally for such clouded minds. Our anger does not afford creativity in battle. Imrine breathed a weary sigh.
They have to have some sort of limit with their devastation.
It is also taxing on them. Fighting so angry is very draining. But that means their methods for training are more brutal, so they do not succumb to the pain and fatigue so easily. Fates. Ryland snorted. They force new magi to crawl on broken glass for hours before they battle a master, simply to be accepted into the guild.
That's horrible. How did you learn of this cruel tradition, love?
From the same merchants who helped me find what I needed. Imrine fell silent, leaning her head against him. Twilight faded and a large full moon crested to the east above the tall trees. Evening birds fell into silence and cicadas filled the void of their absence. Ryland held Imrine in silence, randomly kissing the top of her head. He was content in the quiet, content to abandon talk of the Empire. The days were long and merciless, filled with good people that starved, bled, and died right before their eyes. Stratia's populace was never massive, so every loss was a deep wound.
There are days, but for a moment that is all so much.
Imrine spoke without turning her gaze from the moonlit reflection on the still pond.
All the death, the fear, the pain from all the people. I can't free them all of it. Those times, I simply want to run to you and tell you to take us away from all of it.
Ryland nodded but remained silent, kissing her hair. It was a tempting wish, the easy way. He didn't hold all of his powers, so he couldn't stand for his people. He could not honor the memory of his spark the way he wished. But both reasons were why he could not flee from this war either. He could not agree with this option, but he doubted Imrine felt differently than he did. It was just her need to voice her weary and breaking heart. She only needed Ryland to listen.
First Mayselin, then Catan, then Marten, and then the Kasarans. Do our obstacles ever grow as weary as we do?
To that, at least Ryland could offer reassurance. We tire, but not alone as they are. Even tonight, Light Pora, Light Maurice, the healers and herbalists excuse us. Amreen held up her hand.
Forcefully.
Rylan laughed and nodded. Yes, forcefully, allowing us to gather strength to stand again. It was just as they bandaged the corporal. Something of their tiredness must have revealed itself, because Maurice and Pora insisted they rest. They began pushing them out of the triage.
These dangers, the fates favor us by giving us only one at a time. They do not unite.
But they do seek to drive us apart forever,
Imreen observed pointedly.
Perhaps,
Rylan acquiesced.
All but a devoted philosopher would go mad pondering why.
Are you one such scholar?
Amreen teased. Rylan laughed.
Fates, no. Human intricacies are best known by healers who tend to human wounds.
Amreen looked at Rylan with feigned accusation.
Do you dare to taunt me?
Rylan only laughed harder. And provoked the most feared sword in all of Malkinor? Never. I must possess a sliver of wisdom at least. Amreen laughed with Rylan. For that moment, under the bright moon in the cool darkness of a spring night, they were allowed to laugh, to love, and to put aside the anguish of war. Until midnight, when they returned to the outer city for sleep. It was enough to restore their broken spirits. Amreen kissed Rylan's lips deep one more time before she left to sleep in her father's field command tent. Chapter 27. Maysellen Morinroke stood at a high balcony, tapping her red lacquered fingernails against the stone rail. Her deep red lips were pursed in a scowl as she watched with boredom and waited with impatience. A stick-thin blonde Vodessian girl fanned the heat away while Maysellen's mind wandered. Maysellen hated idle thinking. It was little more than an escape for the addle-brained. She steered her thoughts into a determined progress. Her first focus was the city she looked down upon as much literally as figuratively.
What collection of fools would build such a city as this?
Maysellen thought out loud. The dainty servant woman did little more than blink. She possessed the wisdom to prevent words from escaping her open mouth. A dead or missing servant might be impossible to ignore, but Maysellen could make the girl's life miserable regardless. The Queen of Malkinor could be counted on for creativity and resourcefulness, which Maysellen would need when the day came to claim Malkinor and rebuild it.
Our defense is far east towards Terrell. The city is designed that way. What threat do they imagine would come from there? Stray flocks of sheep? Yet the west of the city is wide open. The palace wall faces grass. With Vodis not having for brains in a stupor, the marauders could seize the capital before their next meal.
As Maysellen expected, the girl only managed to look away nervously. No tightened grip on the peacock-feathered fan. No sign of intelligence at all. She showed no hint of irritation that she and her homeland were insulted. Maysellen turned her cold blue eyes back to the city. She watched the preparations at the edge of the merchants' quarters. She squinted against the bright noon glare. She raised a shielding hand above her thin eyebrows, below the beginning of her long black hair. The pressure against her tightly woven braid shifted her diamond crown. Tents were erected in the mile-long space between the edge of the merchants' section and the start of the outer city. These provided a triage for the wounded legionnaires. To Maysellen's disgust, refugees were treated in these shelters. The malnourished were fed, the injured were healed, the people were allocated temporary residence, and Malkinor's resources were wasted. As the only nation that gave Kassarin any lasting resistance, it would have been wiser to gather their strength and coordinate a precise counteroffensive. A headache boiled in Maysellen's head as she watched resources squandered on rescuing one backwater peasant collective after another. If the people truly wished to survive, they would have pooled their newly gained finances into establishing their own defenses. That was the problem. With these benefactor bleeding heart altruists, no new and noteworthy strengths were revealed, and would-be heroes were siphoned of their paragon attributes. The truth and result of this was evident in the weighted difference between the Havoc Guilds and the Enlightened Sun. The Havoc Guilds would take their members at will from the people. They would cultivate what they could use and discard the rest. Their ideals were second only to imperial law. They could direct their ambitions and rise to lofty positions of prominence. They allowed other directives to be carried out by less combative guilds, like the Purifier's Guild or the Enchanter's Guild. Maysellen respected them for their drive and sheer focus, even if she feared being ripped to shreds by them. In contradiction to these refugee sections, Maysellen was pleased to see the long, rigid lines of patrolling Phoenix Legions. Magian's thugs fought a grueling series of hit-and-run assaults, that left the legions weary. They were careful not to allude to her involvement, but the toil it took on the people should have caused a mistrust from the masses. In time, Maecellan's hidden forces could have rushed to Malkinor's rescue, staged a fake war against the Vodessian marauders in her employ, and cast out Malaric, Marcellus, and any other fool in her way. Now, the presence of the Legion was a boon. Maecellan could not deploy her own forces without exposing herself. Her sense of self-preservation and her ambition were at conflict for it, but there was no help for that. There was a small gathering of people outside the city. They would vanish and reappear in different locations. Her hands tightened to white knuckles against the black granite. The Renegades, as they called themselves, continued to train in skills they thought would help against the Cassarans. The Renegades were the only reason the legions were renewed and refreshed enough to fight. The coordination between sorcery and soldier proved to be a great advantage. But they were the same Magi who were her greatest obstacle, even without the approval of their superiors. If anything, the division in the Enlightened Sun could doom everyone in Stratia that much sooner. Maecellan certainly couldn't marshal her own forces while they remained. She would be judged and imprisoned before her next breath. And who else could last longer than a blink against the Havoc Guilds? The Renegades were motley, mostly children, barely organized and far too new. But the fates favored them with moments of blind luck, time and again. Only last week they returned from a concentrated attack against a village far to the southeast. Somehow, the combined efforts devastated the entire Crimson detachment.
"Favor us with your contemplations," intruded a female voice. The cheerful invitation drew a startled cry from the Vodessian girl. She all but jumped out of her skin as two girls of the same age appeared from thin air to either side. Maecellan smiled an uncommon expression, somewhat forced. She smoothed her thick red silk gown as she turned. She already waited an hour in the miserable heat of the late spring. She felt sweat trickle in the folds of her gown despite the constant fanning. But this was the moment she awaited eagerly.
"Your Majesty,"
greeted the taller, dark-haired girl. The two curtsied in unison, inclining their heads in a low nod.
"It is an honor to meet you. I have long waited for the chance to converse with you."
Maecellan's surprise was evident in her arched eyebrow. "Leave us!" Maecellan dismissed the serving girl. When the Vodessian was well outside of hearing, she looked her guests over. They wore grey robes that were donned by no less than the intermediate Magi of the Order. Their faces and figures reflected women of the same age. But that was where the similarities ended. Maecellan felt an automatic liking for the dark-haired girl. Her clothes were plain, and she didn't adorn herself in any way. But there was a sense of crisp focus and self-control. There was kinship and connection to be found in her hard, blue-eyed stare. Everything about her spoke of a woman who would demolish anything between her and her goals. Maecellan already liked her even before meeting her. She knew a great deal about the twins, likely more than they would find comfortable. Cassian might be hinting at the same advantage over Maecellan. A chill seeped into Maecellan's spine as she looked at Laerin. Where her sister was an image of order and calculations, Laerin's frayed appearance and wide, bloodshot eyes were a vision of madness and chaos. Cassian's clothes were clean and precisely creased. Laerin's were wrinkled with rust-colored stains. Cassian's lean muscles spoke of great speed and strength. Laerin was bone-thin, wispy, and delicate. Her white blonde hair ended in tangled snarls just above the hip. Cassian glanced in the direction of the departed servant.
"A Vodessian handmaid? In Malkinor's employ?"
Maecellan smiled, knowing what sort of people the twins were. Sharing a few secrets might be harmless.
Her and her fiancé fled from marauders in the pass of Borkray several years ago. My agents found them. They knew to give me the girl for inspection. She works to earn her freedom.
What of her would-be husband?
Cassian's curiosity was piqued. Maecellan shrugged.
I wager he gave an alligator a severe bellyache with as many flesh-boiling toxins as I administered.
Laerin drew within inches of Maecellan's face, her smile mad.
Do you not fear the attention of the Order when you speak of such things?
Maecellan did not blink or shy away as her own smile remained.
It is a wonder Elysian never tended to either of you. Perhaps he felt smug
even when you appeared after the Kendon estate in eastern Narrenmoor was painted with blood. It is a wonder you survived such a grisly massacre.
Cassian's eyes brightened with knowing, and her scowling lip quirked up into a smirk.
The same could be said after the bad wine that claimed Baron Morvis in his court of 75. He so nearly had enough support to take the Narrenmoor throne. His Majesty of Malkinor pays this no mind. Perhaps because the deadly fungus in the wine looked like the result of poor aging to the unobservant. Did the bodies burn as well as a heap of dolls, I wonder?
Maysellen flinched, but her liking for Cassian doubled. No one ever discovered the fungus to be an excretion of the combination toxin she developed. If the Baron had claimed the throne, it would not have been long before he discovered some of her secretive activities. At the time, Maysellen had yet to construct her Narrenmoor stronghold, her first base of operations. Few people knew about the night Maysellen abandoned her childhood. The dolls were a much more personal story from an older time in her life. Maysellen allowed herself the first real laugh she had in a long time.
You must tell me how you evaded the Grand Illumination. His ability to read people was exceptional.
Cassian's smile sharpened into a wicked grin.
The Order knows only one of my abilities. I can manipulate the iron content in the blood, true enough. My greatest talent lies in alchemy and poison. Do not confuse this for the work of some meager apothecary. Poisons and mixtures speak to me. I can alter them. With my two abilities, I can change the blood mixture in a body in a specific way. I can alter the vibrations the body exudes into the endless current. His radiance saw only what I wanted him to see.
Oh, Maysellen loved the girl more each moment. If she could have chosen her daughters, the twins would be her first choice. Larian chose that moment to interject.
Do you suppose we could find more pretty servants and playthings while we're about in Bouquet?
Cassian blinked at the sudden shift in conversation.
They would make fine gifts for Her Majesty.
Maysellen fought down her hidden revulsion for the clearly insane twin.
What would place such delightful young ladies in such a filthy collection?
Cassian sighed.
It's another liberation campaign. The Cassarans have surrounded the valley, from one side of the canyon to the other.
Bouquet did hold a strategic advantage. It was nestled at the mouth of mile-long canyons. The walls of the canyon were sheer drops, enclosing an open defile all the way to Vodus. Bouquet was flanked by dense woods to the north and south. To the east was an expanse of plains that broke against the face of tall, wide mesa. To Maysellen's dismay, Bouquet was surrounded only by a thick adobe walls and guarded only by a small garrison of poorly trained militia. It was a wonder the Cassarans did not already reduce it all to ashes. Then again,
a hostage trap?
Maysellen thought out loud.
They are trying to draw you out.
Cassian nodded.
Exactly so, Your Majesty. The siege weapons are pointed at Bouquet from all over the valley. A heavy command and assault force are at the ready, watching from the plateau. The garrison has already been crushed.
Maysellen paced a moment, her eyes lost in thought. She pursed her lips in consternation as she lent the brutish invaders a thought of respect. They were aware that the new coalition would come to the rescue, and the Cassarans would demolish the town just as quickly as the would-be heroes arrived. A force that heavy could level the canyon mouth. The failure to protect the people would shatter the morale of the renegades. The rest of the battle would be a foregone conclusion. The Cassarans might not be the muscle-headed fools everyone thought they were. Their study and understanding of their enemies seemed thorough. This strategy alone held so few counter-methods. Only an equal study of the Cassarans would grant any chance at all. The Cassarans would sense any attempt to scry or scout them. The renegades might be lost, but perhaps Maysellen could preserve the two precious treasures before her. Chapter 28. A Morlick's black leather longcoat billowed behind him as he walked the inner perimeter of the compound. The muggy, fetid night air was alive with swarms of buzzing mosquitoes and flies, hungry for blood and corpses. The former could be found with ease, but a Morlick didn't want bodies to create sickness in what few people they still had. The bodies were dumped in heaps outside the compound. Alligators would come for the meat, and then would harass any nearby Cassarans. Frequently spaced torches and fire pits created greater heat and light. There would be no stealth surprises in the night. But Amorlik felt an uncomfortable sheen of sweat all over his body. If his coat had not already proven ample protection against mosquitoes and lesser projectiles, he would have packed it away already. They were carefully placed stacked barrels and vats kept along the inner walls. Some of the contents were explosives and were kept well clear of open flame. There were barrels of caustic acids and nerve toxins that were kept in their own locations. They were brought up from the laboratories below because the chemists were eager to witness their efficiency in battle. The forge smiths were eager to see how their blade and snare designs fared. Amorlik was quick to oblige them. Entryways and walls were rigged with trigger panels attached to lethal spring blades. The tightly coiled snares generated tremendous force. Coupled with the heavy blades, the traps could crush plated armor and rend flesh from bone with ease. Amorlik liked to think these things would help him rest at night. He masked his fatigue well. His anger commanded a strict and deadly compound. But he could not predict when the next Kassaran siege would occur. The mist obscured their presence and movement. This permitted only hasty reactions, never prepared planning. In the past 3 days, the Kassarans attacked 5 times. Each assault was progressively larger and fierce. 4 days ago marked the first intervention of the Havoc Magi. In blind conditions, they were more dangerous than normal. It was a stroke of genius that every mercenary employed by Amorlik's mother was trained in the use of Kassaran blow darts. It was simple for Amorlik to take up the same training in the past week. Since then, he had all the tiny munitions coated with Orchard's Dream. Now, while the sorcerers proved devastating in their first few minutes, the constant lethal rain of darts from the compound was just as deadly. A black-haired, apron-clad smith emerged from a door leading to the underground keep. He wiped his sweaty forehead as thick clouds of smoke billowed in his wake. He inhaled deep, and his blue eyes showed his relief at drinking in the cool spring air, however rancid. Amorlik narrowed his blue eyes. "That better not be from a mistake to our latest design." The smith blinked and stuttered. No, Lord Keeper. It is only the tar and pitch used to hold the boats. It has to be hot until we apply it to the joints. The smith laughed nervously, but Amorlik was not deterred or amused. "How is the coil force on the automatic function?" The smith lowered his eyes. "Still slow. The metal in the springs is weak. The firing force and reloading speeds are limited." Amorlik's impatience boiled as he gripped the cuffs of his leather sleeves. "We have incendiary chemists as well as the best metalsmiths in Stratia. Yet you cannot form a strong enough metal? I have already coated all the waiting munitions in Orchard's Dream. The other smiths have already prepared suitable mass compartments and bolts durable enough to withstand the applied force." "I am aware, Lord Keeper." "Do not think to patronize me, Smith. We have snares made of steel strong enough to crush their armored soldiers. We have enough of these traps to cut down their ranks before they come within view of the walls. So why is this task incomplete?" "As you said, there are hundreds of snares hidden in the swamps. We have no supply chains. Now no incoming iron or steel. Perhaps if we had a magus..." "Bates! Can none of you live beyond magic?" Amorlik howled. "No more excuses and limitations, Smith. The difference between life and death for all of us is our ability to improvise. The Kassarans are clearly weak-willed and stupid because they lean too heavily on sorcery as their crutch. Now, be ingenious or be dead, Smith." Amorlik was about to turn away when the inner foyer became illuminated by a brilliant blood-red glow. "Cover the incendiaries now!" Amorlik shouted, not pausing to look up at the signature ball of flame. "Smiths and spearmen to the barrels! Darts to the walls and find the fire flinger quickly!" On the shouted orders, an organized pandemonium erupted. Armored and aproned men spilled out of the foundries and barracks. Leather-clad men with crossbows and blowguns filled the wooden catwalks of the walls. The fireball crashed with thundering force but otherwise dissipated. The chemists had devised several flame-resistant concoctions. Amorlik ordered the walls and rooftops to be regularly slathered in it. It was done every week, after his first encounter in the swamps north. The arrival of the Havoc Guilds was a foregone conclusion by then, and they were ready for it. Amorlik retrieved a crossbow and ascended a set of stairs to the outer walls. He mumbled his complaints at the mist as he scanned for any trace of incoming sorcery. He listened to a hushed silence, waiting for the sounds of screaming men and snares crushing bodies. As was common in the nights in Narrenmoor, the bogs gave a ghostly green glow to the mist from rising gases. He hoped the ever-present light didn't mask the quick, telltale flashes he was looking for. It was fortunate that the swamp was too dead, filled with stagnant, noxious water, to allow their stealthier rumored vines. There were some natural boundaries even sorcery could not break. Every marksman on the wall knew to remain silent and watchful. If anything stirred the mists, they would unleash their projectiles. The mist stirred violently as shadows began to tear the darkness apart. Screams sounded from every direction, as well as the strange sound of singing metal and squelching rips. Something intruded on the attempted Kassarin assault on the compound. It was fortunate that none of his men triggered their weapons, waiting for a truly clear sign of a threat. There were too many silhouettes and too much obscurity to identify actual threats. This might not have stopped them from assailing the mist with volleys before, but there was an undeniable sense of warning in the air that stayed everyone's hand. Amorla could not believe what his eyes were attempting to convey to him from the vague shadow play. Were bodies being hoisted on air from implacable sharp spikes that came from everywhere? Impromptu spears and twitching dying men looked like they were creating a thicket that shielded the compound. The Kassarins looked trapped in horrible death throes, like flies caught in snares.
If the Havoc Guild were there, you would be dead now,
a woman whispered in Amorlik's ear as she appeared directly behind him. Though her voice was teasing and playful, Amorlik whirled about with his crossbow. His bolt was aimed between the eyebrows of a pale, aquiline face. Though she was attractive, Amorlik did not ignore the crazed gleam in her blue eyes. Her lips seemed poised to break into a toothy mad cackle. Her blonde hair was a few shades brighter than his own, falling straight down in her back to her hips. Then, Amorlik noticed the telltale clothed gray robe. The girl was at least a torch of that accursed order. One of the few things Amorlik enjoyed about the compound in the swamp was the lack of interference from the self-righteous fools of the order. If you have come for justice or some such, I promise you won't live to report this place to the Citadel. Amorlik threatened, his fingers poised tightly on the trigger. The other marksmen hesitated briefly before a sorceress of the order, but they knew not to defy the keeper of the compound. All weapons were leveled on the girl. The girl cooed as she approached to caress the crossbow with her fingertips, staring at the deadly point absently.
Your Highness, if I wanted to do anything about you, I would already be playing with your entrails.
The last was not only a sign of madness, but Amorlik knew that no one in the Order would ever speak with glee about carnage. The baffled curiosity that struck him made him wonder who exactly he was speaking to. Who are you? Why are you here? Amorlik took a defensive step back, the crossbow still aimed at her.
A new partner to your mother.
The girl managed an expression of innocence as she stepped within 3 inches of the lethally poisoned tip.
If you get within 1 more inch, Lieren, you will die,
shouted the warning of another woman in the foyer. She had a harder edge to her voice.
That poison is everywhere, and it has a potential I have never seen before.
There was a pause, but Amorlik did not turn his attention to the speaker. He would deal with the closest threat first.
That is all right, my dear sister. No one here will lift a finger to harm me.
Lieren sauntered over to a crossbowman, caressing the draw and trigger of his weapon. The unmoving soldier was rigid and tense, but a sheen of sweat soaked his forehead. His breathing struggled and hissed through his nostrils, and only his eyes followed the mad girl. Amorlik readied his own bolt to find its home in the sorceress's forehead, but paid a moment more attention. All his men were tense, but their weapons were directed slowly to Amorlik. One man began to clench his teeth as he turned the weapon slowly back to her. The blonde girl looked at the crossbow handler with her lips pursed in pouting disapproval.
Oh, don't do that. You won't be alone if I want to play with you.
The soldier's face contorted with agony. He dropped his crossbow, as 5 other men around him fell to their knees. They dropped their weapons and clutched their chests. The girl walked over to her first victim and knelt in front of him. Her words continued their mad, playful coo.
You know, the blood around your heart is almost as hard as a stone, yes? I can change that, but it just would not do if you pointed your sharp toys at me again. You would not do that to me again, would you?
No! The man was allowed to shout. The girl turned her bloodshot eyes back to Amorlik with a faint plea.
But now we have to wonder if His Highness cares enough for his brave men to ease his hand.
Her face twisted into mad mirth.
Or will he stand by while I play and play to my heart's content?
Amorlik said nothing. Threats from a mad girl should not be given more than hostile regard. But this would be a wasteful bloodbath in a short second. He could kill her, unless her magic found him first. But she might force his men to release a volley better reserved for an army if he did. And why wasn't she using her magic on him as well? Perhaps it was better to hear them out than decide from there. The tension on his finger eased ever so slightly. In answer, a collective exhale of relief passed through his men. The 5 endangered men stood up, but refused to pick up their weapons for the moment.
You may take ease, Your Highness. We are here to help.
The other woman attempted reassurance. Amorlik spat from the corner of his mouth.
Then you may leave the way you came. We need none of your witchery here.
Larian closed her eyes and drank a full inhalation of fetid swamp air.
226,
she exhaled. The other woman objected.
I see maybe 75. Not all are above ground, Kassan. I feel their blood pump so fierce, such toil. They must be dripping with sweat.
Larian opened her eyes and took a slow step around Amorlik's crossbow. She drew close enough to whisper in Amorlik's ear.
3 minutes.
Amorlik sidestepped and refocused his weapon, while confusion played on his face.
That is how long this tomb and funeral power will last against a serious Kassaran assault.
Cassian shouted the answer to his unspoken question.
The dead bodies out there tell me everything.
Larian giggled.
You have them so vexed. A bunch of lowly, ordinary Stratians.
Larian feigned a whine before making a stern face and a mock deep voice.
Against a big, strong magi and thousands of swords. They would be sending elites already if they had any to spare,
Cassian added.
But Malkinor is drawing the majority of their forces. Fires and vines,
Larian drawled in boredom.
It's different from those that came before, but that is all they ever do. They are not artists like us. Or like you, I see,
Cassian complimented.
You really must tell me about this venom. How are you able to make so much? And is this peat pit dust? That should take 10 times what you used. What synergy did you use to activate it in such a way?
Amorlik did not look to Cassian as he pondered how he should respond. Regardless of the mad sorceress's claims, Amorlik and his men could handle the Kassaran threat. But if they were truly sent from his mother, then refusing or murdering them would greatly displease her. Amorlik hated sorcery. He was cast into these swamps because of magic. A peasant overwhelmed him twice with magic. The same peasant won the affections of his betrothed with magic. History recorded the Order's abuse of power against the nation he now stood on with magic. Magic was responsible for obscuring the lines between rulers and ruled. There was an order, a form of peaceful stability, that existed only when such boundaries remained unchallenged. Furthermore, Amorlik berated a man only moments ago for codependence on magic. Now, there were these 2 witches, and because they were sent by his mother, he could not be rid of them. Amorlik lowered his weapon and eased his stance.
Lower your weapons, marksmen. They are emissaries of Mayset and Morinroke. We can go about as we were. The threat was false. Oh, it was a real threat.
Liaran approached, whispering, running her fingers in a caress on Amorlik's leather coat.
There was time for us to play, and their screams were such sweet music. It was such a delightful game. The Crimson Ball of Flame was their only attack, before we took them by surprise and killed them all.
Cassian simplified for Amorlik. Amorlik sighed, disregarding Larian's insane seductions. Unfortunately, his mother would advise him not to waste offered talent. If they proved useless or inconvenient, he would kill them without a second thought. They were here now, so he would have to use them to solve the compound shortages and weaknesses.
How are you with materializing?
Amorlik turned his inquiry to the same one of the 2. Cassian was an opposite to Liaran. Where Liaran was a soft blonde with mad glee exuded in an intangible miasma, Cassian was dark-haired, with hard features and a scowl as endless as his own. Nothing about her was soft or gentle. Everything from their clothes, their hair, their shape, and their walk was different from each other. One a reflection of order and control, the other's glimpse into madness and self-abusive seduction.
You mean polymancy? Kasayan asked. We are very adept with it, as long as we have our focus implement.
A Morlick wondered what could enable their craft in such a way, and if he would be better for knowing. Larian would leave nothing to his imagination.
As long as the blood flows, running in rivers.
There was an ecstasy in Larian's voice that chilled a Morlick.
Blood is the focus of my twin sister's magic. The toxins, poison, and blood iron.
Kasayan emphasized her point by producing a vial of green liquid from her belt beneath her robe.
All mine.
A Morlick did not expose the rest of what he wanted from them yet. He would observe and evaluate their worth before deciding how many of his projects would include them. Chapter 29. Xenon Roll stood in the white granite courtyard of the Zenith Citadel of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. He stood with his feet apart and his hands clasped behind his back. He glared with unveiled disgust, contempt etched into his dark countenance. The sky was thick with dark gray clouds and the cool air promised rain. Dozens of Karak herded gray and brown-robed men, women, and children into the open courtyard. Though he stood at the foremost of 24 Havoc Elite and several hundred more Magi in reserve outside the walls, it seemed all a waste. Even the 700 Karak would have been better placed anywhere else in Stratia. The Order offered no resistance. The air was noticeably cooler here in the early summer, with only a little humidity from the Maelstrom Sea. Lightning began to flash to the west, beyond the strange white edges of the citadel. A loud crackling followed distantly in the wake of the lightning. Perhaps some of the Order of Fools might say that a storm was coming. Xenon would argue that the storm was already here for them. If nothing else could be said of the weather, and the way the Order was so easily corralled, Xenon would concede that it was a good day for executions. An officer of the Karak approached Xenon Roll and knelt on one knee with his head bowed.
Lord Master Fist, we have located the members of the Council. They are in chains and they are on their way.
Xenon nodded wordless agreement, and the officer hesitated a moment more.
There is one more matter, Lord Master Fist.
Xenon ground his teeth. Every time an officer had an extra matter in this conquest, it tended to be an unpleasant surprise for him.
Out with it! We believe we have located the quarters of the leader of the Order.
The officer paused, and Xenon only had to give a warning glare before he pushed forward.
Only, it could not have been, Master Fist. The chamber looked to be the site of a great struggle, and there were the remains of one corpse. It looked like everything inside was ripped out into a pile with the bones placed on top. More disturbing still, the head was mostly intact and animated to a degree. It looked like necromancy.
Xenon hissed in revulsion. Struggle or not, Xenon had all the reason he needed to kill every Stratian in the Citadel. The Demon Child was wrong in one respect. He found the hidden Void Hand, and he was not too powerless to stop a Black Decade before it could begin. If ever Xenon could feel invigorated by righteous exultation, it was now. Over the span of another hour, every Magus of the Order was brought before Xenon. The 12 now leaderless council members were in chains a few feet in front of him. Xenon paced in front of the council, glaring, his hands clasped behind his back.
Which around you is a void hand?
Xenon demanded, twisting his mouth around the slurring Stratian language. The council looked at each other in confusion. Xenon would not allow them to continue with feigned ignorance and denial.
An officer of the Crimson Throne reported a work that is, without a doubt, necromancy. All of our warriors know to fear the fate of lying to be more than failure. They know I will know the truth without fail. So, I repeat.
Xenon enunciated slow and deliberate.
Who here is a void hand?
Only silence answered Xenon Roll. He continued to pace before the council, allowing his anger and impatience to be conveyed fully. Xenon could not believe that this was the same Order of the Enlightened Sun that repelled warlord after warlord. Their magic was supposed to be the formidable descendant of the 5 mage clans, yet how easily were they all gathered up, like sheep to the slaughter. Now they were like whimpering brats, too afraid of pain and punishment to confess to their own crimes. Why wouldn't they struggle and confess? Why, in the Citadel, were they such cattle, while outside they were the greatest obstacle Xenon ever faced? Was this how the Order of the Enlightened Sun wished to meet its end? Meek and on its knees? Well, what did it matter anyways? They were all going to die. The Void Hands would die with them, concealed though they were. Xenon gave it a mental shrug and leveled his focus on the task at hand. In Xenon's experience, no organized resistance could survive without its leaders to guide them. Perhaps even the nonsense beyond the wall would come to a confused end without their leaders.
Council of the Order of the Enlightened Sun,
Xenon addressed them in a declaring shout.
For your treachery against the Crimson Throne itself, and evident complacency with demonic arts, you are sentenced to execution. Do you have anything to say for yourself before you bleed and die?
We can still serve the Emperor as Martellin agreed, begged a middle-aged dark-haired man. All our studies, findings, and artifacts can belong to the Emperor. This allying with Void Hands or some such is superstition and stories. See reason, I beg you!
Xenon paused, but not to consider the plea before him. He watched the chagrin and outrage on all the faces behind the council. Xenon watched fists clench with white-knuckled fury. All this bartering was new to them. They seemed to want to bash the councilman's face almost as much as they wanted to defend themselves. Something was amiss with their ill-placed self-restraint, and it made him feel uneasy. Xenon did not look at the trembling council sorcerer. His hand slashed a wide, quick arc with a curved dagger concealed in his vest. The gurgling sorcerer clutched the gushing wound to his neck. Blood flowed down into his severed windpipe, filling his lungs and drowning him. As he fell and continued to bleed to death, he pulled his fellow council back with his weight still chained to them. Xenon grabbed another man with long red hair by the throat. Emperor's thunder coursed down his arm and into the councilman's spine. He could not collect himself under the blood-red electric onslaught and could not defend himself against his death by electrocution. Smoke poured out of his mouth, ears, and nose while his eyes began to boil and melt. Satisfied that the council magus was dead, Xenon threw the smoking remains onto the hard white marble with a loud crunch. The remaining 10 council members fell on their backsides.
Take their heads and mount them on poles along the road to Catan,
Xenon ordered as he turned his attention to the subordinate magi behind the council. Xenon approached a tiny blonde sorceress who looked strangely unbroken by the continued death of her leaders. He stared down at her with undisguised disgust.
Are you truly such pathetic cowards?
Xenon mocked.
We come to your lands unchallenged. We butcher your old and young alike, cleansing your filth from the land. Now we walk into your citadel as though it is ours, and we dispose of your leaders like animals to the slaughter. Still, you do nothing. Will you not harass and slow us as you do in Malkanor?
Something in Xenon's words came as a surprise to the small woman. She smiled, inclining her head to a round, dirty man behind her.
Do you hear that, Liperon? Our little renegades are giving them grief!
The scruffy-bearded man laughed. I knew my light Terranin would give them a bloody lip.
I thought I felt light Ishel shape a very unusual magic.
The small woman's smile broadened into a mirthful grin.
You must have backed her into a corner and made her very angry.
Xenon paused. This was not the frightened whining of cowards. These magi seemed very eager for a fight, yet they didn't. They seemed as though they might have planned things without their leaders for a while now. And what was this talk of renegades? Xenon began to wonder if he should have killed many of the magi first. Maybe he should have rained down fire and death and been done with it. The last man and woman on the council begged for their lives. The Karak mercilessly began to saw off their heads at the center of their throats. Whatever Xenon might regret of it, it was done. He could only go forward with the scouring of the citadel.
Your time is up, Order Witch. You will die next. Have you anything to say for yourself?
The small woman approached within inches of Xenon Roll. He was taken aback by her bold smile. Somehow, he thought maybe nothing was as it seemed now.
My name is Lycara. I am a soulless evoker of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. On behalf of all my brothers and sisters who hold dear the true point of our order, I have only 2 words for you.
All at once, the endless current filled the courtyard, rushing to invite the call of every Shratian magus before Xenon. Its sudden fury and overwhelming force howled, creating an actual wind, stirring dust and debris in swirling funnels. The ground began to groan and tremble beneath his feet. Fires began to erupt around his fists and eyes of the Magi without burning them. Thank you. Kara coiled her right fist back. Xenon had no time to react. Her right arm was coated in thick black iron as she punched him in the middle with a colossal uppercut. The force of the blow knocked him off his feet. He landed hard on his back with the breath smashed out of him. His head hit the ground with jarring impact. For the first time in decades, Xenon Roll was struck and injured. He was too stunned to comprehend it.